Sung Jin-woo is an A-rank hunter. He is known as the weakest hunter because he risks his life even in the weakest dungeons. Although Sung Jin-woo is a hunter, he doesn't have any skills. He can only earn a little money by fighting monsters in low-level dungeons. This is his daily life until he finds a strange dungeon. Inside this dungeon, Sung Jin-woo and others find a mysterious room. As hunters, they don't hesitate to open the door and enter. Inside, there are many giant statues of various shapes. They find a text written on stone. It contains the rules of the Parthenon temple. The first rule is to worship the god. The second rule is to praise the god. The third rule is to prove loyalty. Those who don't follow the rules will never return home alive. Suddenly, the door of the room closes, causing everyone to panic. One person doesn't like this feeling and wants to open the door to leave. But a terrifying thing happens when he touches the door. The statue by the door suddenly swings its axe and kills him instantly, then returns to its original position. At this moment, Sung Jin-woo notices that the sitting statue has opened its eyes and is looking at him. The person who was killed instantly is a D-rank hunter, which makes Sung Jin-woo, an E-rank hunter, worry about his safety. Suddenly, a laser beam shoots out from the statue's eyes, sweeping across everyone. Although Sung Jin-woo warns everyone in time, some people don't react quickly enough and lose their lives. The team leader is lucky enough to sit down at Sung Jin-woo's warning, so he only loses an arm. Some of the survivors are losing their calm and control. A young man, confident in his abilities, tries to escape the dungeon using his speed. But just as he is about to reach the door, he is turned into dust by the laser beam. Sung Jin-woo realizes that to escape this dungeon, they must follow the rules of the Parthenon temple. Sung Jin-woo remembers the first rule, to worship the god. He uses himself to test his hypothesis and successfully finds the pattern of the first rule. It turns out that the statue will attack anyone whose head is higher than its eyes. So, Sung Jin-woo advises everyone to bow their heads in front of the statue. Although the statue stops attacking, a creepy smile appears on its face. Then, the statue suddenly stands up from its seat and walks towards everyone. Sung Jin-woo then mentions the second rule, to praise the god. A man who looks like a priest volunteers to go to the statue and try to praise it. But the statue doesn't hesitate to step on him and kill him instantly. This causes everyone to run in panic. At this moment, the surrounding statues start moving and killing the fleeing people. While running, Sung Jin-woo notices that the statues holding musical instruments won't attack, so he tells everyone to find the statues with musical instruments and go there. When someone approaches, the statues make sounds as if they are playing their instruments. But when Sung Jin-woo approaches the statue holding a drum, it doesn't move, making him feel like he is about to die. At this point, because the statue did not move, Sung Jin-woo lost a leg and had to rely on Junhee to stop the bleeding. However, due to the severity of the injury, Junhee was also exhausted from helping Sung Jin-woo. At this time, only 6 hunters remained alive. Then, the statue created an altar. Sung Jin-woo realized that this was a test for the final rule to prove his faith. The team leader was asked to go to the altar because they believed it was his responsibility. The team leader, who had lost an arm, had to accept this request and go to the altar. When the team leader stepped up, a red flame appeared around the altar. At this point, Sung Jin-woo also asked them to carry him to the altar. Sung Jin-woo also realized the rule of the altar, so he requested more people to come up so that the altar could function. When there were enough people on the altar, the flames spread around, creating blue flames, and the door began to open. At this point, the axe-holding statues were slowly approaching the altar. But if no one was watching, the statues would come faster. A girl couldn't stand the pressure and ran straight towards the door and escaped. At this point, the remaining people also understood that they could now run towards the door and escape, but if no one was watching the statue, everyone would die. Because of the injury to his leg, Sung Jin-woo helplessly watched others run away and leave him behind. Only 3 people, the team leader, wanted Sung Jin-woo and Junhee to escape, and he would stay behind. But just now, because of using too much energy to stop the bleeding, Sung Jin-woo and Junhee could not move. Because of Junhee, Sung Jin-woo told the team leader to take her out, and he would stay here. After the 2 left, only Sung Jin-woo was left. Although he was alone, Sung Jin-woo still held a sword to resist. But with the ability of an A-rank hunter, Sung Jin-woo could only eat a lot of punches. At this point, he was hit by the statue onto the altar, and in the moment of death, the strong desire to live flowed in his thoughts. And a wish that if he could live this life again, he would not let this happen again. At this moment, a notification board appeared in front of him. The system wanted Sung Jin-woo to become a player. Although suspicious, he did not hesitate to agree because he was about to die anyway. After choosing to agree, Sung Jin-woo woke up 3 days later and found himself in the hospital. While Sung Jin-woo was still doubting life, 2 inspectors came to find Sung Jin-woo. It turned out that when they arrived at the double dungeon, everything that the survivors had told about had completely disappeared. At that time, only Sung Jin-woo was lying unconscious on the altar. At this point, the investigators thought that Sung Jin-woo had hit the jackpot by surviving in that situation, and had the potential to awaken again. Because normally, hunters will receive a fixed ability after awakening, but there are a few special cases that will awaken a second time. So the 2 investigators thought it was Sung Jin-woo's time. So they came to check his index. After bringing out the energy measuring machine, they received a result of only 10 points. Even at rank E, the lowest score is 70, so the investigator turned around thinking that a waste is still a waste. Then they left Sung Jin-woo there and packed up and left. But at this time, Sung Jin-woo didn't have time to care about them. Because in front of him, a message board was still appearing that only he could see. While Sung Jin-woo wanted to explore it, his sister Sung Jin-woo came to visit. However, his sister also couldn't see the system board. When Sung Jin-woo opened the unread letter, he immediately received a daily task. The task was to perform physical exercises a certain number of times as specified by the task. If Sung Jin-woo did not complete the task, he would be taken to a place of punishment. However, at that time, Sung Jin-woo thought it was a joke, so he ignored it and went to sleep. While Sung Jin-woo was deep in sweet dreams, the deadline for the task arrived. Then, Sung Jin-woo was taken to a strange desert under the blazing sun. While Sung Jin-woo was still stunned, a giant scorpion from behind was preparing to make him its dinner. Sung Jin-woo saw his punishment. He had to survive in this situation for 4 hours. After reading this, Sung Jin-woo felt that he had been played by the system. After struggling to escape the giant scorpion for 4 hours, Sung Jin-woo was returned to the hospital. Although the system sent a reward after completing the punishment task, Sung Jin-woo fainted immediately after 4 hours of being tormented by the system. For days after receiving the punishment task, Sung Jin-woo realized a few things. The system board was not an illusion, even though only Sung Jin-woo could see it. The rewards for completing tasks were real, and he could even increase his stats. This made Sung Jin-woo think of it as a game, and he was a player who could get stronger when he had points to increase for himself. After being discharged from the hospital, the first thing Sung Jin-woo did was to check a key he got from a random box when completing a daily task. It was a key that could instantly create a dungeon at the 3rd entrance at Hapyeong Station. After using the key and entering the dungeon, the door automatically closed. The system also informed Sung Jin-woo that he had to kill the boss or use a soul stone to leave the dungeon. At this time, Sung Jin-woo was very worried because he had never had to sweep a dungeon alone. After entering, Sung Jin-woo encountered a ferocious wolf. Of course, it was more ferocious than a pet dog. Sung Jin-woo was so scared that he couldn't move his legs, but when the wolf attacked, he almost dodged and realized that his body had become much lighter, so he was unexpectedly agile. Sung Jin-woo easily punched the wolf into the wall, which he didn't expect to be so strong. But the wolf was still very tough, so that punch only made it more aggressive and attacked him. While dodging, Sung Jinwoo was also thinking about what to do to defeat this monster. And then, Sung Jinwoo remembered that he had a sword in his inventory, so he immediately pulled it out and slashed it at the wolf's head. With just one slash, Sung Jinwoo defeated it, and the system also announced that he had leveled up. But before he could think further, two more slowly approached him. But with the sword and the confidence just buffed after defeating the monster, Sung Jinwoo was no longer afraid. Sung Jinwoo rushed in and cut one down, then said to the other, "Compared to the monsters I met in that room, you guys are still green." After hearing Sung Jinwoo's words, the remaining one was scared and slowly retreated. At this time, Sung Jinwoo also had time to check his stats again. And he realized that every time he leveled up, he would receive a stat point. Completing daily tasks would give him 3 points. The monsters he killed also dropped items, and the system had a store for exchanges, but there were level restrictions. As Sung Jinwoo was contemplating his next move, the wolf that had retreated returned with its pack. It's true what they say about dogs: if you don't fight back, they'll call for backup. At this point, Sung Jinwoo had no choice but to charge in and kill these dogs. His sword strokes became more fluid and sharp. Sung Jinwoo felt stronger as he continued to level up, and the number of wolves decreased. After killing a pack of wolves, another pack arrived, not giving Sung Jinwoo a chance to breathe. But Sung Jinwoo managed to handle them all and even earned the title of Wolf Slayer after exterminating pack after pack. After exterminating all the wolves, his sword was chipped, but his loot was plentiful. With 34 wolf teeth, 2 blunt knives, a fake adventurer's jacket, and a stone, he was quite satisfied with this trip. But now, Sung Jinwoo was faced with a choice: use the Heartstone to return or stay and completely exterminate the dungeon. But Sung Jinwoo quickly decided that to become stronger, he must clear the dungeon before returning. With continuous leveling, fighting became easier for Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo also noticed the color coding of the monsters' names. White was weaker than him, orange was stronger, and red was a warning to run before things got worse. Sung Jinwoo realized he had become much stronger and decided to face the final boss of the dungeon. But as soon as he arrived, Sung Jinwoo was hit by the boss, breaking his chipped sword. The final boss was a giant snake, and its name was displayed in orange, signaling a tense and dangerous battle for Sung Jinwoo. With a short sword in hand, Sung Jinwoo had to attack and think about how to deal with the snake's stomach. But the final boss was not weak. With its incredible speed, the snake landed continuous hits on Sung Jinwoo, making him realize he was still too weak. And Sung Jinwoo asked himself how much stronger he needed to be to escape his past as the weakest hunter. Furious at being labeled a failure, and thinking that standing before a great power, everything was too easy to betray, Sung Jinwoo swore to himself that he must become stronger than anyone in this world to avoid feeling this frustration again. However, he still faced a difficult challenge. Despite trying various attacks, the snake was not injured at all. Finally, he decided to increase all his stats and strength, grab the snake's head, and strangle it to death. After that, Sung Jinwoo gained a lot of experience and leveled up continuously. Not only that, Sung Jinwoo also received a dagger made from a fang with a paralyzing and bleeding effect, and a bag of snake serum. As soon as the snake was defeated, the dungeon disappeared, and Sung Jinwoo returned to reality. But when Sung Jinwoo stepped out of the subway station, he met a soldier and was told that a dungeon had opened nearby. Sung Jinwoo sensed a boss monster nearby. At the scene, people were surrounding the quarantine area, watching the hunters struggle to fight the monster. They might have been fighting it for a long time, causing concern among the public due to their apparent weakness. Among them were 8 rank E and 1 rank D. Sung Jinwoo also recognized Junhee's presence in the team. At this point, Sung Jinwoo realized that this boss was only about rank D and decided to deal with it himself. As the situation became critical and the team could not stop the Stone Man boss, Sung Jin-woo, standing at a distance, threw his sword straight at the Stone Man. This immediately sent the boss back to the earth. This made the only rank D hunter in the team suspicious, knowing that there was a master around. Although he tried to inquire, Sung Jin-woo quickly disappeared and no one knew he had acted. In the following days, after returning to the hospital due to completing many daily tasks, Sung Jin-woo's body became more robust and masculine. This made the hospital nurse, after seeing Sung Jin-woo after training, become infatuated and her heart beat faster. She couldn't help but ask for his phone number, probably intending to make Sung Jin-woo her dinner. As for Sung Jin-woo, he thought she asked for his number just to inform him of his test results, so he gave her his number right away. He was indeed a naive and innocent young man. After returning home, his sister, Sung Jin, also noticed his change. She noticed that he was taller and more muscular. At this point, Sung Jin-woo also realized that as his stats increased, his body changed to adapt to that strength. This made Sung Jin-woo think about which points and stats to add to make it reasonable. While thinking, he received a call from the Hunter Association, but it turned out to be just a reminder for him to pay his rent. Sung Jin-woo promised to pay as soon as possible. Therefore, Sung Jin-woo also thought about whether he should recheck his rank. Because the higher the rank, the more money he can make. This will make his life less difficult than it is now. But that would also put him in the sights of the greedy if they knew his power could increase indefinitely. So Sung Jin-woo decided not to let anyone know until he was strong enough to protect himself. But he also needed to earn money to support his life until he was strong enough. So he decided to join a high-level dungeon exploration team to make money. This time the dungeon was a rank C dungeon. The current team has 5 rank C and 4 rank D, so he joined just to make up the numbers. Because according to the regulations in high-level dungeons, only when there are enough numbers can they enter the dungeon. Here, Sung Jin-woo was exempted from fighting. Sung Jin-woo also got to know Yoo Jin-ho, a 22-year-old young man who was at rank D, but he was wearing all the expensive stuff and it was his first time entering a dungeon. It looked like the rich second generation who topped up VIP to play games. Finally, before entering the dungeon, Sung Jin-woo had to sign a contract and his task was just to carry things for everyone. At this moment, after preparing all the equipment, everyone advances toward the entrance of the C-rank dungeon. However, when they step inside, everyone is surprised because there are no monsters in sight. Only Sung Jin-woo hears a noise and realizes that the creatures here are all insects. Right after that, a horde of insects swarms in from all directions and surrounds everyone. At this point, even though there is no healing support in the team, they split up to attack and defend flexibly. After a short time, they manage to sweep away all the monsters here, but Sung Jin-woo does nothing, which makes him feel uncomfortable. At this moment, everyone splits up to search for magic crystals from the monster corpses. However, Sung Jin-woo senses malice from those around him and warns Yoo Jin-ho to be cautious. After collecting everything, everyone continues exploring this dungeon. After a while, they discover the entrance to the dungeon boss's lair. Here, they find many mana crystals, which can be sold for a good price. But before that, they need to mine all the crystals and take them outside. So, team leader Hwang Dong-suk assigns Sung Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho to stay behind, while the others go outside to get the necessary tools. However, as soon as they leave, they blow up the entrance, leaving the two of them with a giant spider boss that is still asleep. Indeed, a wicked bunch. As Sung Jin-woo thinks, they are like lizards, a group that abandons the weaker ones to avoid sharing the spoils with many people. For Sung Jin-woo, escaping from here is easy. However, the giant spider boss here has awakened and is staring at him. With what Sung Jin-woo has experienced, he is confident enough to face this spider boss alone. Despite Yoo Jin-ho's objections, Sung Jin-woo still takes his knife and goes solo with the boss of this sea-level dungeon. With his current level 18, Sung Jin-woo is no longer afraid of bosses like before. Now, he sees it as an exciting adventure. Sung Jin-woo's movements and attacks surprise Yoo Jin-ho. Although the spider boss has a flexible attack system with its 8 legs, Sung Jin-woo can easily dodge it. It's hard for Sung Jin-woo to attack it because it has no blind spots and its weapons are extremely sharp legs. If it hits, Sung Jin-woo will surely be injured. Despite trying hard, after 10 minutes of high-frequency fighting, Sung Jin-woo gradually gets tired. The only way for Sung Jin-woo to defeat this spider is to activate the ability of his knife. When Sung Jin-woo was about to aim at the spider's weak point, its eyes, it suddenly spat out acid to attack him. Fortunately, Sung Jin-woo dodged in time. Immediately after that, Sung Jin-woo activated his speed boost skill and attacked the spider immediately. But the more he attacked, the more tired he got. When his fatigue reached 70, he was hit by the spider and flew into the wall. But Sung Jin-woo timely used his recovery ability from the daily mission reward. He immediately stabbed the spider's eye with his knife. The knife's ability was activated immediately and he used his lightning speed to slash wildly, causing the sea-level dungeon boss to die instantly. After witnessing such a spectacular solo performance, Yoo Jin-ho changed his address and behavior towards Sung Jin-woo as a master and voluntarily carried everything for him. But at this time, those annoying lizards came back. They were surprised to see the 2 chickens they looked down on were still alive. But they thought it was because of Yoo Jin-ho's equipment. They didn't bother to look at Sung Jin-woo, who was known as the weakest hunter. At this time, the annoying Captain Hwang Dong-suk told Yoo Jin-ho that he had investigated him and knew he was the son of the chairman of the Yoo Myung-han construction group. He offered Yoo Jin-ho to kill Sung Jin-woo and join the group to live. If not, both will be sent to heaven. But with what Yoo Jin-ho saw, it was not difficult for him to decide to stand on Sung Jin-woo's side. As for Sung Jin-woo, he calmly watched what those bastards wanted to do. But at this time, the system gave him an emergency mission to kill all enemies. While Sung Jin-woo was still hesitating whether to accept the mission or not, the wizard on the other side launched a killing move on Sung Jin-woo. This made Sung Jin-woo realize that in the dungeon, only the big fish eat the small fish. If there is compassion, there is only death. So he should thank the idiot who helped him realize that. It's like shooting himself in the foot. At this time, Sung Jin-woo calmly declared, "Are you guys ready to become my prey?" One fool didn't believe what he said and came to lean on Sung Jin-woo. He wanted to die, so Sung Jin-woo had to oblige with a simple move. 1 chick was sacrificed. Although he killed someone, Sung Jin-woo did not hesitate to do so in order to become stronger. The rest, seeing their teammate killed, panicked and ordered the wizard to launch a long-range attack to kill Sung Jin-woo. But this time, with a speed no different from lightning, Sung Jin-woo easily approached and minced the wizard with ease. At this point, the others also rushed up one by one, but Sung Jin-woo. Just 1 hit and 1 kill made them all go to heaven together. Only the team leader Hwang Dong-suk was left, with a panicked spirit standing there guarding against Sung Jin-woo. But because he thought Sung Jin-woo was exhausted from fighting the spider boss earlier, the commander still rushed to solo with Sung Jin-woo. He was indeed a stupid boy. But with just 1 hand, Sung Jin-woo pressed the commander's head to the ground and told him, "You have forgotten one thing, I always level up continuously." After being hit by that, Hwang Dong-suk begged Sung Jin-woo to spare him. Hwang Dong-suk even threatened that if he was killed, his younger brother would not let him go. But because of the mission and also because Sung Jin-woo didn't know who his younger brother was, he gave him a flying knife. After killing Hwang Dong-suk, Sung Jin-woo's mission was also completed and his reward was to choose one of 3 rewards, 1 to restore status, 2 to receive experience points, and 3 to have a bloodthirsty skill. And of course, Sung Jin-woo was smart enough to choose a new skill. At this time, at the Hunters Guild, a report about the sea-level dungeon had been brought to the manager Yoo Jin-chol. The fact that a guild suffered 8 deaths when exploring a sea-level dungeon and the only 2 survivors were E and D levels attracted the attention of the Hunters Guild. What's more special is that the deceased belonged to Huang Dongsuk's guild. He was the older brother of S-level hunter Huang Dongsu. That made the Hunters Guild secretly investigate Sung Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo was at home with his sister eating and reviewing the system rewards after completing the sea-level dungeon. Sung Jinwoo took out the poison sac to experiment. Drinking it would increase the strength index but would weaken the body due to the poison. Because he wanted to test the recovery skill, Sung Jinwoo immediately broke the bag to try. If this can't be cured, then it's over. But luckily, everything still happened as Sung Jinwoo thought. The next day, Yu Jinho made an appointment with Sung Jinwoo at the coffee shop. Yu Jinho wanted Sung Jinwoo to go with him 19 more times to qualify to establish a guild. In return, Yu Jinho will keep Sung Jinwoo's secret and 30 billion in cash. Along with one more condition is that when going, only the 2 of them go in, the others Yu Jinho will hire enough soldiers. At this time in Washington, USA, S-class hunter Huang Dongsu had learned about his brother's death. He swore to make the perpetrator taste pain. But because of his busy work, he had to restrain himself until 2 weeks later before he could fly back to Korea to deal with those chickens. Sung Jinwoo was now at the Pagu River Tower to use the S-class key he received when he completed the daily double mission. This key can open a dungeon called the Devil's Castle. Maybe this dungeon is an S-level dungeon, but Sung Jinwoo wanted to test how strong he was after a period of hard leveling, so he decided to go into this dungeon. The first boss Sung Jinwoo met was the Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus. Immediately, Sung Jinwoo turned on the speed-boosting skills and effects he had and rushed up to slash Cerberus like a stupid boy. But all of Sung Jinwoo's attacks were not enough to itch Cerberus, even making it go mad and turn on the rage skill that allows Cerberus to double its stats for 3 minutes. Because he didn't expect Cerberus to be so strong, Sung Jinwoo was beaten as soon as Cerberus attacked. One bite took away 2/3 of the health of the naive boy, Sung Jinwoo. At this point, Sung Jinwoo quickly used the daily task reward to recover, then roared and slashed at the 3 heads of Cerberus. After much effort, Sung Jinwoo managed to defeat the support and leveled up several times. Although he successfully killed the support, Sung Jinwoo knew he was still inexperienced, so he decided to stop and not proceed to the next floor. After picking up the loot, Sung Jinwoo immediately left the dungeon and returned home. A few days later, the surviving members in the double dungeon were summoned by the Hunter Association and went along with the criminals to conquer a dungeon. When everyone saw Sung Jinwoo again, they were all surprised at his change. When everyone was gathered, they set off to conquer the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, the criminals were unshackled by Kang Tae-shik from the supervision department. Then they furiously attacked the monsters to vent their hatred for being imprisoned. After exterminating the goblins, everyone continued and encountered a fork in the road. So everyone decided to split up and act separately. However, when Kang Tae-shik took the prisoners in a different direction, he revealed his purpose for coming to this dungeon was not to conquer it, but to kill these criminals without anyone knowing. Because he was paid by someone to do this job. Unfortunately, his actions were seen by a group of 2 people who had previously separated. Immediately, Kang Tae-shik attacked the 2 people. Sung Jinwoo, after hearing their screams, immediately turned back. Although Kang Tae-shik hid and attacked Sung Jinwoo sneakily, he was still able to catch Kang Tae-shik's knife-holding hand in time. After preventing the sneak attack, Sung Jinwoo saw Kim Sang-shik dying. Although Junhee used a healing spell, Kim Sang-shik had lost too much blood and did not survive. At this point, Kang Tae-shik decided to eliminate everyone so that no one would know about this secret. Song Chi-il, although a rank C mage and missing one hand, still held up his sword to face Kang Tae-shik. Before awakening, Song Chi-il was an excellent swordsman. He asked Junhee to buff his physical strength and was ready to solo with Kang Tae-shik. Although he was only defending and counter-attacking, Song Chi-il could not keep up with Kang Tae-shik's speed because he was a rank B hunter. So despite his best efforts, he was injured by Kang Tae-shik taking advantage of his speed. Fortunately, Ju-hee's healing buff was there, otherwise, Song Chi-il would have been long gone. But that also made Kang Tae-shik uncomfortable and decided to kill Ju-hee first. Song Chi-il timely attacked, forcing Kang Tae-shik to turn back and defend. Although Song Chi-il had excellent skills and was the master of a rank S hunter, he was just a mage, so the outcome of facing an assassin like Kang Tae-shik was just being beaten. When Kang Tae-shik was about to kill Song Chi-il, he was attacked by a pillar of fire from the ground. Although the attack was very sudden, with the speed of an assassin, Kang Tae-shik easily avoided it. Then he swung his sword to cut him, but this time Sung Jin-woo stepped in to stop Kang Tae-shik. His eyes seemed to say, "Do you think I'm invisible?" Kang Tae-shik was extremely surprised because Sung Jin-woo had blocked his attack twice. Knowing that Sung Jin-woo was only rank E, of course, Kang Tae-shik didn't believe it and calmly judged that Sung Jin-woo had awakened a second time, so he was so strong. But he was not afraid and wanted to teach the newly awakened Sung Jin-woo a lesson. Sung Jin-woo calmly asked him why he wanted to kill everyone. Kang Tae-shik said he was commissioned by a father whose child was harmed by these criminals. He also promised to spare everyone if they kept his secret. However, after hearing this, Sung Jin-woo looked as if he wanted to say, "Do I look like a naive child to believe you?" Without saying much, Kang Tae-shik immediately attacked Sung Jin-woo. But with his current skill level, Sung Jin-woo easily blocked the attack and engaged him at an extremely high speed, leaving the other two in awe of the speed of the battle. At this point, both sides were evenly matched, but Sung Jin-woo, who was buffed by Ju-hee, gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing this, Kang Tae-shik threw a sword at Ju-hee, but luckily Song Chi-il was there to block it. Worried about Ju-hee, Sung Jin-woo let his guard down. Kang Tae-shik seized this opportunity to land more than a dozen hits on Sung Jin-woo. However, this triggered a hidden mission in the system. Now Sung Jin-woo had even more reason to kill Kang Tae-shik, so the two of them clashed again. This time, Sung Jin-woo activated his speed boost skill, overwhelming Kang Tae-shik in terms of speed. After one strike, Kang Tae-shik was left with a wound on his face. He was indeed reaping what he sowed. Just one strike activated the paralysis effect from Sung Jin-woo's dagger. But as a rank B hunter, his resistance was too high, so the effect was immediately removed. At this point, Kang Tae-shik also used his ultimate skill, which was invisibility. For an assassin like him, this invisibility skill was indeed excellent, so he easily cut Sung Jin-woo's tendon. At this point, Kang Tae-shik was very pleased, thinking that Sung Jin-woo could no longer run as fast as before. But his joy was short-lived as Sung Jin-woo immediately used a recovery skill, leaving everyone in shock. Kang Tae-shik, although surprised, still attacked Sung Jin-woo. Sung Jin-woo, relying on his keen senses and perception of killing intent, blocked all attacks from Kang Tae-shik. Just as he was about to attack Sung Jin-woo head-on, Sung Jin-woo activated his bloodlust skill, plunging him into darkness for a short time. Although it was very short, it was enough time for Sung Jin-woo to stab his dagger into Kang Tae-shik's chest. With that, it was inevitable that Kang Tae-shik would meet his end. But before that, he wanted to know who Sung Jin-woo really was to have such amazing skills. However, Sung Jin-woo did not answer him because he himself did not know what kind of person he had become. After Kang Tae-shik died, his mission was also completed. After pulling his dagger from Kang Tae-shik's body, Sung Jin-woo unexpectedly received an invisibility necklace. After breaking the necklace, he could receive the skill inside. At this point, Ju-hee and Song Chi-il decided to go outside and wait for Sung Jin-woo. He, on the other hand, went to kill the boss of this dungeon and would return later. But before that, Sung Jin-woo dragged a pretending to be dead prisoner to the boss's room and threw him to the monsters. After clearing the dungeon, Sung Jin-woo returned. Ju-hee reported everything to the Hunters Association. After learning of the situation, the association sent a senior inspector to the scene to investigate. The inspector sent down was Woo Jin-cheol, the head of the supervision department, who had met Sung Jin-woo before. As soon as he saw him again, Woo Jin-cheol apologized on behalf of the association to everyone. But he immediately started the investigation and asked directly who killed Kang Tae-shik. As soon as Sung Jin-woo was about to admit it was him, Song Chi-il stood up and claimed it was him. After learning that a rank C wizard combined with a rank B support had killed Kang Tae-shik, Woo Jin-cheol didn't quite believe it. However, he didn't say anything. He just reminded Sung Jin-woo that if he wasn't careful, he would soon lose his life. This is because the hunter Hwang Dong-soo would seek revenge on him. The reason is that his brother died last time and only 2 people survived, including him. After that, Yoo Jin-ho called Sung Jin-woo to conquer the rank C dungeon as agreed. Those who followed were paid 3 million per person and a dungeon. And with Sung Jin-woo's strangely super fast speed, everyone was shocked. Yoo Jin-ho even said that sweeping 3 dungeons like that today made everyone silent, not knowing where they were. At this time, at the White Tiger Association office, the chairman and Sang-min received information that Yoo Jin-ho had spent money to buy the right to enter the rank C dungeon. And in the team, there was the name of Sung Jin-woo, so Sang-min immediately requested an investigation of these 2 people. With the documents that the White Tiger Association investigated, Sang-min quickly realized that Sung Jin-woo had awakened for the second time. So he decided to spy on Sung Jin-woo. After leveling up to level 40, Sung Jin-woo received a job change mission from the system. As for Sang-min, after arriving at the dungeon that Sung Jin-woo was conquering, he saw a scene that he had never thought of. That is, everyone is entertaining in their own way right in front of the rank C dungeon gate. It's really surreal. But that made him excited because his intuition was right when he thought Sung Jin-woo was very special. Right after that, Sung Jin-woo stepped out of the dungeon, and Sang-min immediately invited him to a coffee shop and then offered Sung Jin-woo to join the White Tiger Association with a price double that of the Eugene Corporation paying him. When knowing that Sung Jin-woo was paid 30 billion by Eugene, Sang-min stood up in shock and exclaimed, "What, 30 billion? The double price he offered was beyond his ability now, so he made an appointment with Sung Jin-woo for another time. Before leaving, Sung Jin-woo also let Sang-min know his value by showing his invisibility ability and leaving a scratch on his face. Then he asked Sang-min why he was investigating him. After knowing the reason and currently only 2 people know about this, Sung Jin-woo issued a warning that if anyone else discovers that Sung Jin-woo has awakened for the second time, he will deal with the 2. In return, Sung Jin-woo will sell 3 rank C gates to the White Tiger team for a price of 300 million each. But Sang-min found it too expensive and only offered 200 million. Just waiting for that, Sung Jin-woo immediately closed the deal. It turns out that everything was in Sung Jin-woo's calculation. Such a talent, if not doing ordinary people, it is really a waste of talent, isn't it, brothers? After returning, Sang-min only knew that he was fooled by a very painful trick. When the rank C gate is still being auctioned a lot for just under 10 million. As for Sung Jin-woo, he started entering the dungeon to complete the job change mission he received. Here, Sung Jin-woo had to face knights in heavy armor. They don't have any skills, they just swing their swords to attack like puppets. Moreover, they are very slow, only their defense is very strong. If it was before, Sung Jin-woo wouldn't know how to deal with it. But after facing many opponents with high defense stats, Sung Jin-woo easily defeated this knight. However, this dungeon does not allow Sung Jin-woo to use items in the store, nor use the daily mission reward to restore status. So Sung Jin-woo had to save mana to avoid running out of mana, leading to dangerous situations for himself. After thinking about it, Sung Jin-woo decided to quickly resolve this task, so he charged into the sky with his bare hands against the knights. After defeating them, Sung Jin-woo received a suit of armor and a bag containing 30,000 gold. The next monsters were the wizards using fire magic, followed by the archer assassins who rushed up to give Sung Jin-woo some experience. After defeating all the monsters, Sung Jin-woo leveled up quite a bit and earned some nice items to wear. Sung Jin-woo then proceeded to the boss's room, which looked like a king's room. In the room, Sung Jin-woo saw the boss of this dungeon. It was a knight in blood-red armor known as Igris, the commander of the Blood Legion. With a long sword in hand, Igris swung at Sung Jin-woo. Fortunately, he was able to duck in time to avoid the attack. The stone pillar behind him was not so lucky, as it was easily destroyed by the sword swing. If Sung Jin-woo had been hit by that sword, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. After avoiding the attack, Sung Jin-woo used his dagger to counterattack. He suddenly realized that his opponent was also very strong. Before he could do anything else, Sung Jin-woo saw Igris swing his sword down, forcing him to jump back to avoid it. But before he could regain his composure, another sword thrust came straight at Sung Jin-woo, forcing him to lean back and jump over it to keep his distance. At this point, Sung Jin-woo realized that his opponent, who had both strong offensive and defensive power, was the toughest boss he had ever faced. So, he decided to fight it barehanded. Seeing Sung Jin-woo put away his weapon, Igris also put down his sword and dagger, along with his cloak, indicating that he wanted to fight Sung Jin-woo fairly. Igris rushed forward, grabbed Sung Jin-woo by the neck, and used a skillful shoulder throw to slam Sung Jin-woo into the wall, followed by a punch that forced Sung Jin-woo to block with both hands. Although he blocked it, Sung Jin-woo lost 500 HP. After regaining his composure, Sung Jin-woo decided to activate his speed boost skill to deal with Igris using speed. But Igris's close combat skills were not to be underestimated. As soon as Sung Jin-woo charged at him, he used his elbow to block Sung Jin-woo's attack. Then, the two of them exchanged punches without a clear winner. Taking advantage of Sung Jin-woo's momentary lapse, Igris punched him, causing Sung Jin-woo to lose 30% of his health and spin around. Taking advantage of this, Sung Jin-woo kicked at Igris's face, but Igris caught his leg and punched Sung Jin-woo into the wall, causing him to fall onto the throne. Igris approached Sung Jin-woo and summoned his sword to behead Sung Jin-woo. Thanks to the skill of his high-level knight's gloves, Sung Jin-woo was able to block Igris's sword with his bare hands and stab Igris in the eye with his dagger. While Igris was in pain, Sung Jin-woo hugged him and pushed him into the wall. Igris pulled the dagger out of his eye and tried to stab Sung Jin-woo with it, but Sung Jin-woo retracted the dagger and summoned it back to his hand, stabbing Igris in the throat. After using his vital point attack continuously and focusing all his attacks on Igris, Sung Jin-woo finally defeated Igris. It's not an exaggeration to say that Sung Jin-woo was very lucky to defeat Igris, as he was inferior to him in every aspect. After a lucky victory, Sung Jin-woo leveled up twice and picked up 4 items: a helmet, a knight's chain, the hand of the ruler, a leather bag, and a heart stone. He received 1.5 million gold from the leather bag. The knight's chain helmet is an S-rank equipment. The hand of the ruler is a skill that can be learned by breaking the necklace. The heart stone is an item that can be used to leave the dungeon if desired. Seeing the heart stone, Sung Jin-woo wondered if the mission was not over yet. At this point, the system announced that the job transfer mission was just beginning. Many gates appeared around Sung Jin-woo. The system announced that the longer you stay, the more points you will get to have a higher job. The knights gradually appeared and surrounded Sung Jin-woo. Sung Jin-woo used stealth to buy time. However, with the remaining mana, Sung Jin-woo could only maintain it for about 3 minutes. Unfortunately, there were mages among the monsters. They used the scouting skill and found Sung Jin-woo's location. The knights attacked Sung Jin-woo immediately after seeing him. Sung Jin-woo had no choice but to fight off the 2 monsters. Apart from risking his life, Sung Jin-woo had another option to use the Heartstone to escape. But if he did that, the transferred job would be very weak, which was not what Sung Jin-woo wanted. When he was about to give up, he looked at the clock and realized that only 5 minutes had passed. So, Sung Jinwoo had to use the Heartstone to escape. But before he could use it, Sung Jinwoo was knocked away, and the Heartstone fell out. When he stood up, he thought of his past image, the time when he was considered the weakest hunter by everyone. That made Sung Jinwoo determined to become stronger than ever. But Sung Jinwoo's inner demon was his past image. It told Sung Jinwoo that even if his appearance changed, he was still a weak person. Fighting the inner demon and the knights at the same time quickly defeated Sung Jinwoo. Just when a knight was about to finish off Sung Jinwoo, the system announced that Sung Jinwoo's daily mission was not completed and transferred him to the punishment area. After appearing in the punishment area, the first thing he did was open the shop, buy a fatigue reduction potion, and use it immediately. But Sung Jinwoo's blood was not restored, so he thought of using the monsters in this area to level up and his blood would be full again. But if he took a hit, he would log out of the world immediately. That made him feel more excited than ever. After nearly 4 hours of fighting in the punishment area, Sung Jinwoo leveled up to 51. Before returning to the job transfer mission, Sung Jinwoo bought a night-killing dagger, which cost him 2.8 million gold. Then he bought a bone bracelet and tied it to his arm. After that, Sung Jinwoo used the necklace to learn the skill of the ruler's hand. This skill is a skill that does not need to use mana but can still control objects without touching them. After preparing everything, Sung Jinwoo was ready to face those monsters again. As soon as he appeared, the monsters surrounded Sung Jinwoo like ants. But at his strongest state, Sung Jinwoo easily smashed the knights. Sung Jinwoo felt strange that killing these knights did not gain experience points. The mages just stood behind and did not attack him. Sung Jinwoo immediately realized that the mages had been summoning knights continuously, so no matter how many knights Sung Jinwoo killed, he did not gain any experience points. So, Sung Jinwoo decided to throw his dagger to destroy the wizards first. As expected, the knights were immediately defeated when their summoned wizards died. Not only that, Sung Jinwoo also learned a new skill, dagger throwing. Having figured out how to complete the mission, Sung Jinwoo immediately hid and located the remaining wizards. After finding his targets, Sung Jinwoo charged into the midst of thousands of enemies. He managed to eliminate 2 more wizards. At this point, the remaining 3 wizards joined forces to summon a giant golem to stop Sung Jinwoo. Although the golem inflicted high damage, Sung Jinwoo ignored it and rushed to kill the remaining 3 wizards. At this point, the system announced that all monsters had been killed and now Sung Jinwoo could choose a profession. However, when Sung Jinwoo wanted to choose the assassin profession, the system automatically selected a profession for him based on his actions. In the end, the profession that Sung Jinwoo received was one he could never have guessed: necromancer, a wizard who has the ability to manipulate death and lead an army of zombies. Although surprised by the profession he received, Sung Jinwoo calmly considered the pros and cons of this profession. But while he was thinking, the system asked Sung Jinwoo if he wanted to choose this profession. After some thought, Sung Jinwoo decided to choose this hidden class. However, after agreeing to choose the profession, the system upgraded the necromancer profession to Shadow Lord based on Sung Jinwoo's recent battle results. After changing professions, Sung Jinwoo learned the special skills of the class, received additional stats, and was given the title of Overcomer of All Adversities. At this point, the outstanding skill required a slogan to summon. Sung Jinwoo said a slogan: "Rise, my army." After reading the slogan, the shadows gradually appeared from their bodies. The skill of accumulating shadows allowed Sung Jinwoo to turn these shadows into his summoned beasts, and now Sung Jinwoo could summon up to 20 creatures. At this point, after accumulating 19 high-ranking shadows, there was one position left that Sung Jinwoo wanted to use for the boss of this mission, Igris. However, when extracting Igris's shadow, it failed. Sung Jinwoo only had 2 more chances to extract Igris's shadow. After the final attempt, Sung Jinwoo successfully extracted Igris's shadow, and Idris's level was 7 and rank Knight. From the rank of Knight, Sung Jinwoo was allowed to name the shadow, and Sung Jinwoo kept its original name, Idris. Finally, Sung Jinwoo had established his own army. After leaving the dungeon, Sung Jinwoo went home for a nap, but his sister called and reminded him to meet the teachers at school at 5 p.m. So, Sung Jinwoo went to the bank to withdraw money, then went shopping for clothes to go to school with his sister. However, because Sung Jinwoo had changed so much that even his sister didn't recognize him, with his handsome and cool appearance, Sung Jinwoo quickly became famous throughout the school. After meeting the teacher, she asked Sung Jinwoo to persuade a student who had awakened to return to school. Surprisingly, the girl was Han Song-ai, who had been in the same team with Sung Jinwoo when they went to the sea-level dungeon before and was also a close friend of Jina, Sung Jinwoo's sister. At this point, at the airport, Hwang Dong-soo had arrived in Korea and was looking for two people, Sung Jinwoo and Eugene Ho. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo was leading Song-ai to meet in Sangmin, then requested to experience the rookie training department of the White Tiger Association. Sung Jinwoo's purpose was to let Song-ai realize the difference between rank E and higher ranks. But when they just stepped into the dungeon, the gate suddenly changed, from blue to red. At this point, An Sang-min reported to the White Tiger Guild's leader, Baek Yoon-ho, who was a rank S. After hearing the news, the leader decided to check it out himself. After entering the dungeon, Sung Jinwoo's team was transported to a place surrounded by snow. While Sung Jinwoo and Song-ai were observing, they were attacked by ice arrows. Fortunately, Sung Jinwoo caught the arrow, otherwise, Song-ai would have met the same fate as an unfortunate hunter. Behind them, they realized that the attacker was an ice goblin. Meanwhile, team leader Baek Yoon-ho was also at the red gate and realized that this was a very dangerous mistake. It could be a gate from rank B or higher, and they should be prepared for the possibility of a total annihilation. Sung Jinwoo also knew that the red gate would close once they entered and would only open when the boss was defeated. Rank A hunter Kim Chol wanted to form a team to sweep the dungeon. However, he only accepted those from rank B or higher, anyone lower would be discarded by him. At this time, outside, Hwang Dong-soo also arrived at the red gate because he heard that Sung Jinwoo had entered. Meanwhile, those inside the red gate split into two paths. Sung Jinwoo led those who were left behind on a different path. At this time, team leader Kim Chol was fighting with an ice barrier. With the power of rank A, he easily defeated the poor ice bear. Sung Jinwoo took clothes from his bag for everyone to wear to keep warm. But suddenly, an ice bear appeared in front of Sung Jinwoo. It attacked Sung Jinwoo, but he just lightly jumped up and punched it in the head, causing the ice bear to fall right there, and so they had a delicious dinner. After eating, Sung Jinwoo went alone to complete his daily tasks and then went to the ice bear's cave. Sung Jinwoo summoned his shadow army to level up quickly. Sung Jinwoo's shadow army rushed into the bear herd like a tiger descending on the plains. With their immortal bodies, they were not afraid to exchange injuries. As long as Sung Jinwoo's mana was not exhausted, they were almost immortal. It was indeed the skill of a hidden class. At this time, the bear leader also appeared with a strong body and full of scars like Luffy after the time skip. It looked strong, but in reality, it was indeed strong. Just a few hits from it made Sung Jinwoo's warriors and mages disappear in an instant. Sung Jinwoo immediately ordered Idris to take care of the bear. Idris coldly drew his sword and rushed to slash the bear leader. With just one sword strike, Idris added another wound to the bear's shoulder, then quickly, with a few sword strikes, Idris easily beheaded the bear. After completing the task, Idris knelt down before his king. But at this time, Sung Jinwoo was also admiring Idris's performance and thinking that if Idris had used the sword to fight him last time, he would have been green for a long time. But even though he said that, Sung Jinwoo felt that this bear leader was quite strong, so he decided to let it join his army. 3 days had passed in the dungeon, but outside, only 3 hours had passed. At this time, because of Sung Jinwoo, guild leader Baek Yun-ho and Hwang Dong-soo had a conflict and it could lead to a battle between the two rank S hunters. Meanwhile, the people following Kim Chul in the dungeon were about to be defeated by the monster inside. They were even surrounded by ice goblins. Outside, because they had been itching for a long time, the two rank S hunters had started to compare with each other. But they were stopped by investigator Eugene Chul. After thinking Sung Jin-woo would die in the dungeon, Hwang Dong-soo angrily left. In the dungeon, after his failure, Kim Chul wandered and saw Sung Jin-woo's group eating and drinking happily. He was furious and wanted to rush in to steal food, but was slapped by Sung Jin-woo from behind and fell face down. However, Sung Jin-woo didn't care about this stupid boy because the boss of the dungeon had appeared. He arrogantly wanted his subordinates to fight with Sung Jin-woo. But before he could finish introducing himself, he was beheaded by Sung Jin-woo. Seeing this, he was not angry but found Sung Jin-woo interesting. The leader of the Ice Goblin, Baruka, had a deal for Sung Jin-woo alone. That is, he would let the others go and spare his life. But Sung Jin-woo only said one sentence, which made Baruka want to gang up on him. But to gang up on Sung Jin-woo, he was really wrong. Then he saw behind Sung Jin-woo a whole army rising up like a slap in the face of Baruka. Both sides rushed into each other without hesitation. However, Sung Jin-woo also had his worries. Just by looking, he knew that Baruka was quite strong. Even if he and Idris were to rise up, they might not be his opponents. But he thought of an interesting way, which was to kick the sword to Kim Chul and then solo with Baruka. As Sung Jin-woo thought, after trying a few moves, he was at a disadvantage. After asking the wizard to cast a fireball for him, Sung Jin-woo retreated and waited for Baruka to attack. Kim Chul also stood up and rushed in with his sword intending to slash Sung Jin-woo. All of this was in his calculation. When Kim Chul jumped up to slash at him from behind, he was stabbed in the chest by Idris and died instantly. Immediately, Sung Jin-woo summoned the ghost of Kim Chul. After summoning, Sung Jin-woo gave him the name Iron, a knight rank. At this time, Baruka had chopped Idris and walked to Sung Jin-woo. But Iron used the taunt skill to make Baruka attack him. As a tanker, Iron was not affected by Baruka's attacks. Sung Jin-woo and Idris were responsible for attacking. Even if Baruka was the boss of the B-level dungeon or above, he could not fight 3 against Sung Jin-woo's people. After a few moves, Baruka was paralyzed and bleeding from Sung Jin-woo. After seeing his army being wiped out, Baruka rushed into Sung Jin-woo wanting to avenge his men. But Sung Jin-woo directly threw the dagger into Baruka and used the skill of the ruling hand to accelerate the dagger into Baruka's face. At the same time, Iron hugged Baruka from behind. Because of the painful blow, Baruka went crazy and wanted to kill everyone. Before he could do anything, he was stabbed in the stomach by Sung Jin-woo. But Baruka was quite tough. After taking a knife, he grabbed Sung Jin-woo's hand and wanted to hit him back. Then from behind, Iron gave him an axe to the head, making him instantly dizzy. After the boss was killed, the gate also appeared. Sung Jin-woo called everyone to return. After leaving the dungeon, everyone was surprised that the survivors were all low-ranked people. This surprised Baek Jun-ho and he wanted to force Sung Jin-woo to answer. But he just said ask someone else, I'm tired, and took Song-ai home. However, this aroused the interest of Baek Jun-ho and he ordered team leader in to recruit Sung Jin-woo at all costs. The next day, Sung Jin-woo returned to conquer the sea-level dungeon with Yoo Jin-ho and Song-ai. With his army, conquering the sea-level dungeon was as easy as pie for Sung Jin-woo, so much so that Jin-ho even lost his regular job of mining magic stones. And the next day, Sung Jin-woo had completed the contract with Jin-ho. At this time, in an A-level dungeon in the United States, a mysterious Korean man appeared. He easily defeated the American hunters, causing them to mistake him for the boss of the dungeon. However, he just wanted to go home. At this time, Baek Yun-ho received news from Japan that a winged ant was found on the Japanese coast. This reminded Baek Yun-ho of the S-level dungeon that opened on Jeju Island 4 years ago. That dungeon was full of ants, and the Korean government had attacked 3 times but failed. If the ants there evolved and all could fly, Korea would have to face the worst disaster ever. Meanwhile, Sung Jin-woo said goodbye to his sister, then said he would go out for about a week with his friend. During that time, Sung Jin-woo returned to the demon castle to continue conquering this dungeon. When he entered the 2nd floor, Sung Jin-woo received a mission to collect 10,000 demon souls. Now, Sung Jin-woo's level was 3 times higher than before, so he easily defeated the annoying demons. At this time, Jin-ho also persuaded his father to hand over the management of the guild to him if he could persuade Sung Jin-woo to join the guild. After sweeping the monsters here, Sung Jin-woo wanted to climb to the next floor, so he summoned the ice bear. Sung Jin-woo immediately rode the bear to the entrance of the upper floor. But on the way, a few monsters appeared to block the way. But surprisingly, the ice bear carrying Sung Jin-woo rushed like Malphite using an unstoppable move. At this time in Washington, the mysterious man at the American Hunter Association said that he had been in the dungeon for 10 years and when the hunters found him, he had just woken up. After the investigation, they also knew his name was Sun Il-hwan, a hunter from Korea. Returning to Sung Jin-woo, he now understood a bit about the demon castle. This castle has 100 floors, each floor of the demon castle is a different world. Each time you want to go up to the upper floor, you need to find a pass that appears randomly. When killing monsters very quickly, Sung Jin-woo had climbed to the 50th floor and at this time, he had harvested 561/10,000 demon souls. Sung Jin-woo met a quite strong boss, avaricious Vulcan, the ruler of the lower floors. His subordinates were quite numerous, but Sung Jin-woo's army was also not small, so both gave orders to their troops to charge. Sung Jin-woo's army had become much stronger after Sung Jin-woo added points to intelligence. So Sung Jin-woo's army easily defeated Vulcan's subordinates. While Vulcan was still sitting there, not bothering to move. Sung Jin-woo thought that this boss would be easy to handle, but in the blink of an eye, Vulcan, with his huge body, had a speed like a hack. Just with a stick, he easily defeated Iron. Sung Jin-woo saw that and jumped up to attack. With a straight punch to the face, it caused the giant Vulcan to soar, smashing his face into the wall. Though the blow drove Vulcan into a state of fury, elevating all his stats by 50%. This made Vulcan faster and stronger immediately, overpowering Sung Jin-woo. However, with the strength points he had before, Sung Jin-woo could still withstand that attack. After deliberately creating an opening, Sung Jin-woo leaped into attack. Vulcan immediately swung his stick towards Sung Jin-woo, but luckily, Sung Jin-woo used the skill of the ruler's hand to move his body in midair to avoid Vulcan's attack. After escaping, Sung Jin-woo lured Vulcan to a collapsing building, then suddenly activated the fast-running skill, then climbed up the building opposite to where Vulcan was running fast, then used a strong jump like a rocket towards Vulcan's head. Then, he struck straight at Vulcan's neck. After defeating Vulcan, Sung Jin-woo received quite a few valuable items. Among them was a piece of Divine Realm artifact, a type of wood containing powerful magic used to upgrade high-level magic equipment, and an S-rank earring from the monarch. This equipment has a cumulative effect if the set is complete. The Avarice Orb, an A-rank item, can amplify the user's magical power. At this time in Washington, Hwang Dong-soo discovered that Sun Il-hwan is Sung Jin-woo's father. So, he told the US government that Sun Il-hwan is a monster that needs to be eliminated. He then told Sun Il-hwan that his son had died. Meanwhile, Sung Jin-woo was still engrossed in leveling up in the demon castle. After defeating Metis, Sung Jin-woo received the Demon Lord's necklace. It's a set with the earring he got from Vulcan earlier. In the spring water of the Echo Forest. Along with that, Sung Jin-woo also completed the mission of collecting 10,000 demon souls. At this time, Sung Jin-woo had 3 rewards. First, Sung Jin-woo chose the random cursed box. After opening it, there was a key, but no information was displayed. The second reward was 20 stat points. Of course, Sung Jinwoo added intelligence because he is a dark wizard. Finally, there was a hidden reward, the formula for the holy water of life. Returning to Washington after provoking Sung Il-hwan, Hwang Dong-soo had to face the wrath of an S-rank hunter. Despite also being an S-rank hunter, Hwang Dong-soo stood no chance against Sung Il-hwan. He was defeated and the headquarters of the Hunters Association in the United States was left in ruins. After Sung Jinwoo returned, he visited his mother in the hospital. Sung Jinwoo's mother had been in a coma for a long time when Sung Jinwoo obtained the formula for the elixir of life. He seemed to have found hope that he could cure his mother's illness. Sung Jinwoo had collected 2 ingredients for the elixir. After defeating Vulcan on the 50th floor and Metusk on the 75th floor, he only needed the final item, the pure blood of the Demon Lord. Promising himself that he would do whatever it took to wake his mother, Sung Jinwoo went to re-evaluate his rank. After waiting his turn, Sung Jinwoo followed the guide to check his rank. However, when Sung Jinwoo put his hand on the testing machine, it reported an error. But in reality, the machine was not faulty. The tester, a new and beautiful employee, did not recognize the sign that the machine could not measure Sung Jinwoo's power. This proved that Sung Jinwoo had become the 10th person in South Korea to become an S-rank hunter. Wanting to retest Sung Jinwoo, the manager asked him to return in 3 days. At this time, Choi Jong-jin, the representative of the strongest guild in South Korea, appeared where Sung Jinwoo was. After seeing Sung Jinwoo, Choi Young-jin confirmed that he was an S-rank and invited him to join his guild. But Sung Jinwoo, cold as ice, gently refused. After Sung Jinwoo left, the guild leader also hurriedly arrived, but in the end, he was too late. After testing Sung Jinwoo's abilities, he went to the hospital to visit his mother. Here, Sung Jinwoo met department head Yoo Jin-chul, who extended an invitation from the chairman of the Hunters Association, Go Gun-hee. After talking, the chairman also proposed that Sung Jinwoo join his Hunters Association. Despite the invitation and corresponding power, Sung Jinwoo gently declined. He realized that he was born to fight, not to sit in an office as a paper knight. After explaining why he refused, Sung Jinwoo returned home. In a hospital room in the United States, Hwang Dong-soo was recalling the greatest humiliation of his life. He was beaten up by Sung Il-hwan, and without several months of recovery, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Before leaving, Sung Il-hwan warned that if he dared to go to South Korea and touch his son, he would kill him without letting him close his eyes. But with his arrogant nature, Hwang Dong-soo swore that once he fully recovered, he would seek revenge on Sung Il-hwan. As for Sung Jinwoo, he was sad because he was not rich. He wanted to buy better equipment for himself, but his savings were not enough for that. Even though he wanted to sell the high-level equipment he found in the Demon Castle, he didn't know how to explain how he got it while being an E-rank hunter. And the license to become an S-rank hunter would take some time to obtain, so Sung Jinwoo decided to join an A-rank dungeon but as a minor. Contrary to Go Gun-hee's suspicion when he heard about Sung Jinwoo and the A-rank dungeon, Sung Jinwoo was excited because this was his first time experiencing what an A-rank dungeon was like. Meanwhile, the attack team had finished dealing with the dungeon and it was almost Sung Jinwoo and the mining team's turn to collect magic stones. Inside the dungeon, the vice president of the S-rank hunter guild, Cha Hae-in, a girl with a perfect figure, felt a great power around her, which was the power that Sung Jinwoo emitted. Fortunately, Sung Jinwoo managed to hide it, otherwise, Cha Hae-in would have fallen into his arms. When he entered the dungeon to work, Sung Jinwoo amazed everyone with his skills and efficiency. They even thought that with an A-rank hunter like Sung Jinwoo, he must be a talented miner. But Sung Jinwoo was just waiting for everyone to go to lunch so he could have an hour to defeat the boss and then return. Before he could succeed, Cha Hae-in accidentally discovered Sung Jinwoo's anomaly. So she advised Sung Jinwoo to go back because this was the boss's area. But when Sung Jinwoo passed by Cha Hae-in, she smelled a fragrance on his body that was different from the stench she usually smelled from other hunters. This was a physiological characteristic of Cha-han, so she asked Sung Jin-woo if he was a hunter. After finishing work, the mining team leader really liked Sung Jin-woo and invited him to work the next day. After knowing that tomorrow's attack team is Team B, not Team A like today, Sung Jin-woo immediately agreed to the offer. Meanwhile, Yoo Jin-ho was suffering and complaining to his sister because he hadn't been able to contact Sung Jin-woo for over a week. But unexpectedly, she was Yoo Soo-hyun. Just one call and Sung Jin-woo picked up. It seems that our guy only answers calls from beautiful girls. Very quickly, Yoo Jin-ho made an appointment to meet Sung Jin-woo tomorrow night. Elsewhere, Cha-han was asking the guild to find information about the man who made her smell a scent she couldn't forget in the dungeon. At that time, she felt something unusual about Sung Jin-woo. When the guild leader also made a request to find out about Sung Jin-woo. The next day, Sung Jin-woo went to the dungeon to work as promised. At this time, the attack team wanted to borrow someone from another team to carry things for them. Sung Jin-woo volunteered to carry, even though no one around wanted to risk it for that little money. Despite everyone's advice and considering him a silly boy for accepting that job. But Sung Jin-woo went there not for money but wanted to learn more experience from the attack team. And so the leader of the attack, Sun Ki-hoon, accepted Sung Jin-woo for this job. After entering the dungeon for not long, the entire attack team was ambushed by monsters. But those were just ordinary dogs that appear in C-rank dungeons, so it was very easy to handle. For the A-rank hunters, they hadn't had time to analyze why in an A-rank dungeon, C-rank monsters appeared. Then another horde of monsters appeared. It was a group of gigantic orcs. The leader without hesitation threw a spear at the attacking team. Just one throw cracked Sun Ki-hoon's shield. Then the orcs charged. They attacked continuously from home to school, making the defense team struggle to resist. But their real target was the wizards standing behind. Although the wizards were very stable, they did not panic and launched an attack on the orcs. But for these thick-skinned creatures, those attacks were just like mosquito bites. With overwhelming numbers and more than 20 orcs, they quickly disrupted the formation of the conquest team. If nothing changes, perhaps the entire army will be slaughtered. It will happen, it's just a matter of time. At this point, the team's support was in danger and she knew she was about to die, so she closed her eyes and waited for death. Sung Jin-woo used his skills to defeat that orc. At this point, Sun Ki-hoon also realized that the battle had become easier when Sung Jin-woo was secretly weakening the orcs with his stealth skills and invisible slashes from him. Although invisible, the orcs still noticed him. So Sung Jin-woo had to send them back to Mother Earth. With the secret help from Sung Jin-woo, the attacking team won. Although he really wanted to continue conquering this dungeon, Sun Ki-hoon had to order a temporary retreat because the force was not enough to deal with the next danger that could occur in the dungeon. When the team was about to leave, they found that the gate had been covered by a boundary created by a high-level spell. At this point, the wizards tried to destroy the boundary but were all bitten back and cursed with magic, leading to serious injuries. And behind them, more than 50 more orcs appeared, making everyone desperate. An orc named Kargalgan stood in front of Sun Ki-hoon and said he wanted to meet humans. He is the supreme wizard of the orc tribe and declared that the boundary was created by him and could not be reversed by human magic. Then he gave everyone two choices: one is to die, two is to become a slave to the orcs. Sun Ki-hoon chose to surrender and followed the orcs to their lair. But that was just Sun Ki-hoon's delaying plan. He told Sung Jin-woo that after reaching the boss room, the whole team would attack and Sung Jin-woo would take the opportunity to run out and call for help. At this point, Hunter Cha-han came to the mining team to find Sung Jin-woo but learned that he had already entered the dungeon with the attacking team. In the dungeon, the attacking team arrived at the orcs' palace. When everyone was waiting for a signal from Sun Ki-hoon to attack the boss, he emitted a terrifying wave of magic power like the Conqueror's Haki that Luffy once used, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Kargalgan said the reason he brought everyone here was just to kill them one by one as a refined entertainment for his kind. Kargalgan also noticed someone different from everyone else, like a crane among chickens. Unable to accept the fact that he was just a toy for the orcs, Sun Ki-hoon ordered an attack, but everyone was scared. Only Sun Ki-hoon reluctantly jumped up to attack but was easily blocked by Kargalgan's defensive magic. Then he used a gravity technique to make Sun Ki-hoon fly up and then slam down hard, making him taste the flavor of the earth. Not stopping there, Kargalgan continuously made Sun Ki-hoon fly up and down like playing basketball, and of course, he was his ball. But while playing happily, Sung Jinwoo rushed out to snatch the ball from Kargalgan's hand. At this point, Sun Ki-hoon had become ragged like a torn cloth. But Sung Jinwoo still politely asked him if I could kill all the monsters in this room. While Sung Jinwoo was waiting for an answer from Sun Ki-hoon, a villain intended to sneak attack him. But Sung Jinwoo defeated it in a flash and then turned back to wait for Sun Ki-hoon's answer. After seeing that, he immediately asked Sung Jinwoo for help. As for Kargalgan, he smugly asked Sung Jinwoo if you alone could handle all of us. With contempt clearly on his face, Sung Jinwoo summoned his shadow army. At this point, outside, the inspector of the hunter team came to find Sung Jinwoo and received news that he had entered the dungeon. There was also Hunter Cha-haen who came to find Sung Jinwoo and went into the dungeon. But after wanting to go in, they discovered a huge energy source there. They realized that this dungeon had almost become an S-rank dungeon, and immediately went in to rescue. In Kargalgan's room, Sung Jinwoo was activating the skill territory of the king. This skill allows Sung Jinwoo's army to increase 50% of all stats when fighting under Sung Jinwoo's shadow. Iron after using taunt but failed, making it angry and swung its axe around to slash the orc horde like Darius's Q move. As for Igard, when using his sword technique, he smashed anyone who dared to jump into his damage range. Not wanting to be outdone by his two predecessors, Sung Jinwoo also used his dagger to rush into the orcs. Kargalgan couldn't just sit still and watch his disciple get beaten. He summoned the dragon's hymn to attack Sung Jinwoo's soldiers. But as long as Sung Jinwoo has mana, the soldiers can be summoned back. The battle became a contest to see if Sung Jinwoo ran out of mana first or if Kargalgan would die first. Sung Jinwoo didn't want that to happen, so he attacked Kargalgan directly. But Kargalgan had quite a strong defense magic, so Sung Jinwoo had to temporarily retreat. It can be said that Kargalgan is a perfect boss in both offense and defense, making Sung Jinwoo feel a bit difficult. At this point, with a mana-filled chest, Sung Jinwoo told Kargalgan to wait for me to run out of mana. I can drink mana instead of rice. But after drinking all the mana, Sung Jinwoo summoned the dead orcs to become his soldiers and told Kargalgan again after I finished playing with them, it would be your turn, so clean up and wait. After seeing that, Kargalgan also started to show fear, but Kargalgan still ordered his minions to attack. Iron at this point wanted to show the opponent that fighting also had to use the head. He used his head to break the opponent's skull and then added an axe to finish the opponent. As for Igars, he still showed himself as the #1 swordsman under Sung Jinwoo. When he was 1 against 2, but still easily handled with his top-notch swordsmanship. As for the Ice Bear, he took the opportunity of a guy looking at Iron to slap him, causing the guy to faint. Also let the rest see what the outcome would be when fighting without looking at it. The attacking team didn't want to be a burden, so they decided to join the attack on the orc. But Kargalgan used magic to make them know that if they were burdens, don't try to show off. Be an audience, don't feed. Then he threw all the curse skills at Sung Jinwoo. But Sung Jinwoo activated the skill to remove all negative effects so it didn't affect him, then told Kargalgan, who was dumbfounded not to understand what was happening, that it was not okay to solo with scrap metal. Then Sung Jinwoo gave the greedy celestial body to his wizard to cast a ball, easily breaking Kargalgan's defense. Just then, Cha-haen also arrived at the boss's room and witnessed everything Sung Jinwoo was doing. Kargalgan went crazy and stood up to seriously solo with Sung Jinwoo. He turned into a giant and cast a fire spell towards Sung Jinwoo to prove that he was not scrap metal. But for an assassin like Sung Jinwoo, Becoming a giant just made him an easier target for him. After softening Kargalgan with slashes, Sung Jinwoo threw a punch that made Kargalgan's jaw shift. After a while, Kargalgan had to fall in his own impotence. Then Sung Jinwoo summoned Kargalgan from the corpse and let him join his shadow army. And of course, he gave him a new name, Tusk, with the rank of an excellent knight. Now, Sung Jinwoo can store 127 shadows, and with a large number of orcs joining, Sung Jinwoo is having to filter out warriors who do not meet the standards and eliminate them. After finishing everything, Sung Jinwoo noticed the presence of Wu Jinchul and Cha Han. When Sung Jinwoo didn't know how to explain, the association's people asked everyone to keep this a secret. They wanted to quietly take Sung Jinwoo away from here. Sun Ki-hoon, on behalf of the whole team, agreed to keep the secret and bowed his head to thank Sung Jinwoo for helping them survive. By evening, Sung Jinwoo had arrived at the place where Wu Jinho had made an appointment. After Wu Jinho told everything about his father knowing about Sung Jinwoo and only agreeing to Jinho becoming the guild master if Sung Jinwoo joined the guild. Meanwhile, in the Hunters Guild, Sun Ki-hoon told everything to Choi Jong-in, who, after learning about Sung Jinwoo's abilities, was determined to woo him into the guild. The next day, Baek Junho and Choi Jong-in both appeared at the rank verification of the Hunters. The reporters here were very crowded and misunderstood that they were here because of Lee Min-sung. They thought that a star leaving the entertainment world to become a hunter with a supposed rank was a bombshell news and made the two big guild masters come to recruit. But the truth is, the two are secretly staring at each other to compete for Sung Jinwoo, but another S-rank hunter, Lim Tae-gyu of the Reaper Guild, saw it. And misunderstood that the two wanted to compete for Sung Jinwoo. But immediately, the two unanimously denied it. Sung Jinwoo also came to receive his test results, but because there were too many reporters, it was difficult for Sung Jinwoo to enter the guild. Not only that, he was also chased away by Lee Min-sung's manager. But the chairman of the association, Go Gun-hee, said Sung Jinwoo was my guest. Then the two walked into the guild together, which made Lee Min-sung furious. When Sung Jinwoo stole his spotlight and sent someone to investigate Sung Jinwoo. When Lee Min-sung wanted to go in for inspection, Wu Jinchul led people to close the association's door on the grounds that someone was inspecting and not allowing anyone to enter or exit. At this time, Lee Min-sung brought out his backing, his father, a vice chairman of the Eugene Group, wanting to intimidate Wu Jinchul to open the door for him. But with the killing intent emanating from Wu Jinchul, Lee Min-sung had to be afraid. Sung Jinwoo was testing his abilities after demonstrating his summoning abilities and easily received the S-rank hunter certificate. The two guild masters wanted to meet Sung Jinwoo privately, but he refused and wanted to leave. But as soon as the door opened, a series of cameras flashed continuously, which surprised him. It turns out that 10 minutes ago, Lee Min-sung had performed a drama he drew to take his fame. But the reporters received news that the 10th S-rank hunter of Korea had appeared and was updated on the homepage. This made the reporters immediately abandon Lee Min-sung, leaving him in despair. While everyone else was very surprised when the news of Sung Jinwoo becoming an S-rank hunter was released. Jinho is apologizing to his father for failing to persuade Sung Jinwoo to join their guild. The reason is that Sung Jinwoo has decided to establish his own guild and invited Jinho to join, promising him the position of vice president. Although Jinho's father agreed to let him take on the role of guild president, Jinho declined because he wanted to follow Sung Jinwoo. To avoid the press, Sung Jinwoo teleported behind them and left, making Baek Junho realize the real gap between him and Sung Jinwoo. He even suspected that Sung Jinwoo was a hunter who could grow over time. In the United States, Hwang Dong-soo also saw the news that Sung Jinwoo was still alive and was naturally angry about it. Sung Jinwoo was planning to sell a bead that could increase magic power by 100%. At the same time, Sung Jinwoo also wanted to buy fire-resistant equipment, but after visiting the store, he realized that the items here were even worse than the drops from the monsters. However, Sung Jinwoo still bought a wind cloak and a water attribute ring. These two items were preparations for returning to the castle. When he got home, the reporters had surrounded the building where Sung Jinwoo was staying. At this time, Jinho came to him because he had been kicked out of the house by his old man. Jinho expressed his desire to stay at Sung Jinwoo's house, but he coldly closed the door immediately. When night fell, Sung Jinwoo wanted his sister to be absolutely protected when he was not at home, so he summoned an orc to protect his sister. Even after doing this, Sung Jinwoo was still not at ease, so he summoned a few more warriors to protect the entire neighborhood. The next day, Sung Jinwoo returned to the demon castle. After fully equipping himself, Sung Jinwoo embarked on the journey to conquer this dungeon. Sung Jinwoo received the task of collecting demon souls for the second time. But this time, the task requirement was to defeat the king of the demon tower, Baron. The task reward was very generous, just as Sung Jinwoo wanted, so he went directly to the 76th floor to start this conquest journey. With the power of Tusk, coupled with the double power of the Greed Gem, Tusk became an experience-sucking machine. Just a column of fire spewed out, and the experience gained by Sung Jinwoo rose like a storm. At this time, Jinho's father, who had been in a coma for 2 days, received the news that he was suffering from the same eternal sleep disease as Sung Jinwoo's mother. At the same time, on an island in Japan, the ants had evolved and successfully survived there. It even appeared in places where people lived. Sung Jinwoo, after tirelessly leveling up and realizing that moving his army in such a large group was not efficient, decided to divide them into groups. The entire army will be divided into 6 groups: Idger's team, Iron team, Tusk team, Tank team, High Orc team A, and High Orc team B. And gave them 2 orders. One is to follow the destroy anything they encounter. The second is to notify Sung Jinwoo when they find a pass. Immediately, the 6 teams spread out throughout the tower. This would help Sung Jinwoo reach the highest floor in the shortest time. Not only that, Sung Jinwoo also continuously received experience points from the monsters killed by his warriors. A few days later, when there were only 20 floors left to the highest floor, Sung Jinwoo's warriors also leveled up quickly, but suddenly Sung Jinwoo found that his mana was dropping unusually fast. From there, Sung Jinwoo guessed that Iron's team had faced the boss of this floor. The next day, Idger's and High Orc B's teams were also ambushed, forcing him to call them back. As Sung Jinwoo was thinking about where the enemy would attack next, the enemy's army arrived at his location, including a demon noble and 3 demon knights following. As soon as they got close, one of them rushed in and easily cut Tank's team to pieces. Then this guy attacked Sung Jinwoo, but now Sung Jinwoo was very different from before. With just one kick, Sung Jinwoo easily sent this demon to sell salt. Seeing this, the other 2 demons also rushed to attack him, but their results were not much different from their friends. The demon noble was trembling with fear in front of the overwhelming power from Sung Jinwoo, but it still tried to hold the spear and use the continuous spear technique similar to the Yang family spear method in the martial arts legend. But that attack was useless when the opponent it faced was too out of its league. With just a few steps, Sung Jinwoo easily approached and was about to break the neck of the demon noble. But surprisingly, the demon suddenly shouted, "I surrender," like a human. Sung Jinwoo was surprised and took off the demon's mask, revealing the face of a beautiful girl. Immediately, the girl apologized to Sung Jinwoo and asked him to spare her life. But Sung Jinwoo just laughed and said, "Did you overdose and get high? Why beg for mercy from the one who killed your comrades?" But under that innocent sin is a very cunning plot. When Sung Jinwoo was off guard because of those words, she used a dagger to stab Sung Jinwoo. But Tusk used his skill to protect his master. After the assassination failed, she knelt down to beg for mercy and promised to give Sung Jinwoo anything to save her life. And what Sung Jinwoo needs now is just a pass, so she led Sung Jinwoo back to her clan to get it. But before that, Sung Jinwoo had to clarify her identity. It turns out her name is Essel, the eldest daughter of clan leader Raider. Outside, news of a mutated ant species that had invaded and cleaned up the island in one day was received. Korean hunters are all worried about this issue. Go Gun-hee even received news that hunter Hwang Dong-soo wanted to participate in the upcoming Jeju Island raid. The chairman Go easily recognized that it was a plot against Sung Jin-woo, so he sent a request to deny Hwang Dong-soo's entry into South Korea. There was another national rank hunter who also made the same request. In the Demon Castle, Sung Jin-woo returned to the palace of his clan with Essel. But when Essel's father met Sung Jin-woo, he recognized his terrifying power. So he compromised and asked if a pass was all Sung Jin-woo wanted. Sung Jin-woo wanted to add Essel to accompany him. But it seemed that her father misunderstood his intention and was very angry. After knowing that Sung Jin-woo only needed a guide and a pass, Essel's father organized a feast for Sung Jin-woo to celebrate. After getting the pass, Sung Jin-woo and Essel set off. Upon reaching the next clan, the Garshur clan, it only took Sung Jin-woo a few minutes to conquer this clan. After a while, Sung Jin-woo reached the 89th floor and leveled up to 87. Ijers and Tank had maxed out and needed Sung Jin-woo's permission to continue leveling up. Sung Jin-woo agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Knight Ijers was promoted from Knight rank to Elite Knight rank. Tank was promoted from Elite rank to Knight rank. After leveling up, Ijers had the power comparable to an S rank hunter. Tank was a high-level A rank hunter. At this point, Essel reminded Sung Jin-woo that from the 90th floor, the clans would be very strong, so she wanted Sung Jin-woo to compromise with them and not destroy the clans anymore. But Sung Jin-woo just declared that he would make her clan the only clan here, making Essel's young soul beat like a mid-autumn festival drum. Although it was true as Essel said from the 90th floor onwards, the clans here were much stronger than the clans. This was a completely different floor compared to the lower floors, but it just made it more difficult for Sung Jin-woo. Thanks to the luck of the protagonist's halo, Sung Jin-woo leveled up to 90 and climbed to the 97th floor. At this point, Sung Jin-woo wanted Essel to return to her floor, but she refused. Perhaps Essel had some special feelings for Sung Jin-woo, so she wanted to accompany him to the end of this journey. So the two of them stepped onto the 98th floor. Outside, there was an S-rank hunter from Japan, Goju Ruji from the Draw Sword Guild, who met Chairman Go Gun-hee and proposed to form an alliance of elite hunters to attack the ants' territory. In the S-rank dungeon, after investigating, each ant was as strong as an A-rank hunter, but they had a weakness. That was their lifespan was only 1 year. If the queen ant was killed, all other ants would soon die and the danger would be eliminated. Goju Ruji had planned that 10 Japanese hunters would serve as bait to lure the ant swarm out of their nest. The task of killing the ant queen would be given to the Korean hunters. At this time, Sung Jin-woo had set foot on the 100th floor and reached level 93. Here, Sung Jin-woo met the final boss of the Demon Castle, the Demon Lord Baron. With a robust body and a large sword no less than his own, he rode on the back of a dragon, making Sung Jin-woo feel quite pressured. When facing him, Sung Jin-woo also realized that the dragon Baron was riding was not a demon, so it could be shadow extracted. It was called Wyvern. At this time, Baron used the Hell Legion skill to summon demon warriors to attack Sung Jin-woo. With over 1,000 demons summoned, Essel was under no small pressure. But Sung Jin-woo still waited for them to rush into his range, then summoned the Dark Legion to surprise attack, causing the Demon Legion to suffer heavy losses. Seeing this, Baron immediately launched a wide-range thunder magic that could stun the opponent. Sung Jin-woo quickly used his cloak to counter Baron's magic. Realizing that aerial combat would be disadvantageous for him, Sung Jin-woo wanted to destroy the 2 wings of the Wyvern, but unexpectedly, Baron quickly used his sword to block Sung Jin-woo's knife and threw him to the ground. Not giving the opponent time to breathe, Baron immediately launched a huge lightning bolt at Sung Jin-woo. Although he avoided the attack, Baron still did not let Sung Jin-woo go and continued to sweep the lightning bolt at him like a dog chasing a bone. If hit by this attack, Sung Jinwoo would surely be in trouble. Fortunately, Tusk timely used fire magic to block Baron's lightning bolt, saving Sung Jinwoo's life. It even caused the wyvern to fall to the ground, meaning that Baron could no longer fly in the air and had to solo with Sung Jinwoo on the ground. At this time, Iron climbed up to the front to attack Baron like a fool, and of course, with Baron's level, it was easy to give Iron a score. Next, Idris also rushed to attack, but Idris was not much better, when Idris' sword was caught by Baron with one hand and then a flash bomb was thrown right at his face. This made Idris lose color in an instant. Taking this opportunity, Sung Jinwoo used the critical hit skill to sneak attack Baron. Unexpectedly, the attack was still blocked by Baron's sword. Then immediately grabbed Sung Jinwoo's head with a devilish smile. Baron looked at Sung Jinwoo in his hand as if to say, "You're dead, kid." Then he used his sword to cut Sung Jinwoo in half, but was blocked by Idris' sword. Then Sung Jinwoo stabbed into Baron's wrist, causing him to be injured and forced to drop his sword. The wound made Baron scream in pain, pushing Sung Jinwoo back, and then created two sickle blades out of thin air to continue fighting with Sung Jinwoo. At this time, Sung Jinwoo had to risk his life with two knives in his hands to attack Baron. While the two were exchanging techniques at high speed, Baron played dirty and shot a stream of lightning at Sung Jinwoo's face. Fortunately, Sung Jinwoo was able to use his knife to deflect the stream of lightning elsewhere. But it also caused him to drop his two knives, and of course, Baron could not miss this once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. He swung his sickle blade to cut Sung Jinwoo in half, but Sung Jinwoo was not an easy opponent. He quickly used his two hands to block the attack from Baron. When Baron fired a lightning bolt from his mouth, he was hit by Essel's weapon, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Taking advantage of his distraction, Sung Jinwoo gathered strength in his hand and activated the skill of the ruler's hand to pull Baron's head into his fist. After taking a punch from Sung Jinwoo, Baron immediately turned green. Essel played a significant role in this victory, so Sung Jinwoo reminded Essel to return and tell her father that her clan is now the only one here. After defeating the Demon King Baron, Sung Jinwoo found the final S-rank equipment, the Ring of the Demon Monarch, which activated the hidden attributes of the equipment. But what Sung Jinwoo wanted more was the pure blood of the Demon King. With it, Sung Jinwoo could create the holy water of life to save his mother. Finally, after 10 seconds, what Sung Jinwoo had been longing for was successfully created. At this time, Iron quickly brought the corpse of Wyvern to Sung Jinwoo, and thus Sung Jinwoo's army had another flying mount, which was given the name Kaisel. The reward for the mission was also given to Sung Jinwoo. With a magic array that could learn the shadow exchange skill, Sung Jinwoo could exchange positions with his dark shadows, which was no different from instant teleportation. Next, he also received the title of Demon Hunter after saying goodbye to Essel. Sung Jinwoo immediately used the newly learned teleportation skill to return to his neighborhood and called Kaisel to fly to the hospital to see his mother. But inadvertently, he made the S-rank hunters a bit shocked because they suddenly felt a strong wave of magic. From the window, Sung Jinwoo went in and gave his mother the holy water of life, anxiously wondering whether his mother would wake up after taking the medicine. Sung Jinwoo sat waiting by her side, and while he was asleep, he heard his mother calling his name. Finally, after 4 years, Sung Jinwoo was able to hear his mother's voice, and after all the hardships, Sung Jinwoo's wish came true. So Sung Jinwoo couldn't hold back the tears of joy and silently shed tears. After Sung Jinwoo completed the discharge procedures for his mother, he remembered to turn on his phone the next day. As soon as he turned on the phone, Gokuni called him immediately. Sung Jinwoo went to the chairman as promised. Here, Gokuni told him about the plan for the Jeju Island raid, and they needed Sung Jinwoo's help. At this time, Sung Jinwoo also felt several strong sources of magic around him. It turned out that Baek Junho was fighting with Ma Dongwook, the head of the Fame Guild. At the same time, Choi Jonghyun also appeared here. Then Go to Ruji and the Japanese hunters also gathered here. After seeing the Korean hunters, the Japanese hunters looked a bit disdainful. At this point, the words of the Japanese interpreter were overheard and immediately refuted by the host of the Knights Guild, Park Jong-soo. He stated, "Our hunters are not as weak as you think." Eventually, a contest was proposed between Park Jong-soo and the female interpreter. The rule was that whoever had their wrist grabbed first would lose. Despite her best efforts to attack from the start, she was no match for Park Jong-soo, who easily caught her hand. After enjoying this spectacle, Go-to-Ruji proposed a contest between the S-rank hunters of both countries. Go-gun-hee agreed to Go-to-Ruji's request, but with a slight rule change. The winner would be the one who could touch the other's back or knock them down. Instead of one-on-one, it would be a team battle. Representing Korea were the hunters Baek Junho, Ma Dong-wook, Cha Hae-in, and Lim Tae-gyu. Representing Japan were Kenzo Tanaka, Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, and Kane Tawaka. At this point, Ma Dong-wook and Tanaka charged at each other like two bulls, in a pure muscle contest rather than a skill contest. Another pair, Hoshino and Lim Tae-gyu, competed in speed. Baek Junho faced off against Kumamoto. Just after the exchange of moves, Ma Dong-wook was knocked down, followed by Lim Tae-gyu being caught by Hoshino. The situation became Baek Junho against 3, and the advantage tilted heavily towards Japan. At this point, Cha Hae-in was showing quite a bit of skill, moving continuously and launching her attacks at an extremely fast pace. Despite her best efforts, Tawaka had to admit defeat to Cha Hae-in. Noticing Baek Junho in a difficult situation, she wanted to help but was sneak attacked by Kumamoto from behind. However, with her instincts, Cha Hae-in immediately detected this and launched a series of punches like Luffy's Gatling gun, hitting Kumamoto in the face. When Kumamoto was hit, his personality changed, becoming extremely violent and fast. Kumamoto made Cha Hae-in feel like she was facing a dungeon boss. If she were hit by Kumamoto's kick, she would probably have to be hospitalized. But Sung Jin-woo timely blocked him gently. Despite Kumamoto's struggle and resistance, he was easily controlled by Sung Jin-woo. Afterwards, Sung Jin-woo suggested stopping the match and declared Japan the winner. After seeing Sung Jin-woo's strength, Go-to-Ruji challenged him to a solo duel. Suddenly, with a battle maniac like Sung Jin-woo, he didn't fear anyone and immediately agreed. There would be an additional condition that Go-to-Ruji had to use all his strength, then Sung Jin-woo would agree to the duel. While Sung Jin-woo was still exchanging pleasantries, Go-to-Ruji quickly launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, Sung Jin-woo's speed was not slow, so he easily dodged, even though Go-to used all his speed. Sung Jin-woo still smiled and dodged, which made Go-to furious and generated killing intent towards Sung Jin-woo. Sung Jin-woo immediately sensed this killing intent to avoid the system issuing a mission to kill Gato, so Sung Jin-woo used his hand to catch Go-to-Ruji's hand. This made Go-to-Ruji feel belittled. Both were about to knock each other out when people outside intervened to stop them. After a light solo with Go-to, Sung Jin-woo declined to participate in the raid in 4 days. This surprised both Baek Junho and Go-to when they found out that Sung Jin-woo's name was not on the list of participants in the raid. On Jeju Island, the ants, having run out of food, decided to attack humans. They produced their strongest warrior and prepared for battle with humans. Meanwhile, Sung Jin-woo took his mother and sister home after the news of the ant attack was broadcast on TV. The news that Sung Jin-woo did not participate in the raid also spread. The public saw Sung Jin-woo as a coward who only knew how to run away. But Sung Jin-woo didn't care about these issues. Sung Jin-woo was going to the office that Jin-ho had just found. The next day, helicopters took the hunters to Jeju Island, where the Japanese hunters took their positions and exploded their magic to lure the ants out of their nest. As planned, the ants rushed out like a disturbed beehive towards the Japanese hunters. On the helicopter, Choi Jong-in used fire magic on the ants, but it didn't do anything. After concentrating his firepower, Choi Jong-in was able to destroy a few ants. Choi Jong-in realized that they were as strong as the monsters in the A-rank dungeons, so Choi Jong-in jumped down to solo the ants, to see how strong they were. After a magic attack, Choi Jong-in easily swept the ants so that everyone could land safely. Everyone on the Korean side also started to invade the ant nest to hunt the ant queen. After entering, Choi Jong-in used his power to find a way in this maze. After killing a few guard ants, they found the ant's egg-laying place, where they discovered the shell of a giant ant egg. It made everyone feel a bit scared because of the size of the thing in that egg. Outside, the Japanese support hunter Shimizu was killed by a giant ant in an instant. Next was Tanaka, who suffered the same fate. The last person in the group, Fujishima, saw his teammate being killed and drew his sword to attack. But with the clear difference in strength, he also joined his teammates after one move. On the Korean side, they had to face the ant guards, but luckily they had a support buff, so their fighting ability increased rapidly. At this point, a team from Japan found Tanaka's team, but when they saw their teammates' bodies, they also felt scared. Before they could do anything, they were sent to heaven by the giant ant to reunite with their teammates. On the other hand, the Korean side took 5 minutes to deal with the ant guards. After that, they quickly found the ant queen and 8 S-rank ant guards protecting it. Immediately, Choi Jong-in and his teammates organized an immediate attack. Baek Junho also entered his most violent state to face this fierce battle. At this time, all the people were watching the battle on the TV screen. After defeating all the ant guards, everyone started to attack the ant queen. But they thought that after the explosions of everyone's power, the victory would be firmly in the hands of the hunters. Suddenly, the ant queen roared as if calling for something. At this time, Go-to-Ruji outside also received news that the ants were returning to the nest. Cha-Han, after launching a beautiful sword, immediately caused the ant queen to lose her head. But they thought the raid was over and a resounding success. But at this time, everyone felt an overwhelming energy source from a single ant standing in front of them. In front of the fear of the Korean hunters when facing the nameless entity, but exuding an extremely terrifying pressure. But it just gently walked past the hunters and went to the body of the ant queen and let out a terrifying roar. Then it moved at super speed and punched Cha-Han in the side, causing her to be blown into the wall and cough up blood. Not stopping there, the ant went to Ma Dong-wook's place and used a punch to shatter his shield and crush his 2 arms. Then it was Baek Junho's turn, who was in his strongest state, and just one blow made him fall. Next, Choi Jong-in shared the same fate with Baek Junho. At this time, Lim Tae-gyu fired an arrow, but the ant caught it with one hand and punched him away. When it was about to kill Lim Tae-gyu, Ma Dong-wook rushed in to stop it. It turned out that he had recovered his 2 arms thanks to Min Byung-gu. However, Ma Dong-wook was still grabbed by the ant by the ankle and spun around like a top. Then it slammed him hard into the ground, causing him to faint even though he had used the camouflage skill, but the ant still detected the position of Min Byung-gu, the S-rank support hunter. Then he was immediately pierced in the stomach by an ant, causing Min Byung-gu to die instantly. Before dying, Min Byung-gu told Baek Junho that the boss should run quickly. He only had time to say that before the ant bit off his head. Baek Junho, after seeing Min Byung-gu killed, wanted to rush up to avenge him. But before he could do anything, Baek Junho's neck was already in the ant's hand. The ant repeated the words that Min Byung-gu had said to him before he died. It turned out that the ant not only killed them but also absorbed the knowledge and power of the prey it had eaten and asked Baek Junho who their king was. It can be said that at this time, the Korean hunter team was almost completely wiped out. And at this time, the ant also noticed a strong person appearing outside, so it ignored Baek Junho and quickly went outside. Baek Junho wanted to leave quickly, but the small ants had started to return. Go-to-Ruji was looking for 2 missing teams. But when seeing his teammates killed, Go-to-Ruji contacted Chairman Matsumoto and received the order to retreat. When confirming that the survival rate of Korean hunters is 0%, it turns out that from the beginning, this was a plan to eliminate the S-rank hunters of Korea. But just after giving the order to retreat, Go-to-Ruji was attacked. Although Goju-Ruji was able to block with his sword, Ishida was not so lucky. Ishida was killed instantly by the ant's attack. Goju-Ruji immediately ordered Minoru to retreat and gather with the remaining team in Japan. The ant also asked Goju-Ruji if he was the king. With the pride of Japan's strongest hunter, Goju-Ruji frankly admitted. But Goju-Ruji had to pay a heavy price for his arrogance with his own life. At this time, the Korean hunter team's cave was looking forward to Choi Jong-in using his fire magic to open a bloody path for humans. But the ants were too many and made Baek Junho feel desperate. Suddenly a shadow soldier appeared to stop the ants that were about to attack humans. Sung Jin-woo, after sensing the situation from the shadow soldier, used the swap to go to Jeju Island. At this time, Sung Jin-woo ordered Iron to use taunt to attract the attention of the ants. Then Sung Jin-woo pulled out 2 Demon King daggers and rushed to the ants, causing them to go sell salt immediately. After killing the ants, Sung Jin-woo summoned them to turn them into his shadow soldiers. Then Sung Jin-woo took out a few bottles of healing for everyone to use to recover their fighting ability. Only Cha Han was too badly injured to wake up. The strongest ant returned with a frustrated mood when it did not see an opponent worthy of itself. But when Sung Jin-woo and it stood face to face, the ant seemed to have found its opponent. The whole world was very excited to know that someone was fighting that monster. The first to attack in this battle was the ant. It just saw it gather strength and punch Sung Jin-woo in the face. The punch was so strong that everyone, as well as the ant itself, thought that Sung Jin-woo had gone to sell salt after that attack. But when the dust passed, Sung Jin-woo was still standing there like a god. Then he absorbed the force along with using the skill of the ruler's hand to throw a powerful punch into the ant's face, causing it to fly straight into the wall behind. That attack not only surprised the ant but also made the other hunters feel stunned. Before that terrifying power, however, the ant still rushed in and used both hands to punch down. But with one hand, Sung Jin-woo easily blocked that attack. Then one person and one ant exchanged techniques continuously. The person ate tails, the ant half a caddy. The other hunters just endured the aftermath and felt like fainting, enough to see how strong Sung Jin-woo was. After breaking the ant's armor, causing it to be stunned and wondering how the human could do that, Sung Jin-woo did not miss the opportunity and immediately punched the ant, causing it to flip backwards. However, the ant was not weak. It immediately used its poisonous tongue to attack Sung Jin-woo, causing him to get a wound. The ant thought its poison had paralyzed Sung Jin-woo and decided to finish him off. But unexpectedly, Sung Jin-woo caught its hand and punched it in the mouth. Worried about Cha Han, Sung Jin-woo decided to end the fight quickly and jumped up to kick it, but suddenly it disappeared. It turned out that the ant had quickly flown up to avoid Sung Jin-woo's attack. At this point, the ant changed its shape to increase speed, but when it attacked, it was easily dodged by Sung Jin-woo, who then slipped behind it intending to slash at its face. The ant quickly raised its claw to block Sung Jin-woo. After separating, it used the force of the wall to rush towards the ant and the two fought at super speed. But Sung Jin-woo still had the upper hand in terms of speed compared to the ant. After several attacks to weaken the ant's outer layer, Sung Jin-woo used a fatal stab to repeatedly stab the ant. After stabbing, that skill upgraded to a chain fatal skill. Sung Jin-woo immediately used the skill to feed the ant. At this point, the ant was thinking about what it had over Sung Jin-woo, then it realized it had a huge number of ants. But it made a fatal mistake, that is, playing a group has never been Sung Jin-woo's weakness. The ants and the dark soldiers rushed in and fought. As soon as the two commanders summoned and used the Hymn of the Flame, they wiped out the ants with just one blow. The ant began to feel scared of Sung Jin-woo's power. It started to think about retreating in its head and immediately flew away, not daring to continue fighting with Sung Jin-woo. But how could it escape from Sung Jin-woo's hand like Sun Wukong could escape from the Buddha's hand? Sung Jin-woo used the skill of the ruler's hand to press the ant flat on the ground. Despite struggling and running away, Sung Jin-woo timely used the chain fatal skill to send the ant to sell salt. Cha-haen was in a critical stage. Sung Jin-woo ordered to turn off the camera and told everyone to find Min Byung-goo's body. After 3 attempts to extract the shadow, Sung Jin-woo finally succeeded in summoning Min Byung-goo. Min Byung-goo, after being extracted from the shadow, automatically went to heal Cha-haen's wounds. So Sung Jin-woo did not turn Min Byung-goo into his shadow soldier because he respected Min Byung-goo's character and contributions. A while later, the hunters were picked up by a helicopter, but Sung Jin-woo did not go back with everyone else and decided to stay alone. Sung Jin-woo decided to clear this dungeon, so he called Kaisel and flew back to the ant's nest. After sweeping the entire dungeon, Sung Jin-woo leveled up to 100. The last thing Sung Jin-woo wanted to do was turn the strongest ant into a soldier. As expected, it was the strongest ant in the S-rank dungeon. Just after summoning, it had a rank of general. When summoned, it approached and knelt before Sung Jin-woo and asked him to give it a name. But before giving a name, Sung Jin-woo wanted to know why it could talk to him. It turned out that it could speak before, so it was not strange that it could speak now. But thinking about it, Iron was also a person, but when he became a shadow soldier, he could not speak. Sung Jin-woo realized the only difference between them was the rank. Perhaps if other animals reached the rank of general or higher, they could speak. Then Sung Jin-woo also gave it the name BR. Then BR told Sung Jin-woo that there were 4,000 ants flying around outside, so Sung Jin-woo immediately ordered BR to deal with the remaining ants. It took another 2 days for Sung Jin-woo to deal with all the ants on the island. At this time, Thomas Andre, the owner of the Scavenger Guild, also felt interested in meeting Sung Jin-woo to help Hwang Dong-soo take revenge on Jeju Island. Suddenly a man appeared behind him. An old man with just a fist made everyone present faint. Then 2 strangers tore the space and left after the Jeju Island raid. Sung Jin-woo became the center of discussion. Most people thought he could become a national rank hunter. But some criticized that if he had come earlier, there would not have been so many sacrifices. Regardless of these things, Sung Jin-woo just quietly went to Min Byung-goo's funeral. After that, Sung Jin-woo decided to establish his own guild. After deciding to go home after Min Byung-goo's funeral, Sung Jin-woo met a man named Adam, a hunter from the United States. He wanted Sung Jin-woo to meet the deputy director to learn more about the hunter upgrade for other hunters. That aroused Sung Jin-woo's interest, so he decided to meet him. After arriving at the hotel, Deputy Director Michael Connor offered Sung Jin-woo to immigrate to the United States. But Sung Jin-woo came here just to know if the information about being able to upgrade other hunters is true or not. At this time, Selma was brought out to meet Sung Jin-woo. She is the only person in the world who can help others awaken their power to surpass their limits. So if Sung Jin-woo agrees to become a U.S. citizen, Selma will help him awaken for the 3rd time. Connor did not force Sung Jin-woo to agree immediately but let Selma look into Sung Jin-woo's eyes. She felt like she was falling into endless darkness and couldn't feel anything there. There was a pair of eyes looking back at Selma, which made her shiver with fear. After Sung Jin-woo returned, Selma said Sung Jin-woo was a king, a very powerful king, and Sung Jin-woo had no power limit at all. At this time, a B-rank dungeon appeared on the road. So Go Gun-hee contacted Sung Jin-woo to ask him to deal with that dungeon. For Sung Jin-woo, it was as simple as eating and drinking. He immediately went there, but when Sung Jin-woo went in, the gate turned red, causing everyone to panic. For Sung Jin-woo, it was just a walk in the park among the countless hunts he was about to go through. Because Sung Jin-woo realized that the higher the power, the greater the responsibility. At this time, some mysterious beings were looking for fragments of light, and in the east where the Lord of Darkness ruled. They noticed Sung Jin-woo and thought he possessed the power of the light fragment. As for Sung Jin-woo, after smashing the mutant dungeon as easily as eating cake, he reached level 100. Sung Jin-woo was eligible to see the information of the key obtained from the random cursed box. It was used to enter the Cardinal Temple. but the location of the entrance will be announced after more than 400 hours. The Cardinal Temple is the double dungeon where Sung Jinwoo received the power of the system. But now Sung Jinwoo is no longer the coward he used to be. Then, as if seeing through time and space, Sung Jinwoo told the wall to wash its neck and wait, he would come soon. Jinho is now becoming a keyboard hero while fighting with Sung Jinwoo's anti-fans. After dealing with a group of people opposing Sung Jinwoo's behavior on the internet, Jinho thought about the guild's maintenance fee issue. But Sung Jinwoo suddenly appeared and gave him a backpack full of high-grade magic stones, which surprised Jinho. With that money, Jinho no longer worried about the guild's fee issue. However, Jinho mentioned a very important thing that Sung Jinwoo had forgotten, which was to name his guild. But with an indifferent face, Sung Jinwoo decided the name of the guild was Solo. At this time, suddenly Hunter Cha-haen came to Sung Jinwoo's office and requested to join Sung Jinwoo's guild. Even Cha-haen did not need to receive a salary just to join the guild. However, Sung Jinwoo tried to ask the reason she wanted to join, but how could Cha-haen say she wanted him to protect her until the last moment of her life? Just thinking about it made Cha-haen blush like Luffy turning on Gear 2. Seeing that, Sung Jinwoo asked her again. Finally, Cha-haen just had to say because she wanted to live comfortably. But to join Sung Jinwoo's guild, Cha-haen had to pass a test. At this time, Sung Jinwoo hugged Cha-haen and then swapped shadows to the Hunter Guild's training room. Then Sung Jinwoo summoned Idris to face Cha-haen. The match started with Idris taking the initiative. Its attack was easily dodged by Cha-haen and counterattacked with a sword that made Idris hit the wall and was knocked down. Haen knew Idris was not Sung Jinwoo's strongest warrior, so she asked him to let her fight BR. Having to call BR to satisfy Cha-haen's winning spirit, Sung Jinwoo ordered BR to subdue the Hunter Cha but not to hurt her. Upon hearing Sung Jinwoo's command, BR quickly appeared behind Haen. However, as the saying goes, no one bathes twice in the same river. Haen was prepared for this move from BR. Haen swung her sword at BR's head. But with his monstrous strength, BR easily caught Haen's sword with one hand. Despite Haen using all her strength to attack BR with her sword skills, BR easily dodged her attacks without even needing to move from his spot. He then roared in front of Haen, forcing her to retreat. But with his bloodthirsty nature, BR still rushed to finish off Haen, ignoring Sung Jinwoo's previous command. Fortunately, Haen managed to dodge in time and immediately counterattacked with her sword skill, Hummingbird. However, when attacking BR, Haen's sword broke. But she still used it to unleash her strongest move, Golden Sword. The attack was powerful enough to pierce through BR's shoulder. This made BR become bloodthirsty and ignore all of Sung Jinwoo's commands. If Sung Jinwoo hadn't caught BR's hand in time, Haen would have been in grave danger. At this point, BR realized his mistake and knelt down to beg for Sung Jinwoo's forgiveness. But what Sung Jinwoo was concerned about now was why Haen's father insisted on joining his team despite all the dangers. In the end, Sung Jinwoo guessed that she liked him. But just as Sung Jinwoo was doubting this reason, Haen confirmed, "I like you." At the Hunter Association headquarters in the United States, Selmer was reporting the potential assessment results of Sung Jinwoo to the director. The results showed that Sung Jinwoo was worthy of the title of emperor. After hearing this, the director went down to the basement where the body and magic stone obtained from the corpse of Fire Dragon Camus were stored. It is known that Fire Dragon Kamish is a super monster that came out of the first S-rank gate that appeared in the western United States. However, the United States did not have any S-rank wizard hunters, so for 8 years, no one could use that magic stone. Therefore, the director decided to use it to recruit Sung Jinwoo. As for Sung Jinwoo, after asking his sister's opinion, he decided to rename the guild to Ajin. At this time, Cha-haen was recalling Min Byung-gu's warning to Sung Jinwoo to be careful with his power today. The chairman of the Knights Association, Park Young-soo, came to Sung Jinwoo's office to invite him to cooperate in conquering the dungeon with the condition of a 50-50 split, and Sung Jinwoo agreed to the invitation. The next day, at the Gwanganri Gate, Busan, all the hunters had gathered and were just waiting for Sung Jinwoo to arrive so they could enter the dungeon. But a dungeon gate suddenly appeared in the school, causing several students to be killed immediately by the orcs that came out of the gate. At this point, the leader of the vanguard ordered to kill all the humans here and establish an orc base. Thus, the orc hunt officially began. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo arrived at the dungeon of the Knights Association. The assembled team included 13 A ranks and 20 C ranks. After everyone was ready, they entered and began to conquer the dungeon. At this time, the Emergency Reporting Center of the Hunter Association received news that many monsters had appeared at the school. More surprisingly, it was the school where Sung Jinwoo's sister was studying. An orc smelled Jina's magical scent and attacked her. But Sung Jinwoo's warrior appeared in time to stop the orc and punched it into the sky. As for Sung Jinwoo, when he entered the dungeon, a group of two-headed orc monsters appeared. But for the high-ranking hunters of the Knights Association, they were not yet a challenge. However, Park Jang-soo was not as optimistic as they were. Because he knew that the two-headed orc, also known as the Tomb Keeper, meant that there must be a group of undead waiting inside. At this point, Sung Jinwoo felt that his sister was in danger, so he quickly left. After leaving the dungeon, Sung Jinwoo called Kaisel to quickly get to his sister. At this time, the chief of the Red Sword tribe, Groger, received news that 3 high orcs were protecting humans, so he took his sword and went hunting himself. When he arrived, Groger immediately enjoyed his hunt by attacking the high orcs. With just one sword, Groger easily cut a high orc in half. But unfortunately, Sung Jinwoo's orcs are immortal. Groger thought Jina was the controller and ordered an attack on her. Although the high orcs fought hard to protect Jina, she still fell into Groger's hands. At the same time, Groger felt a terrifying amount of magic power that made him tremble and let go of Jina. Sung Jinwoo had arrived and was very angry to see his sister injured, then told Groger to shut up and wait there for him. Then Sung Jinwoo turned back to comfort Jina. When Sung Jinwoo saw his little sister crying out of fear, he couldn't hold back his anger. He called Idris to protect Jina and the other warriors to take the students out of here. He stayed to deal with the orcs who dared to make his sister cry. When Groger ordered an attack, Sung Jinwoo easily knocked down the orc that rushed at him with his bare hands, then kicked it away. Then he used the skill of the ruler's hand to break the necks of the orcs one by one. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, BR had led everyone to the boss's room. The boss here was Archlich. It also saw BR and recognized them as the Dark Army, then asked BR why the king's army was attacking us. BR then answered with boundless pride that we were chosen by the king and you were not. Archlich didn't believe it and wanted to ask the king, but BR didn't give him the opportunity to do so. Immediately, BR threw a punch into the chest of Archlich. After defeating Archlich, the undead also disappeared. The hunters of the Knights Association, after seeing the power of the Dark Army, wanted to become disciples and join Sung Jinwoo's guild. At this point, after dealing with the orcs, Sung Jinwoo heard about the significant increase in dungeon exploration over the past 6 months worldwide. Countries around the world also wanted to meet Sung Jinwoo to court him. Chairman Go Gunhee also said he would satisfy all conditions if Sung Jinwoo agreed to stay. Hearing this, Sung Jinwoo made a request that from now on, he would have the right to enter high-level dungeons alone. Although this condition was a bit difficult, the chairman agreed to keep Sung Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Jin Ho was persuading his sister, Yoo Soo-hyun, to join the guild. Since Sung Jinwoo had refused Cha Han's membership, he had to recruit another person to establish the guild. Eventually, Sung Jinwoo agreed to let Soo-hyun join. She also took the opportunity to take a photo with Sung Jinwoo and posted it online to announce her guild membership. This made Cha Han so angry that she burst into tears. The next day, the first raid of the Ajin Guild took place in front of many journalists. After manager Wu Jingkol checked the strength of the Dark Army, he changed clothes and entered the dungeon with Sung Jinwoo as a supervisor. After entering the dungeon and witnessing how Sung Jinwoo's Dark Army fought, Wu Jingkol couldn't stand it and turned pale from witnessing such a quick sweep. At this point, Jingkol realized what the chairman wanted him to see. When the dungeon boss appeared, it was a giant snake named Naga. Sung Jinwoo dismissed the Dark Army so he could solo it and regain his fighting feeling. With just a few skillful moves, Sung Jinwoo easily defeated Naga. Immediately after that, Sung Jinwoo leveled up and his skills also leveled up. Sung Jinwoo then extracted Naga's shadow and added it to his Dark Army with the name Jima. After returning and telling Chairman Go Gunhee about the raid with a bewildered look, he could use the word massacre to describe this raid. In Japan, Tokyo is now witnessing a huge dungeon that makes everyone panic. The Prime Minister of Japan is calling for a big meeting to discuss how to deal with this S-rank gate. Because they lost 7 hunters on Jeju Island, they don't have enough manpower to handle this situation and their superiors want to hire other hunters to come to Japan to solve this dungeon. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo is wondering whether he should go to the Cardinal Temple now or not. But by chance, Sung Jinwoo discovers that Cha Han is near his office. Sung Jinwoo asks her why she is here. The real reason is that she is jealous that Jinho's sister got into the guild but she didn't, so Hien came here. But she can't tell Sung Jinwoo that, so she says that Hunter Byung-gu asked her to deliver a message to Sung Jinwoo. After hearing that message, Sung Jinwoo decides to find out the nature of his army. Japan is negotiating with Yuri Orlov, who is known as the #1 in the mercenary world. But he is very shameless and demands a rental fee of up to $3.6 billion for the startup fee, and $10 billion for each day after that. The Japanese side feels that the price is too high, so they don't agree. But Yuri Orlov doesn't say much, he just imprisons 2 S-rank hunters from the Japanese side, forcing them to turn back and rethink. At that time, Sung Jinwoo was waiting for the information of the location of the dungeon temple Cardinal. It seems that Sung Jinwoo played a trick when he found out that the dungeon had appeared 3 days ago, at the stadium of the school where the orcs appeared. When he got there, it was a normal C-rank dungeon and the Guild of Courage bought the right to enter the dungeon. But they could only sweep the monsters outside. When they got to the gate of the temple, they had to stop because they didn't have the key. When they saw Sung Jinwoo easily open the gate, they also wanted to go in. Sung Jinwoo didn't stop their wish. After one person entered, he was attacked by a giant. If Sung Jinwoo hadn't saved him in time, he would have been minced meat. Then Sung Jinwoo told them to report to the association and he would go to the place where everything started, the Cardinal Temple. After entering, Sung Jinwoo realized that the walls were not living things, but just puppets of someone. At that time, outside, Yuri Orlov arrived at the Japanese airport and was greeted by the journalists. They asked Yuri what method he would use to solve the dungeon. After hearing the question, Yuri Orlov knew that his time had come, so he used the wind-cutting technique to draw a perfect plan to create trust with the media and the people here. At that time, Wu Jingchul also learned that there was a double dungeon and Sung Jinwoo had gone inside. In the Karthanon temple, the controller showed his face. It was the statue holding the stone tablet with the laws of the temple. When he saw the stone tablet broken by the statue itself, Sung Jinwoo asked him who he was. But he replied that you asked the wrong question, you should ask who I am. Now there is a final test for you, if you can survive, I will tell you everything. Sung Jinwoo was about to turn on the hack, but the statue said that this was a test, so those skills were restricted. Although he was a bit surprised that his specialized skills were banned, Sung Jinwoo was still confident to smash the walls easily. He just saw Sung Jinwoo break the sword of a statue with his bare hands and throw the piece of sword into the middle of the statue's head. Then he jumped up with 2 knives in his hands and slashed each one. However, the biggest statue was now acting, making Sung Jin-woo stunned and flipped over for a few seconds. Outside, the chairman Matsumoto wanted to contact Sung Jin-woo through the Hunter Association. But Chairman Go Gun-hee threatened Matsumoto with the black box of the dam department when he talked to Go Teruji. From then on, Go Gun-hee also knew Matsumoto's dirty plan. At that time, in the Kadinan temple, Sung Jin-woo was struggling because the walls were rushing too densely. The giant also shot a laser beam at Sung Jin-woo when he was in the air. Because he was in the air, Sung Jin-woo could not avoid this attack. But in difficulty, there was a way out. Sung Jin-woo quickly used the hand of the ruler to gather the nearby walls into a shield for himself. At the same time, the skill of the hand of the ruler also upgraded to the power of the ruler. Sung Jin-woo knew that to win, he had to kill the leader, so he accelerated and rushed to the foot of the statue. The statue did not hesitate to give Sung Jin-woo a stomp like stepping on an ant. Everyone thought that Sung Jin-woo had sacrificed after that attack, but surprisingly, Sung Jin-woo pierced the opponent's leg and jumped up. Seeing that, the wall shot another laser beam, wanting to make Sung Jin-woo go to sell salt. But Sung Jin-woo was very quick to use his skill of the power of the ruler, pulling himself up to the shoulder of the statue and slashing continuously at its face. But it only left a little scratch on the statue's sinister face. Seeing that slashing did not work, Sung Jin-woo switched to punching with full force, focusing on the crack on the statue's face, making the statue explode with anger and fall down. When Sung Jin-woo thought he was done and asked for the reward that he wanted to know, the six-winged statue said that the test was not over yet, he was still standing there. Right at that moment, the system gave Sung Jin-woo an urgent mission. It forced him to defeat the six-winged statue in 10 minutes or he would die right after that. But Sung Jin-woo did not care and asked the statue who he was. Seeing that Sung Jin-woo sincerely wanted to ask, he had to answer that he was the one who created the system. Outside, Woo Jinchul had gathered some skilled hunters to the gate to support Sung Jin-woo. But after seeing the terrifying source of magic power from inside the gate, he immediately gave the order to call for reinforcements from 2 S-rank hunters of the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, Sung Jin-woo was facing his strongest enemy ever. With just one punch, he made him fly into the wall, not giving Sung Jin-woo time to breathe oxygen. The statue turned his 6 wings into 6 arms, attacking Sung Jin-woo relentlessly, making him struggle to defend. Then Sung Jin-woo attacked with a punch straight into the face of the statue. At that time, the statue felt extremely excited because Sung Jin-woo had become so strong. He turned into 8 weapons, holding them on 8 arms like the war god Ashura. Sung Jin-woo seemed to have found a way to push himself up, so he fought more and more fiercely, easily avoiding the attacks of the statue. Then the statue summoned other monsters to attack Sung Jin-woo. When there were only 2 minutes left, Sung Jin-woo defeated the statue leader. At that time, the creator of the system said the answer, inside you. The system then gave Sung Jin-woo a reminder that the data stored in the memory had been restored. When restoring the memory, Sung Jin-woo's soul appeared in a place where there were many monsters gathering. At the same time, many angels in silver armor also appeared in the sky. Immediately, the war broke out, and the 2 sides clashed fiercely. The final result was in favor of the angels, but then there was a surprise. The Dark Emperor appeared with his army. When the Dark Emperor appeared, the result was predetermined to belong to the Dark Army. At that time, the S-rank hunters arrived at the room of the Kardinal Temple, and they were immediately stopped by a statue. Because it thought that they could affect the king's sleep, it immediately welcomed them with a slash that instantly injured one person. The statue gave them a chance if they could defeat its puppets, then it would show them the moment of the king's resurrection. When everyone attacked the statues, but did not cause too much damage to them, they wanted to use every way to wake up Sung Jin-woo. But they were blocked by the statue when it saw them trying to destroy the king's sleep, making it furious and attacking. Everyone risked their lives to stop it and create an opportunity for Hunter Cha-han to wake up Sung Jin-woo. As for Sung Jin-woo, after feeling that he had another heart, he completed the memory recall. When Cha Hayan wanted to use the sword dance to get past the statue, but clearly she was not its opponent. As soon as she finished her ultimate move, she got a slash on her shoulder, and when she tried to sneak past the statue, she was stopped. At that time, the statue also saw the darkness following Cha Hayan, which surprised him very much, so he decided to spare Hayan. But the rest of them had to die right after the statue said that they got a punch in the mouth from his king. He was very surprised to see that the person in front of him was not the king that he wanted to resurrect, but Sung Jinwoo, who had the black heart. The statue panicked and issued a threat that if Sung Jinwoo killed him, he would become a rank E hunter again, and then he wanted to access the system to implement that. But when the statue accessed the system, it was blocked from accessing, making him very surprised. Sung Jinwoo did not give him a chance to regret and sent him to dust. The statue said the last words to Sung Jinwoo, which was a prophecy that when the pillars of fire supporting the sky were erected, the death that you could not avoid would come. When he heard those words, Sung Jinwoo did not care. He said if they wanted to come, he would take them all. After finishing the dungeon, there were still about 20 hunters dead. Wu Jinchul asked Sung Jinwoo why he knew this was a double dungeon. Sung Jinwoo answered that it was because he called me. But right after that, Sung Jinwoo was too tired and fainted. At that time in Japan, 200,000 tons of mana stone were transported to the gate of the S-rank dungeon to create a magic array. Then the dungeon began to open. As for Sung Jinwoo, after many days of unconsciousness, he finally woke up. The first question that Sung Jinwoo wanted to know was the result of the gate in Japan. It turned out that after the gate was opened, a giant monster appeared. Yuri Orlov was very confident about his magic defense array and boasted loudly that he wanted to see if they could break his defense layer. But like a slap in the face of Yuri, when his defense layer was like a piece of paper that could not withstand a blow from the monster. Right after that, Yuri Orlov was swallowed alive by the giant monster. The tanks and fighter jets of Japan were nothing against the monsters. And at that time, the other S-rank hunters had to join the battle to reduce the losses for Japan. Sung Jinwoo, after hearing the news of the battle on TV, wanted to go there, but was stopped by his sister. After Sung Jinwoo went out for a walk, Yu Myung-han invited him to meet. He told Sung Jinwoo that he had the same disease as his mother and wanted Sung Jinwoo to help him. But Sung Jinwoo decided to refuse the request. At this time, after 2 days of the gate being open in Japan, there were 31 giants coming out of the gate. But only 2 of them were killed. Sung Jinwoo was discussing with Jin Ho about going to Japan. With absolute trust and admiration for his big brother, Jin Ho also wanted to follow him to have something to brag about later. After having dinner with his family, Sung Jinwoo decided to fly to Japan to join the battle. And so, both the president and vice president of the Ajin Guild boarded the plane to Japan. As soon as he arrived in Japan, Sung Jinwoo immediately joined his shadow army to deal with the giant monsters. In the US, the hunters had been upgraded by Selmer and looked down on Sung Jinwoo. They thought that Sung Jinwoo was just a delusional guy who went alone to Japan to kill the monsters there, even opening a betting game to see how long Sung Jinwoo could last. But if they knew the reality was very different from what they thought, they would not know how they would feel, and now it was time for Sung Jinwoo to show his skills. Sung Jinwoo killed the giants and raised them as his new shadow soldiers. Very quickly, the news of victory from the cities was sent back. The newly summoned giants were casually named by Sung Jinwoo as number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. Then Sung Jinwoo sent his soldiers to all over Japan to help the hunters and deal with the giant monsters around Japan. On Saturday, Sung Jinwoo started to target the only giant that was still standing in front of the dungeon. The summoned soldiers gathered at the S-rank dungeon gate and waited for Sung Jinwoo's order. Finally, Sung Jinwoo gave the order to attack, opening the conquest of the S-rank dungeon. This time, when Sung Jinwoo's army rushed to attack, the leader also opened his eyes. Sung Jinwoo immediately felt the huge source of magic power from the monster. Indeed, with just one swing of his sword, he made more than 100 of Sung Jinwoo's soldiers evaporate. That made Sung Jinwoo feel annoyed. But he still decided to let the weak soldiers go to find the weakness of the giant. Although Sung Jinwoo's magic power had increased a lot when he got the Black Heart, the terrifying power of the giant also made Sung Jinwoo's magic power drop quickly. When BR wanted to join the battle, Sung Jinwoo stopped him. He needed time to figure out his weakness because Sung Jinwoo realized that there was magic power around the monster that made him attack without defense. But Sung Jinwoo still found the only time that he had to defend. So Sung Jinwoo decisively called Kaisel and jumped on his back with BR and Idgers to start the fight. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. When he knew the weakness of the giant, Sung Jinwoo, along with BR and Idgers, forced him to return to the defensive position. When he climbed up to his shoulder, Sung Jinwoo used the power of the ruler to control 3 more daggers, and used the chaotic dagger skill to aim at the giant's eye. Then he ordered BR to enter the giant's body from the wound in his eye. On the outside, Sung Jinwoo continuously used the chaotic dagger skill, while BR attacked from the inside. After the attack from inside and outside, the giant was finally defeated by the cooperation of Sung Jinwoo and BR. When the giant was killed, Sung Jinwoo also leveled up 4 times, showing how much experience he gained from killing him. Suddenly, the gate sucked the giant's magic power into it. The source of magic power was so huge that it even caused Sung Jinwoo to have a wound on his face. After telling Jinho to stay careful, he went into the dungeon by himself to check the situation. As soon as he entered, a huge endless corridor appeared before Sung Jinwoo's eyes. Both Sung Jinwoo and BR heard a strange laugh. Sung Jinwoo went to a room and saw a person who was tied up by many chains. He kept asking Sung Jinwoo to cut the chains for him so that he could tell the other lords about the plan of the rulers. But suddenly he realized that it was Sung Jinwoo, and he didn't know who he was. When Sung Jinwoo asked him what kind of rulers turned him into the state, he said they intended to use him as a stepping stone to create a real war. Then Sung Jinwoo asked who the rulers were. The answer that Sung Jinwoo got was that the rulers were the enemies of the lords. And he also said that he was one of the lords. At that time, he told Sung Jinwoo that he was not strong enough to fight against the rulers and the other lords. If Sung Jinwoo helped him break the seal, he would help him. Of course, Sung Jinwoo couldn't believe that, but suddenly the system gave Sung Jinwoo a message that the giant king, the primal ruler Legia, had used the skill of the Oath of Truth. Then he asked Sung Jinwoo if he accepted this Oath of Truth. In the end, Sung Jinwoo decided to agree with it. Legia also told Sung Jinwoo that the monsters that went far from the gate were the residents of the Chaos World. They were defeated by the rulers and captured. They were imprisoned for millions of years and lost their selves. And Sung Jinwoo also guessed that the army of the rulers was the Winged Ones and wore silver armor. Then he asked Legia why the rulers kept sending monsters to his place. It turned out that the rulers wanted to turn this place into a battlefield and fight with the Lord. Here, the act of saving the monsters that appeared on Earth was the rulers' way of transferring magic power to this place. They made this place stronger and created a world that was not destroyed by war. Because this place would be the battlefield of the rulers and the lords. And Legia also made a prediction that soon this world would become a hell. Of course, there was not much time left because if the rulers and the lords knew that Sung Jinwoo and Legia had met, they would not sit still. At this time, Sung Jinwoo realized that his power did not belong to himself. The power came to Sung Jinwoo because the previous owner of this power had betrayed the lords. Of course, Sung Jinwoo now became the common enemy of the rulers and the lords. Legia swore to be on the same side and help Sung Jinwoo, but he wanted to turn him into his shadow soldier. Legia quickly said that the rulers and the lords were formed from the spirits. If the spirits died, they could not become shadows. So Sung Jinwoo decided to cut a chain and asked Legia if he stood on the side of humans. But he was silent and did not answer, so Sung Jin-woo decided to kill him. Saving him brought too much risk. After sending one of the 9 lords to sell salt, Sung Jin-woo received a huge amount of experience and went straight to level 122. At that time, the deputy director and Selmer came to see the national hunter Christopher Reed and told him that he could be killed in the near future. Of course, after hearing that, Rick was very angry, even though he knew Selmer had psychic abilities. But if a national hunter like him was killed, who could protect him anymore? Selmer made a suggestion to Reed that he should look for Sung Jin-woo, the hunter, for help. The news of Sung Jin-woo clearing the S-rank dungeon was spread all over the world, making many people wonder if Sung Jin-woo could become a national hunter or not. The president of the Hunter Association, Matsumoto, then surrendered and took responsibility for the things he had done. At that time, Jin-ho received a call from his mother and asked Sung Jin-woo for permission to return to Korea. Only after returning to Korea did Jin-ho find out that his father had fallen into a coma. After knowing that his father loved him very much and always followed every step of his life, Jin-ho could not control his emotions and shed tears. But he didn't know that Sung Jin-woo had seen it all. So Sung Jin-woo decided to give Jin-ho's father a medicine to make him wake up. And that was also a late birthday gift that Sung Jin-woo gave to Jin-ho. At that time, at Reed's mansion, a battle between the ruler and the fragment of light took place. After Sung Jin-woo got on the plane to return to Korea, he met Adam White. He showed him a video of a fire that broke out at the mansion of a national hunter, Christopher Reed. And of course he turned pale, and the suspect they identified was Sung Jin-woo's father. At the international conference where the famous associations in the world met, the Management Bureau decided to issue a warrant for Sung Jin-woo's father. The U.S. Hunter Office has announced a list of associations that participated, including Sung Jin-woo's Ajin Guild. And that became a hot topic for many people to discuss. In China, the only 7-star hunter of them, Liu Jian, was interested in Sung Jin-woo and asked Korea to provide videos of Sung Jin-woo's raids. Chairman Go Gun-hee decisively refused the request to keep Sung Jin-woo's strength secret from the world. In the U.S., Thomas warned Hwang Dong-soo to stay away from Sung Jin-woo when he came to the U.S. to attend the conference. Although Dong-soo pretended to listen and agreed with Thomas, Thomas knew that he would not listen as he appeared, so he still ordered Laura to monitor him closely. After arriving in the U.S., Sung Jin-woo was taken to the Hunter Management headquarters by Adam. On the way to the headquarters, Adam said he wanted to invite Sung Jin-woo to join the U.S. Hunter Guild with a reward of a magic stone that fell from the dragon Kamish. But Sung Jin-woo only cared about Kamish's body, so he asked to get the body first. Of course, Adam didn't have enough authority to make this decision, so he took Sung Jin-woo to the headquarters to ask for permission from the director. After hearing Sung Jin-woo's proposal, the director realized Sung Jin-woo's intention was to turn Kamish into his summon. Although he didn't want to, the director still decided to take Sung Jin-woo himself. As soon as he arrived, Sung Jin-woo extracted Kamish's shadow but failed. Immediately after adjusting his mood, Sung Jin-woo succeeded in the second attempt. When Kamish was summoned, he saw humans and immediately attacked them furiously. Even the glass layer made by the top hunters could not withstand the terrifying magic power from Kamish. As soon as Kamish was about to launch a blow to destroy everyone, Sung Jin-woo shouted at Kamish to stop. At that moment, Kamish bowed before Sung Jin-woo and accepted him as his lord. But Kamish instantly vanished and could not become Sung Jin-woo's soldier because he had been dead for a long time. Before disappearing, Kamish told Sung Jin-woo that there were 4 people who borrowed the power of the commanders. After leaving the Hunter Bureau, Sung Jin-woo received the news that Jin-ho was taken away by the Scavenger Guild. Sung Jin-woo immediately sent his shadow soldiers to search everywhere. And after finding out that Thomas also realized the situation was not good, he sent someone to look for Hwang Dong-soo. Right away, at an abandoned construction site, Jin-ho was being interrogated by Hwang Dong-soo. He wanted Jin-ho to say that Sung Jin-woo killed his brother. but he would rather die than betray his boss. But in the end, an orc found Jinho. Sung Jinwoo immediately used swap to get there. Thomas was on his way to Huang Dongsu's place, but he also felt that he was too late, so he could not sit still in the car and kicked the door open and ran. Huang Dongsu was being beaten up by Sung Jinwoo like the way he did to Jinho. It was true that karma did not spare anyone. It was just a matter of sooner or later. When he saw that Jinho's vitality was below 10% and could not be restored by the blood bottle, Sung Jinwoo asked if there was any healer here. And he ordered them to treat Jinho right away or they would all meet their ancestors immediately. But the healer was still stubborn and did not do his job, so Sung Jinwoo had to teach him a lesson. At that time, Huang Dongsu also got up after the greeting from Sung Jinwoo. He rushed to attack Sung Jinwoo, but with Sung Jinwoo's strength now, it was simply out of his league. This was not a fight between rank S hunters, but a free feeding from Sung Jinwoo for Huang Dongsu. Sung Jinwoo just beat Dongsu up and down. Then he directly used his hand to press his head down to the ground. Thomas finally appeared and asked Sung Jinwoo to let him go. It turned out that Dongsu's plan from the beginning was to drag Thomas into the battle so that Thomas would take care of Sung Jinwoo for him. It seemed that Dongsu had succeeded because even if Thomas knew this was Dongsu's plan, he would still attack Sung Jinwoo to prove his strength. And so the battle of the two strongest people in the country took place. But after pushing Thomas back, Sung Jinwoo ordered Idris and Kaisel to take Jinho to the nearest hospital for treatment. Then he called his shadow warriors to prepare for the interesting battle that was about to happen. At that time, Thomas made the final offer to Sung Jinwoo, saying that if he admitted his mistake and withdrew, he would spare him a life. But Sung Jinwoo just scorned and gave Thomas the middle finger, and then the two sent their soldiers to fight each other like gangs fighting for territory. Thomas, with his incredible strength, pierced tusks easily. Then he rushed to Sung Jinwoo with the speed of a bullet, but iron stood in the way. When Thomas knocked iron away, Thomas did not see Sung Jinwoo anymore. Sung Jinwoo immediately approached Thomas and gave him a knife and a rib. But Thomas's defense was too high, so Sung Jinwoo could not hurt Thomas. Thomas even counterattacked with his punch, but Sung Jinwoo managed to jump back in time. But Thomas used his control technique to pull Sung Jinwoo towards him. But Sung Jinwoo took advantage of that and gave Thomas a punch in the face that sent him flying. Although that did not hurt Thomas badly, it surprised him because Sung Jinwoo made him bleed. Not letting Thomas think too much, Sung Jinwoo attacked immediately. But Thomas also managed to use his skill to strengthen his body. Then Thomas's strength increased noticeably, just one punch shattered the ground. Then Thomas used his capture skill to pull Sung Jinwoo towards him. But that was not enough to catch Sung Jinwoo. Seeing that he could not approach Sung Jinwoo with his skill, Thomas jumped up to Sung Jinwoo's place but ate a kick in the face from Sung Jinwoo's position. But how could Thomas fall down easily? He used his skill to pull Sung Jinwoo closer. This time Sung Jinwoo agreed with Thomas, so he also used his power of domination to pull Thomas towards him. So the two rushed into each other head-on. Thomas could not believe that even though he had used his skill to strengthen himself, he still lost to Sung Jinwoo when facing him directly. That made Thomas furious, so he fell to the ground and immediately got up and rushed to Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo was not stupid to stand for Thomas to hit, so he bent down to dodge Thomas's blow. Then he gave Thomas a knee in the middle of the face, breaking Thomas's armor. Next, Sung Jinwoo pinned Thomas to the ground and pounded him like rice. It can be said that those blows were not high in damage, but the humiliation was the peak. At this point, Thomas was so angry that he tried to grab Sung Jinwoo to take revenge. But Sung Jinwoo went behind Thomas and gave Thomas a few more punches in the face, making Thomas bow his head and admit defeat. Seeing that, Sung Jinwoo stopped his hand and did not beat Thomas anymore. Then the healers quickly healed Thomas. Huang Dongsu was not so lucky and was sold by Sung Jinwoo. After Sung Jinwoo exchanged BR to the US to treat Junho, he named Huang Dongsu's shadow Greed. The next day Sung Jinwoo returned to the U.S. to attend the International Hunter Conference. At the conference, Dr. Belzer spoke about the phenomenon of magical energy in the atmosphere, which was found in the sky in many countries. There were 9 locations that were focused on observation, and the place with the most magic was Seoul, South Korea. Next was the information that Hunter Christopher Reed was killed by a mysterious group of people. Although only showing the image of the S-rank suspect to everyone, Hunter Liu Jiang of China was not satisfied with that and demanded the disclosure of the identity of this S-rank suspect. Finally, the Hunter Association had to announce the identity of the suspect as Sung Jinwoo's father. After the meeting ended, Liu Jiang came to greet Sung Jinwoo and said he hoped the suspect was not Sung Jinwoo's relative. Then Sung Jinwoo was invited to meet Selmer. She said she often dreamed of hunters being killed and it became a reality. Selmer wanted Sung Jinwoo to protect the other hunters because Selmer dreamed that those people had the same strength as Sung Jinwoo. But Sung Jinwoo refused that request because he did not know who his enemy was. Suddenly Sung Jinwoo turned the car and asked Adam to give him a list of people who needed Sung Jinwoo to protect. In the night of the hunters, Sung Jinwoo put his shadow soldiers into the hunters to follow the hunters. From there, he learned information about the lords. In South Korea, Chairman Go Gun-hee had a surprise visit from a mysterious person, who turned out to be a lord with the shape of an ICLF and called himself Cock. He came to find the fragment of light inside Go Gun-hee. The lord quickly isolated this place from the outside world by creating a barrier, and then forced the fragment of light to manifest. Then the two attacked each other, but because Go Junhee's body was old, he quickly reached his limit. The substitute lord immediately gave the fragment of light a fatal wound in the chest. At that moment, the fragment of light made a move to create a hole in the barrier for Sung Jinwoo's shadow soldiers to run out. The substitute lord chased after it to kill it, but Sung Jinwoo had time to use the swap and block the attack. Sung Jinwoo quickly grabbed his neck and asked who he was. Although Sung Jinwoo did not know who he was, Kak-han knew that Sung Jinwoo was the Lord of Darkness. He did not intend to confront Sung Jinwoo now, so he gave Sung Jinwoo 2 choices. One was to save Go Gun-hee, and the other was to fight him. He then immediately shot an ice arrow at Go Gun-hee to force Sung Jinwoo to save him. With his speed, Sung Jinwoo quickly caught the arrow and summoned a few daggers to throw at the lord, causing him some minor injuries. But he did not want to fight and left right away. As for Go Gun-hee, after saying his last words to Sung Jinwoo, he closed his eyes and passed away. In the following days, the news of the death of Chairman Go Gun-hee and Hunter Jonas of Brazil flooded the newspapers, causing the world to fall into a great crisis. After Go Gun-hee's funeral, Sung Jinwoo held a press conference to announce that anyone who needed help could contact him through the Korean Hunter Association. In a secret place, the lords met Kak-han, and also told the other lords that the Lord of Darkness had come to Earth and was in human form. Kak-han asked for the help of the other lords to kill Sung Jinwoo. But most of the lords suggested that they should wait for the Dragon Emperor to come. But there were still a few lords who agreed to this deal. A week before the death of Chairman Go Gun-hee, it was time to find a successor. And Wu Jingchul was the one nominated for the position. In the U.S., Thomas decided to use 2 rare daggers as a thank you gift for Sung Jinwoo. Then a few days later, Thomas and Leonard Neerman, the top hunter of Germany, came to the Ajin Guild office to meet Sung Jinwoo. But Thomas would ask to meet Sung Jinwoo privately to give him a special gift. It was a pair of daggers made from Kamish's teeth. Sung Jinwoo was very fond of these daggers. Because of the stats they gave, he happily accepted Thomas's gift. But before he could enjoy it, a huge dungeon gate appeared in the sky. After trying to enter the dungeon, Sung Jinwoo could not succeed. Sung Jinwoo also asked Wu Jingchul to inquire about other countries if there were any dungeons opened. The surprising result showed that since this huge dungeon appeared, 3 hours had passed and there was no dungeon open in the world. So Sung Jinwoo had to go back to train with BR, who was max level and at the rank of Marshal. But BR was still not a worthy opponent to train with Sung Jinwoo. In another place, Thomas decided to stay in Korea to see if this place was the end or the new beginning of humanity. After thinking about how to solve this dungeon without sacrificing anyone, Sung Jinwoo still didn't know what to do. So he picked up the phone and invited Cha Hae-in to go to the amusement park with him. But the rides there were too safe compared to the two top hunters like Sung Jinwoo and Hae-in, making them feel quite bored. Sung Jinwoo decided to let Hae-in ride Kaisel to go sightseeing. At night, they went to a mountain to watch the stars like a couple on a date. At that time, on the road of Seoul, a B-rank hunter suddenly ran into a monarch. But he was not afraid of death and shouted that the monarch had to apologize. He was a deaf young man who was not afraid of guns. He immediately paid the price when the monarch was a bloodthirsty one. He used his mouth to send the B-rank hunter to sell salt right away. Then he declared himself the monarch of the beasts and announced that from now on he would hunt humans. When Sung Jinwoo was busy having fun with the beauty, Thomas would stand up to fight the monarch of the beasts. After receiving the news, Sung Jinwoo was very surprised because his soldiers did not report anything about this. It turned out that when the monarch appeared, the connection of Sung Jinwoo with his soldiers was weakened. This made him unable to return to the battlefield immediately by swapping. Thomas was now beating up the arrogant monarch. After flying into a building, the monarch jumped up and used his head to hit Thomas's stomach, making him almost fall. When he stood firm, Thomas used both hands to grab the body of the monarch and slammed him to the ground. But very quickly the monarch retaliated with a kick to Thomas's face. When he backed away, Thomas used reinforcement to create his armor. The monarch used his power to control the cars and threw them at Thomas. After knocking down everything that he threw at him, Thomas punched the opponent in the face. But he was easily blocked by him, and then Thomas was controlled. With one hand, the monarch saw the shadow soldiers in Thomas's shadow and immediately killed them. Then he turned back to beat up Thomas, but Thomas took the opportunity when he was not paying attention to escape from the armor and circled behind him and used both hands to lock the monarch's neck. Then he twisted his neck to make the monarch turn blue, but with a body made from spirit, how could he turn blue with that attack? After fixing his neck, he grabbed Thomas's head and pressed it to the ground. When the monarch was about to eat Thomas, Leonard Nierman timely launched an attack to save Thomas. Although he saved Thomas, Leonard Nierman would probably die instead, as no one could stop him from eating him now. When he was about to turn him into dinner, he was bitten by Kaisel and taken to one side. Finally, Sung Jinwoo arrived in time to deal with the monarch. Sung Jinwoo told Leonard Nierman to take Thomas to a safe place, he would take care of this. The monarch smelled the scent of the shadow soldiers on Sung Jinwoo and turned into a giant wolf to face Sung Jinwoo. Another lord suddenly appeared next to him. It was the Ice Lord that Sung Jinwoo had met before. Behind Sung Jinwoo, another insect lord also appeared. She wanted to taste his flesh. Sung Jinwoo immediately called his soldiers to confront the three lords. Idgers and Iron fought with the Ice Lord. Tank and Kaisel attacked the Beast Lord. BR and Greed attacked the Insect Lord. But with the power of a lord, he instantly turned all of Sung Jinwoo's shadow soldiers into ice statues. Sung Jinwoo pulled out the new pair of daggers he had obtained and declared to the Ice Lord, "You must die." When Sung Jinwoo attacked and destroyed the skeleton soldiers of the Insect Lord, the Beast Lord sneaked up on Sung Jinwoo. He confidently said to Sung Jinwoo, "With that tiny metal blade, can you scratch any of my skin?" But to his surprise, Sung Jinwoo cut off his hand with one slash. The Insect Lord took advantage of that opportunity to attack Sung Jinwoo. The Beast Lord was shocked that Sung Jinwoo could cut off his hand, but he was not worried because his hand was immediately reattached to his body. BR broke free from the ice and angrily rushed at the Insect Lord for daring to attack her lord. But Sung Jinwoo was still hit by the Insect Lord and flew into the wall. Then he was hit by a barrage of ice arrows from the Ice Lord. Sung Jinwoo used his daggers to block them all, but the Beast Lord also circled behind Sung Jinwoo and stabbed him in the back with a knife. Sung Jinwoo was seriously injured. BR was very worried, but the Insect Lord introduced herself to BR. Her name was Koratia and she wanted BR to become her soldier. BR could not escape from Koratia's hand, so she screamed for her teammates to help. Sung Jinwoo heard BR's call and his shadow commanders also escaped. Sung Jinwoo used his recovery skill to heal his wounds and was ready to counterattack. BR finally got away from Koratia's hand. That made Koratia angry and she wanted to catch them all. But before she could do that, Sung Jinwoo gave her 2 slashes on her body. Koratia quickly recovered and released her poison to Sung Jinwoo. But Sung Jinwoo was immune to all kinds of poison, so he was not affected by her attack. That made Koratia furious and she charged at Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo did not hesitate for a second and gave her a chaotic slash to send her to sell salt. After killing another lord, Sung Jinwoo leveled up 3 times. Before Koratia's death, the other 2 lords were also surprised, but they were not afraid because they thought Sung Jinwoo was exhausted after killing Koratia. BR was being choked by the Beast Lord. Sung Jinwoo tried to cancel BR's summoning, but he failed. Fortunately, Idris came to save BR. The Ice Lord took out his weapon, which was an ice spear, and started to attack Sung Jinwoo. The two clashed with each other. Sung Jinwoo fought and learned the movements and attacks of his opponent. After a while, Sung Jinwoo found an opportunity to circle behind and attack the Ice Lord. But Sung Jinwoo probably forgot one thing. This was not a solo fight, but a 1 versus 2. Because he forgot the existence of the Beast Lord, Sung Jinwoo was stabbed in the chest by his claws. At this moment, Kakhan turned back and stabbed Sung Jinwoo again, making his life force drop to 0. But the system announced that Sung Jinwoo possessed the Black Heart and met the conditions to activate the skill. It was unclear what this skill did, but it made Sung Jinwoo go back to the past. It was when Sung Jinwoo was lying in the hospital after coming out of the double dungeon, but the harsh thing was that his level and skills remained the same. Before he died, after understanding everything, Sung Jinwoo went to reevaluate his rank, and then met the chairman Go Gun-hee. Going through everything one more time, Sung Jinwoo finally realized that what he was experiencing now was all fake. Sung Jinwoo immediately called the person who was watching him from above to meet. It turned out to be the Shadow Lord Ashbourne. Ashbourne wanted Sung Jinwoo to live in the imaginary world that he created. But before Sung Jinwoo made a choice, Ashbourne showed him the beginning and the end of their relationship, along with Sung Jinwoo's origin. Back to the present, when people could no longer feel Sung Jinwoo's existence, they prepared to launch a total attack on Kakhan. When Kakhan was about to freeze the commander, he noticed that Sung Jinwoo's body was showing signs of revival, so the two of them rushed to attack Sung Jinwoo. But before they could do anything, they were kicked in the mouth by Sun Ailhwan, Sung Jinwoo's father, and rolled to another place. Sung Jinwoo was now seeing the formation of the primitive world in the era when nothing existed except light and darkness. The Supreme Being separated the light and created the messengers of God, and separated the darkness and created the 8 lords. According to the original command, the lords were to destroy and devastate the world, and they kept killing the messengers who protected the earth. At that time, the fragments of light wanted to ask the Supreme Being for power to destroy the lords, but they did not get his consent. Then they realized that the war between them and the lords was just a game of the Supreme Being. Therefore, the strongest fragment of light rebelled, and that fragment was Ashbourne in the past. In the end, the rebellion failed, but Ashbourne saw the power that the Supreme Being had hidden in the darkness. After gaining the power and becoming the Lord of Shadows, Ashbourne built a new army and headed to the battlefield. But when Ashbourne arrived, everything was over. It turned out that the fragments of light had killed the Supreme Being. They called themselves gods and became the rulers. Then they used the remaining power and the weapon of the Supreme Being to fight the lords. As a result, the Lord of the Giants, Legia, was imprisoned. The balance of the forces collapsed. The lords joined hands with Ashbourne to fight the rulers. As time passed, Ashbourne's army became stronger, making the rulers and the lords wary. Then two lords cooperated to eliminate Ashbourne, but they were killed by Ashbourne. However, Ashbourne was also seriously injured. The other fragments of light wanted Ashbourne to stop and return to be the leader of the light army as before. But Ashbourne could not forgive them for killing the Supreme Being. After joining hands with the Dragon Emperor, the lords found a new world to nourish their army. It was the Earth. When they saw the Earth being ravaged by the lords, the rulers used the weapon of the Supreme Being, the Cup of Reincarnation, to go back 10 years. Because humans had the power to resist the lords, the hunters appeared. But the lords brought their army to the Earth faster than the rulers expected. Therefore, they planned to turn the Earth into a huge trap to capture all the soldiers of the lords. The lords needed a strong body that could withstand their power to come to Earth. Ashbourne and Long Emperor could not find anyone suitable. A painter came to meet the Dark Lord and offered to help Ashbourne find a suitable body. In return, he would get an immortal body. He created a system and Ashbourne chose Sung Jinwoo to receive his power. After telling everything, Ashbourne gave Sung Jinwoo two choices. One was to stay in the eternal dream that he created. Two was to go back and fight them. Of course, Sung Jinwoo chose the second one and became the new Dark Lord. The system was erased and the limitations of Sung Jinwoo were reduced. The Dark Soldiers with ranks from General regained their original power. When they saw Sung Jinwoo waking up, the two lords rushed to attack Sung Aelhuan. But he was not afraid. He fought one against two. He even wounded the two lords with his attacks. That made the Beast Lord want to tear him into pieces. Just then, he felt Sung Jinwoo waking up. He quickly greeted the Ice Lord and ran away. Although he was alone, the Ice Lord still wanted to use all his power to destroy the Dark Lord. He unleashed a blizzard that surrounded Sung Jinwoo and his father. He also created an ice mountain from the sky. He intended to use it to crush them. At that time, Sung Aelhuan was injured and lost his fighting ability. But the soldiers of Sung Jinwoo regained their original power and protected them. After waking up, Sung Jinwoo used the Dark Domain to cover the whole Earth and find the location of the Beast Lord. The Ice Lord saw an opportunity to attack stealthily. He immediately used all his power to attack Sung Jinwoo. With the huge power gap, Sung Jinwoo could block it with one hand. Sung Jinwoo ordered the Ice Lord to stay there. He went to the place of the Beast Lord. When Sung Jinwoo arrived, the Beast Lord felt death and quickly surrendered. But Sung Jinwoo did not intend to subdue him. He provoked him and made him attack. The result was clear. The Beast Lord was defeated after a few slashes from Sung Jinwoo. Then Sung Jinwoo returned to deal with the Ice Lord. With his absolute power, Sung Jinwoo made the Ice Lord lose immediately. After finishing everything, Sung Jinwoo went to find his father. Sung Aelhuan told Sung Jinwoo why he had the power of the ruler. It turned out that when he was trapped in the cracked dimension, Sung Aelhuan could not find a way back. Just then, the ruler lent him his power. In return, Sung Aelhuan had to stop the lords, including the Dark Lord. But Sung Aelhuan did not expect the Dark Lord to be Sung Jinwoo. So he just watched from afar and could not complete the task. The strongest rulers gave him a new order. It was to protect the Dark Lord. After finishing telling everything, Sung Aelhuan disappeared. That made Sung Jinwoo extremely painful and swore that he would make the lords pay for what happened today. Then all the high-level hunters in the world gathered at the super-large dungeon in Korea. A while later, the dungeon was opened and an army came out of it. But when people were about to attack, Sung Jinwoo told everyone to stop and went alone to face the enemy. Even more surprising, the leader of them knelt before Sung Jinwoo. It turned out that his name was Belian, the commander of the Dark Army. Right after that, all the army bowed to greet the new Lord of Darkness. A few days later, Sung Jinwoo took his army to a secret island. There Sung Jinwoo divided his army into two to train. Meanwhile, BR proposed to challenge Belian to win the position of commander. Elsewhere, the Dragon Emperor received news that the Lord of Darkness had chosen to confront him, so he ordered his soldiers to prepare for war. Back to the battle for the commander position, BR was beaten by Belian so badly that he had trouble talking. Sung Jinwoo saw that and asked BR why he was so stubborn. It turned out that BR just wanted to be with Sung Jinwoo forever. Hearing that, Sung Jinwoo comforted BR by saying that he was like his left arm, making BR cry with emotion. A few days later, 8 giant gates appeared in the world. Sung Jinwoo confirmed that they were the enemy. The next day, Sung Jinwoo gathered representatives of the countries to tell them about the enemy they were about to face. After people learned about the lords, Sung Jinwoo asked everyone to run as far away as possible. But there were still hunters who were confident in their abilities and did not care about Sung Jinwoo's warning. Sung Jinwoo did not care about that either and went to China to deal with the enemy there. The dungeon there was an empty dungeon with nothing coming out of the gate, but in Canada a man appeared. When he did not see Sung Jinwoo, he killed all the hunters there. Right after that, the dragons and other monsters came out. It turned out that Sung Jinwoo was tricked by the Dragon Emperor when he opened 8 gates but only concentrated his troops on one gate. That made Sung Jinwoo's plan to prolong the time completely fail. Because of that, Canada was submerged in fire. Sung Jinwoo then went to the U.S. Hunter Association to get the magic stone Kamish. Next, Sung Jinwoo went to see Selmer to find out what his future would be like. After hearing that he might sacrifice himself to protect humanity, Sung Jinwoo was very happy. Sung Jinwoo also called Hien to talk and prepare mentally for this final battle. Right after that, Sung Jinwoo declared war on the Dragon Emperor. While waiting for Sung Jinwoo to appear, the Dragon Emperor had to play with the weak attack of humanity. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo was in the castle that his father built for him. After thinking carefully, Sung Jinwoo finally decided to face the biggest enemy of his life. Although he knew that this fight was like hitting an egg against a rock, Sung Jinwoo could not back down because of the people he loved. Sung Jinwoo went to the battlefield after killing the dragons. Sung Jinwoo immediately summoned them from the dead to make his army stronger and stronger. While Sung Jinwoo was trying hard to kill the enemy army, the Dragon King also could not sit still anymore and decided to go out and look for Sung Jinwoo. The Lord of the Metal Body stayed behind to stop the hunters. But he did not expect that all those things were in Sung Jinwoo's plan. When the Metal Body led the army to attack Thomas, Bellin and the other shadows came out of Thomas's shadow. The Metal Body saw that and knew the situation was not good and wanted to report to the Dragon King. But Tusk used his magic to prevent the Metal Body from sending a message to the Dragon King. At that time, Sung Jinwoo and the Dragon King met each other. The Dragon King, after failing to contact the Lord of the Metal Body, immediately suspected that he had betrayed him and angrily spewed a column of fire from his mouth to attack Sung Jinwoo. Although he flattened the land in front of him, Sung Jinwoo was not an opponent that the Dragon King could easily kill with one blow. He only saw Sung Jinwoo had jumped on the back of the dragon since when and summoned a dragon to attack the Dragon King. Meanwhile, Lu Jiang was killing some stray monsters. He also realized that the decisive battle between the Dragon King and Sung Jinwoo had begun. When Sung Jinwoo summoned a weak army of a few thousand soldiers, the Dragon King realized that Sung Jinwoo had sent the main force to attack the Lord of the Metal Body. And he stayed behind to hold back the Dragon King to buy time. But when the Dragon King intended to attack and make Sung Jinwoo a salad, he realized that he was using a gate to escape. Seeing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the Dragon King never let Sung Jinwoo run away so easily. The Dragon King immediately chased after Sung Jinwoo. After passing through the gate, the Dragon King was surprised to realize that he had been tricked again. He only saw that there were shadows of Sung Jinwoo everywhere in front of him. Although he was a bit startled, the Dragon King quickly realized that Sung Jinwoo had killed all the army of the Lord of the Metal Body. And now he intended to gang up on the Dragon King alone. After understanding everything, the Dragon King just smiled and praised Sung Jinwoo's plan as not bad, not showing any fear in front of Sung Jinwoo's army. Because the Dragon King also had his own trump card, and now it was his turn to make Sung Jinwoo feel the surprise that he prepared. He only saw countless gates in the sky prepared by the Lord of the Shape-Shifting Yogimont. From those gates, the Dragon King could summon as many soldiers as he wanted, and the battle became balanced like the superheroes who gathered to face Thanos' army in the Marvel movie. With his army, the Dragon King crowed loudly and confidently declared that Sung Jinwoo's plan had completely failed. But before the dirty words from the Dragon King, Sung Jinwoo just smiled contemptuously and cancelled the summoning and took all his soldiers back, making the Dragon King a little surprised. But he immediately showed that he could understand and thought that Sung Jinwoo was scared of his army and accepted to give up resisting and retaliating. Those contemptuous words, Sung Jinwoo used the strongest skill of the Dragon Clan that he got from the magic stone of Kamish. It helped to enhance his magic power and unleashed a very powerful blow that did not distinguish between friend or foe. With the dragon roar, Sung Jinwoo sent the entire army of the Dragon King to the other world and dragged the Dragon King to the island where BR was building his castle. After getting rid of the Dragon King's army, now it was time for Sung Jinwoo to gang up on the Dragon King. On top of the world, the hunters from rank E to rank S were all trying their best to keep some hope of winning this destructive disaster. Returning to the battle of Sung Jinwoo, the Dragon Emperor transformed back into his original form of a giant dragon. Although he was ganged up on to the point of lying flat on the ground, the Dragon Emperor felt very happy because he had been used to overwhelming his opponents with numbers. Now he could feel that, which made him feel quite interesting when he was bored of playing with Sung Jinwoo's army. The Dragon Emperor used the Dragon Fury technique to show Sung Jinwoo the true power of this technique. After feeling the true power of the Dragon Fury technique, Sung Jinwoo immediately cancelled the summoning. However, it still caused a lot of damage to Sung Jinwoo's army. With his bloodthirsty and murderous nature, the Dragon Emperor Antares proved himself worthy of the name of the Lord of Destruction. Suddenly, Antares transformed into a human and talked to Sung Jinwoo. At first, Antares' plan was to finish off Sung Jinwoo and then it would be the turn of the rulers. But when he witnessed the power that Sung Jinwoo possessed, Antares realized that Sung Jinwoo was different from Ashborn. Antares made an offer that if Sung Jinwoo became the master of this planet, Antares would withdraw his troops. In return, Sung Jinwoo only needed to join hands with Antares to destroy the rulers. Of course, Sung Jinwoo was not stupid enough to look for a madman who was the embodiment of destruction like Antares. Sung Jinwoo just smiled contemptuously and told Antares to stop acting. When he saw that he could not deceive Sung Jinwoo, Alvarez also sneered and told Sung Jinwoo to get ready to die. Alvarez immediately transformed back into his original form and gave Sung Jinwoo a dragon claw. Sung Jinwoo quickly dodged and called Kaisel to fly him up. Antares did not let go of Sung Jinwoo and fired a dragon blast at him. After controlling Kaisel to avoid it, Sung Jinwoo jumped down and conveniently gave Antares a few slashes. But when Kaisel caught Sung Jinwoo, he realized that Antares' scales were too thick, making Sung Jinwoo's attacks like mosquito bites on steel. Sung Jinwoo immediately ordered Kaisel to fly out of there. Antares immediately used Dragon Fury to stop Sung Jinwoo from escaping. Seeing that, Kaisel used his tail to throw Sung Jinwoo out of the attack range. Then Kaisel also died before Antares' attack. Seeing that, Sung Jinwoo summoned the ancient dragons. Although the ancient dragons could restrain Antares, they could not hurt him. Seeing that, Sung Jinwoo realized that he had to become stronger to defeat Antares. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo came up with an idea. that was to absorb the dark power to create a suit of armor for himself. After absorbing it, Sung Jin-woo created a suit of armor for himself. It also had a terrifying power. At this point, Antares realized the danger of Sung Jin-woo and was determined to make him log out of the world. But Antares' attack was thrown back at him by Sung Jin-woo with one hand. Seeing that long-range attacks were ineffective, Antares rushed into close combat with Sung Jin-woo. Sung Jin-woo grabbed Antares' arm with one hand, and punched him straight in the face with the other, making him see stars. That made Antares very angry. He used his mouth to bite Sung Jin-woo's waist and threw him to the ground. Not letting the opponent wait, Antares fired a dragon blast straight at Sung Jin-woo. Although Sung Jin-woo quickly dodged to one side, he still lost an arm. After creating a sword, Sung Jin-woo rushed to attack Antares, but was hit back by Antares' tail. Antares flew up in the air and created fireballs that shot straight at Sung Jin-woo. Sung Jin-woo immediately attacked Antares by throwing his sword at him, tearing one of his wings. He didn't stop there. He created 6 more swords and threw them at Antares. This time, Antares managed to use his dragon breath to block Sung Jin-woo's attack. The dragon breath even hit Sung Jin-woo directly, breaking his armor. Seeing that, Antares made his final offer to Sung Jin-woo, "Join me." Sung Jin-woo only looked at Antares coldly and answered, "I never thought of cooperating with monsters." Hearing that, Antares pulled out his sword and rushed to slash Sung Jin-woo. With 2 daggers, Sung Jin-woo struggled to stop Antares. In the end, Sung Jin-woo couldn't resist and one of his daggers was knocked away. He was wounded by Antares' sword. Seeing victory was near, Antares taunted Sung Jin-woo, "You should regret your foolish decision." Sung Jin-woo also retorted, "The one who should regret is you." He used his ruler's power to control the dagger and fly it into Antares' body. From behind, but the dagger couldn't pierce Antares' flesh. Seeing that, Antares boasted about his own strength. Sung Jin-woo took the opportunity to run to Antares' face and gathered all his dark power into the dagger. Sung Jin-woo swung a slash straight at Antares' face. At the same time, countless cracks appeared in the sky. Although the slash was strong, Antares didn't care. What he cared about now was why the rulers appeared here. It turned out that Sung Jin-woo had contacted the rulers through the hunters who they gave power to. He used the power of the Cup of Reincarnation to open a gate to this place. That made Antares completely unaware that the battle between him and Sung Jin-woo would involve the rulers. This was the trap that Sung Jin-woo had set up to kill the Dragon Emperor Antares. When he realized the problem, Antares also felt that he had lost. But what made Antares angriest was the greeting from Ashbourne that Sung Jin-woo sent on his behalf. Just a simple middle finger raised made Antares rush to chop Sung Jin-woo to pieces. Before he could make that happen, Antares was sold by the rulers. After killing Antares, Sung Jin-woo asked the rulers to help him with one thing, to let Sung Jin-woo use the Cup of Reincarnation one more time. Although he knew he would have to fight the lords alone again, Sung Jin-woo still wanted to use the power of the cup to reverse time. The reason was that Sung Jin-woo wanted to bring back those who sacrificed for this war. In the end, the rulers agreed when they saw Sung Jin-woo's determination to take responsibility alone. After using the power of the cup to go back in time, Sung Jin-woo returned to the moment when he was still a student and saw his parents and sister alive and happy. Sung Jin-woo was very happy. After enjoying a normal day like everyone else, Sung Jin-woo left a letter and went to solve everything. Sung Jin-woo went to challenge the lords after 27 years in the dimensional crack. Finally, Sung Jin-woo won and captured the shape-shifting Lord Yogimont. Sung Jin-woo's only opponent now was the Dragon King Antares and his army. Sung Jin-woo went to the place where Antares lived and started the final battle before he could go back to see his parents. On the other hand, in the world that had gone through 2 years, the U.S. was in turmoil over the prophecy of Mrs. Semler. The god of eternal death would appear on this land. And right after that day, a huge gate appeared in the sky of Seoul. It was so big that it could cover the whole sky. When the gate opened, nothing appeared because Sung Jin-woo had quietly returned and blended into the crowded people. At that time, the messenger of the ruler came to see Sung Jin-woo and wanted to talk to him. After arriving at the ice cream shop, the messenger of the ruler told Sung Jin-woo that his power was too great and this place might not be suitable for him to live anymore. He suggested taking Sung Jin-woo to a place that could contain his power. But Sung Jin-woo said he should come back later so he could have time to think. When Sung Jin-woo was still not finding any reason to stay, the figure of the girl he loved gently walked by. When Sung Jin-woo chased after her, he had decided in his mind to stay here because the people he loved were also living here. A new day rose as usual and the police station opened for work. There was a person named Ur Jin Chun who had 4 years of experience as a criminal investigator. He had a job that many people dreamed of. But Jin Chun sometimes felt a loss, a strange loss, as if he had forgotten something very important. But no matter how many times he thought about it, Jin Chun could not remember what he had forgotten. Every time he thought about what he had forgotten, the emptiness in his passionate heart increased. And to fill this emptiness, Jin Chun decided to reward himself with a cup of coffee in the morning to refresh his spirit. When he went to get the coffee, Jin Chun met his subordinate who looked at his face. Well, this subordinate also realized that he had something on his mind. He was grateful for the concern, but he didn't say anything else. And at that time, Jin Chun also remembered a motto that busy people would not have time to be sad. So he decided to devote himself to work. When he went outside with his subordinate, Jin Chun saw another investigator interrogating 3 criminals. He didn't know what crimes they had committed, but since they were arrested, they were only trembling with fear. After a while, they finally confessed. There was a shadow that appeared on the ground and talked to them. It said that if they didn't surrender within 24 hours, they would regret being born in this world. So for the first time in history, there were 3 criminals who begged the investigators to let them go to prison. Standing on one side, enjoying coffee and listening to Jin Chun's story, he wondered how to report this. But luckily, an investigator told him to leave this report to the new guy, and he should go and prepare the meeting room. While preparing the meeting room, Jin Chun was informed by his seniors of a shocking news: the people who confessed would be released. Jin Chun didn't want to do that. He asked his senior about the reason for releasing those people. His senior glanced outside at the criminals and answered that they would simply let them go. But they would also follow them to see what would happen. If these criminals were freed for 24 hours. Jin Chun still disagreed. He thought that what the criminals said was just because of drugs. But as soon as he finished, another senior also interjected that there were no traces of drugs on them. This result was also confirmed by the National Forensic Institute. And there was no way that people who didn't know each other like them would suddenly see something and confess like that. The superior had also ordered an investigation into this case a long time ago, but because there was no evidence, this case was not paid attention to anymore. And his senior also didn't believe that this was true, so he wanted to take this opportunity to prove that what they said was nonsense and have evidence to end this case completely. But Jin Chun immediately assumed a situation where something really happened and what to do. The 2 seniors laughed out loud when they heard it. Then one turned to tease Jin Chun if he was the type of person who believed in ghosts and demons, and the other teased him that he was emotional. But Jin Chun was teased and could only laugh dryly. Then his senior stopped teasing and started to pat Jin Chun's shoulder and reassure him that nothing would happen. They would just take one of those people to a quiet warehouse and observe their reaction. And they would also arrange many competent investigators to follow and supervise, so there was no chance of escape. This plan was also to see if the monster really appeared after 24 hours as they claimed, and this time they needed a volunteer to participate. The seniors all thought that Jin Chun wouldn't go, but in the end Jin Chun volunteered. At the warehouse, a criminal was brought here, but as soon as he got there, he cried and begged the investigators to take him back to prison. He would rather die in prison than be released. But the investigators had no intention of doing that. They just calmed the criminal down and told him to sit still. Time also passed quickly, only about 10 minutes left until 24 hours. The atmosphere also cooled down with it. Standing in a place behind the criminal, different from his senior, Jin Chun realized that there was something wrong here. It was very strange, but he didn't know what was strange. Finally, the clock pointed, the good hour had come. Everyone was tense waiting for something to happen. But a few minutes passed and nothing strange happened. The senior investigator saw that and asked the criminal if he was really high on drugs, and if so, this should end here. The criminal trembled and raised his hands over his head. He said he was sure he had seen it and was not on drugs. Besides, they had 4 people at first. Jin Chun stood by and suddenly felt something. He shouted for everyone to run. But it was too late. A dark shadow appeared and threw 2 senior investigators to one side. They hit hard and passed out. The criminal witnessed this scene and cried in fear. Then he saw 3 black ant monsters in front of him. Jin Chun was also shocked and gaped. The 3 ant monsters did not hesitate and rushed to bite and tear the criminal. Blood splattered everywhere. In no time, the ants had finished the criminal. The ants then suddenly moved closer to Jin Chun. But then they stopped and smiled at him. Jin Chun looked and was bewildered. The ant monsters gathered in a circle and disappeared. Jin Chun was scared and pale, but he felt he was familiar with this situation. And he did not know why. After returning to the police station, his superior knew what happened and scolded him. The superior had just witnessed such a scene. The criminal disappeared without a trace and the investigators were bruised all over. It was the joke of the year. He scolded for a while and then stopped. The superior turned to ask Jin Chun if he remembered anything about what happened then, because he was the one who called the ambulance. Jin Chun bowed his head and apologized. When he calmed down, his colleagues had passed out. The superior was angry but could not do anything because this had not been reported yet. So he told Jin Chun's group to be careful and keep their mouths shut. If anyone asked, they had to say they were injured while investigating the gang in Juzo district. When he returned to his desk, Jin Chun still thought about what had just happened. He did not believe it was that simple. So he opened his personal report on the case and looked at it over and over. While he was looking, he was seen by a junior who passed by. The junior reminded him and Jin Chun said he was looking for personal interest. The junior was also curious and came to see. In the report, it said that other police stations also had many criminals who surrendered and confessed that they had seen dark monsters from late February to early March. The number of people who surrendered increased dramatically. But when he saw this, Jin Chun's junior remembered something. He thought it was not important. But he still told Jin Chun that his aunt had opened a book rental shop. And the time from late February to early March was the school start time for students, so this was the time when the bookshop was deserted. He thought it was nothing, but Jin Chun's attitude was very serious. To prevent anything strange from happening, he would remember this. At school, students were excited to go to school with their books and a young man also joined the atmosphere. The school office principal gave a homeroom teacher a new student's admission form. It turned out that this was a student with a problem. The homeroom teacher looked at the form and saw that the student and his family background were very normal. His father worked at the fire station and his mother was a housewife. His academic performance was also good. But when the homeroom teacher read the line of reason for dropping out, he realized something was wrong. It was that the student had left home for 2 years in the first year of high school. It was also for this reason that the principal was very worried that he would not be able to handle it. But the homeroom teacher was different. He was confident that he could handle this student. Because his nickname was Viper, and the students with problems in his hands would soon change. And the real name of the homeroom teacher was Park Ji-Soo. Before going to school, the students will gather in lines outside the schoolyard to listen to some announcements at the beginning of the term. To discipline the kids to stand in straight lines, Mr. Park went through each line to show his authority. After a while, Mr. Park saw the person he wanted to meet. And that was the new student Sung Jin-woo. Mr. Park was full of enthusiasm and walked closer to Jin-woo's place. He was determined to punish him no matter how he behaved. As he got closer, Mr. Park realized that Jin-woo was wearing gloves, which meant he was violating the school uniform rules. Mr. Park angrily shouted at Jin-woo why he dared to wear gloves to school. But when Jin-woo turned his cold eyes to look back, he saw Park trembling with fear. Because at that time, Jin-woo was surrounded by dark rays that looked very creepy. Not wanting others to know his cowardice, Mr. Park had to change direction and yell at the students to stand up straight. But his body didn't lie, it sweated a lot of fear for him. Mr. Park had no choice but to reassure himself that it was just an illusion. But at that time, at Jin-woo's place, after Mr. Park left, Belle also appeared and talked to Jin-woo. They both realized that Mr. Park must have seen the Bellian group. Jin-woo thought to himself that maybe this was the side effect that he brought to this world. In the class, everyone was chatting with each other. Only Jin-woo didn't talk to anyone. After a while, someone came close and talked to him. His name was Oh In-yu. In-yu said he was a first-year high school student with Jin-woo who had just transferred to this school. As he was talking, a group of bullies interrupted In-yu. They surrounded Jin-woo and asked him why he only wore one glove, thinking he had a black fire dragon or something. Then they laughed mockingly. Jin-woo was too lazy to talk to these kids who liked to play the class division game. But they didn't give up, they forced Jin-woo to take off his gloves and let them see. Peru saw this scene and was itching to ask Jin-woo if he could let him tear them apart. But Jin-woo flatly refused. Finally, to stop their curiosity, Jin-woo took off his gloves and showed them. They saw Jin-woo's hand and everyone was horrified because on Jin-woo's hand there were wounds from the Dragon King Anta. These were wounds that Jin-woo couldn't heal himself. Seeing what they wanted, they didn't bother Jin-woo anymore. They dispersed as they left and told Jin-woo to put on his gloves so that others wouldn't have nightmares. As they reached the door, suddenly Peru rushed out after them. Jin-woo hurriedly stopped Peru, but he didn't spare them either. So he used his own power to make them slip and fall to the ground. Everyone saw that and laughed, making them ashamed and want to die. Peru was amazed and turned to look at his king Jin-woo. Jin-woo smiled and said it was just for fun. When they went out to play, Oh In-yu walked next to Jin-woo and praised him for being different from 3 years ago, not afraid of those bullies. In-yu was sure that Jin-woo had trained a lot. And Jin-woo also admitted that he trained a lot to get there. In-yu asked Jin-woo if he wanted to join a club. Hearing about the club, Jin-woo said he really wanted to join a club. So the two of them led each other to the track and field club and asked the team leader Anfield Choi Tae-won to let them join. Although there were 2 people, only Jin-woo wanted to join. But at that time, the other people in the club also appeared and looked at Jin-woo with interest. But through 2 questions about track and field skills, Jin-woo only answered no. Then the excitement was replaced by annoyance. The seniors immediately reminded Jin-woo that this place only accepted athletic talents, so he could not join if he had never run before. Jin-woo said he came here because he wanted to meet someone in the competition. Jin-woo believed that the girl was still in middle school. But the girl still had the ability to compete in the region. After all, the girl was a great runner before giving up that dream and becoming a high-level hunter. So Jin-woo prioritized himself to be able to meet her naturally. When the competition for the middle school groups took place, team leader Tae-won agreed after hearing that. But there was one condition that Jin-woo had to run past someone who was considered a substitute runner in grade 2, someone who had the worst running ability here. Jin-woo looked at the person who was about to compete with him and judged that he looked weak but still had thighs and other muscles. He was also very confident and had the appearance of a runner. Jinwoo knew he was tricked but still accepted the challenge. A senior heard that and covered his mouth and laughed because the person who was considered a substitute runner was third place in the regional competition. He had also just joined the club. Team leader Taewon was still very calm and talked about the winning and losing conditions. If he won, Jinwoo would be accepted, but if he lost, he would have to wash clothes for the club for a month. Jinwoo agreed right away in the teacher's office. After feeling a little better, Mr. Park went to the smoking room and puffed a cigarette to ease his craving. When he looked out the window, he also saw Jinwoo racing with the track and field kids. Just then, the track and field teacher also came in, so Mr. Park turned to ask what was going on. The track and field teacher told him that Jinwoo wanted to join the club, so the club members were testing his running. Jinwoo had run 20 laps already. Hearing that, Mr. Park was amazed and doubtful looking at Jinwoo. He thought to himself that he might have been wrong about him, so from now on he decided to observe him without prejudice to avoid misunderstanding. But after looking for a while, Mr. Park was scared and dropped the cigarette he was holding in his mouth. Then he screamed loudly because now around Jinwoo there appeared some black things like when they first met. Mr. Park was terrified and reassured himself that it was all an illusion. But at this time, Peru appeared at the window and screamed, making Mr. Park scared and foaming at the mouth and fainted. Before the astonishment of the track and field teacher, scaring Mr. Park like this was a new prank that Peru came up with. But thanks to that, Peru and Bellyin were sure of one thing, that Mr. Park could see them. At night, at the delicious pork restaurant, Jin Chun and his juniors went to eat barbecue together. When he knew that Jin Chun was still researching the report the other day, his junior doubted that he really saw something that day. But Jin Chun pretended to ask what day. His junior had no choice but to say clearly that it was the day when the animal-headed criminals at the police station disappeared. At this point, Jin Chun finally told the truth that he saw some ant-like monsters. He could not completely confirm that, but for Jin Chun, they had the shape of ants. The junior asked in shock to confirm that there was a giant ant-like insect species. Jin Chun was not sure either, so he just said that was probably the case. Just then, someone walked past their table, who might have heard the whole story, so he stopped and asked if those ant monsters were the same kind as the one he saw first. The scene changed to the track and field club. It was early morning, but everyone was running and shouting the slogan of sweeping the whole country. The original slogan was just to win the regional competition, but because this goal was too low, the captain Taewon changed it to sweeping the whole country to make it more ambitious. And at this time, there was one person who was running in pain in the team. This person was Oin Yu. Jinwoo did not understand why this guy kept stubbornly running to suffer like that. Bella immediately appeared and answered that humans were stupid creatures. And he did not know if Jinwoo sympathized with Yu or not. But right after that, he gave Yu a little bit of strength, making his body heat up. Then he rushed forward and surpassed all his seniors. The seniors saw that and became more spirited to cheer each other to run faster. And at this time, in the classroom, Mr. Park stood by the window and looked down. Although he was looking at the track and field team, everyone knew who Mr. Park wanted to see. It turned out that the person who asked Jin Chun about the ant monster last night was Mr. Park. He also came here last night and had a few drinks. When he asked the question, he was already tipsy. After asking, he saw Jin Chun's astonished attitude, so he apologized and turned away. But Jin Chun got up and stopped Mr. Park, telling him to tell him more about the ant monster. Back to the present, Mr. Park had been staring at Jinwoo lately. Bella soon noticed that and suggested erasing his memory and taking away his power. But Jinwoo said to wait and observe for a while longer. And at this time, outside the school gate, Jin Chun had also been watching for a while. He had a question in his mind that was very puzzling, that was, the people who voluntarily confessed to the law all encountered monsters. And a student who had a monster by his side, only one teacher could see. There was a loose connection between these two separate incidents. So how could an investigator like Jin Chun go to meet that student and ask? If he directly stepped out and asked the student straight if he knew about the dark monsters and the ants that could stand upright and move around like humans, Jin Chun himself would be considered a madman. Suddenly, a dark shadow slid past Jin Chun. Jin Chun quickly looked after it. But less than 3 seconds later, the shadow had escaped behind a nearby tree. This was the spy that Jin Woo sent. It was true that the former chairman of the Hunter Association was different. Even if he forgot his memory, Jin Chun was always sharp as he recognized everything so quickly. And at this time, Jin Chun also came to the door of Jin Woo's class and asked the teacher to let Jin Woo come out. The classmates saw that and could not help but gossip about what Jin Woo had done to be met by the investigator. The two of them walked to the corner of the hallway. After Jin Chun apologized for interrupting the class, they both fell silent and did not say anything else. They were busy observing each other. Jin Woo looked at Jin Chun because he reminded him of the past. He was very happy to meet Jin Chun again like this. But he would not reveal his secret because if he did, Jin Chun would think he was a freak. And Jin Chun observed Jin Woo and finally concluded that this student Jin Woo was very strange. No student had such sharp and calm eyes as if they had experienced life. Not afraid of being seen as a madman anymore, Jin Chun directly pulled out a drawing of a monster ant and gave it to Jin Woo to see. And he asked Jin Woo if he knew anything about it. Jin Woo looked at the picture and said he did. Jin Chun was amazed and then bombarded Jin Woo with questions. How did he know it? What kind of monster ant was it? And who was he really? Then he realized his overexcitement and apologized. He calmly asked Jin Woo again what he knew about the picture. Jin Woo smiled and said it was not a monster in some famous sci-fi movies that children like to watch. Jin Chun was stunned and embarrassed. He quickly took back the drawing and thanked Jin Woo for his cooperation and left. But before Jin Chun left, Jin Woo asked him for the drawing of the monster. Peru saw that someone else drew him so ugly and appeared to beg Jin Woo not to take the picture. It would only waste his time and make his eyes dirty. But despite Peru's screaming and blocking, Jin Woo still took the picture from Jin Chun. When Jin Chun completely left, Idris the Blood Chain appeared and asked Jin Woo why he did not tell the truth. Jin Woo gently replied that forgetting was a gift from God to mankind, even when it had an artificial product created by the Holy Spirit tool. So if he forgot, just let him forget. Back in class, as soon as the bell rang for recess, the girls surrounded Jin Woo and asked him why the investigator was looking for him. After learning that Jin Woo knew the investigator, everyone exclaimed in admiration and praised him for being different from before. They were talking happily when the gang of bullies from the other day came to interrupt. They came here because they heard that the police came to look for Jin Woo. And they were worried that when he met the police, Jin Woo would tell them about the prank they played the other day. Seeing that Jin Woo did not say anything and provoked them by pointing at his face, they warned him to drop his contemptuous attitude. As soon as they finished speaking, a muscular arm wrapped around the neck of one of them. It turned out to be 2 seniors from the track and field club. They came here to stop the ace of the team, Jin Woo, from kicking the faces of these 4 idiots. But seeing Jin Woo's angry face, Senior Taewon laughed and said it was just a joke. The real purpose of coming here was to invite Jin Woo and In Yu to celebrate the new member after school. Then without hesitation, Senior Taewon and Senior Jun Woo-sik ran out like crazy with 2 bullies in their hands. They ran and talked to each other that they would take them for a light training around the field. After school, on the way to the celebration, Senior Taewon offered to help Jin Woo scare off those guys. But Jin Woo refused to admit that he was okay, so he didn't want to cause any more trouble. As he was walking, someone called out to Jin Woo. It turned out that Jin Chun had not returned to the station yet. He was waiting for Jin Woo here to continue the unfinished conversation from earlier. The seniors saw that and dragged In Yu away, telling Jin Woo to come later. Jin Woo went up to Jin Chun and urged him to speak quickly because his friends were waiting. Jin Chun smiled weakly and said that he was right. Sung Jin Woo was the hunter from the past. To understand why Jin Chun remembered this, he had to go back in time to when Jin Woo asked for Jin Chun's painting of Peru. When they handed over the painting, their hands accidentally or intentionally touched each other. In fact, sometimes events that are not special at all, like big accidents, will leave a mark in history starting from these destructive events. After giving the painting, Jin Chun turned and left. He sighed endlessly about the stupid thing he had just done. But halfway there, he suddenly heard a voice asking him if he believed him. Jin Chun was shocked and didn't understand anything. He turned around and saw an empty corridor with no one. Then he didn't know how he heard his own voice saying yes. The voice then told Jin Chun to believe everything that he was about to see. Then the fragments of memories of killing monsters in fierce battles flooded into Jin Chun's mind. In those battles, Jin Chun always walked beside a hunter named Sung Jin Woo. Suddenly receiving the forgotten memories, Jin Chun collapsed in pain. He realized that the hunter Sung Jin Woo was the same student Sung Jin Woo that he had just met. The fragments of memory continued to pour in. They were memories linked to the past, present, and future. The images of himself in the forgotten world. Through the eyes of the hunter Sung Jin Woo and the stories of the monster gates, the hunter laws and the king. Everything made Jin Chun unbelievable. Jin Chun still remembered that Jin Woo always fought alone against those things. Because Jin Woo thought that the memories of higher beings were not affected by the flow of time. At the end of the flashback, Jin Chun and Jin Woo walked around the park. It took a long time for Jin Chun to dare to ask Jin Woo how long he had been fighting against those creatures between dimensions. He asked that, but in his head he thought that it was only 2 years since he disappeared. So it was hard to believe that Jin Woo could kill the monsters. But the answer of 27 years shocked Jin Chun. He also quickly calmed down and asked Jin Woo if he regretted it. And of course the answer was no. Even if Jin Woo had another chance, or even many other times, he would still choose to fight with all his might. And Jin Woo was also very happy with his current life. He was just a bit annoyed that he had to constantly change his body. Because he couldn't get any older, eternal youth and immortality. Jin Chun saw that Jin Woo really looked like a god now and was okay. So he talked about the future. Seeing that Jin Woo had no specific plans, he suggested joining the international police. Because lately the criminals had been visiting the police stations to complain that the dark monsters didn't give them a chance to live. He knew that if Jin Woo became a policeman, the others would have nothing to do. But that was what Jin Chun's side was trying to create for this world. And finally, Jin Woo said he would think carefully and then left. Time passed and one day at the end of April, near May, something suddenly appeared. A tourist crossing the desert witnessed it and immediately called the police. According to the tourist, there was something about to break, and there were many cracks around it. And that was the sky over the desert where he was standing was cracking. At night, Idris appeared and talked to Jin Woo, but he didn't pay much attention because Jin Woo felt something very strange. At a coffee shop, Jin Woo was invited to meet someone. As soon as he sat down, he asked directly if this was done by the person on the other side. The other person quickly denied that this time travel method was completely different from the method they usually used. They guessed that the things that were on their way to this world were aliens. Not long ago, they had invaded their world. After they were driven away by the heavenly army, they seemed to have turned their attention to the world where Jin Woo lived. They were identified as a giant race that had to consume rocks on planets to survive. In their world, they were notorious creatures known by the name of Titan. The orange-haired person guessed that maybe the Titans were originally targeting his world. But because of Jin Woo's use of the reincarnation cup, they now switched to targeting the Earth of him. It can be understood that Jin Woo was the cause of this. The Titans were looking for traces of the king with extraordinary power. This was the guess of the leaders in the world of the orange-haired person. To solve this problem, the people in the world of the orange-haired person had also sent the heavenly army. Jinwoo heard that and said it was too late. Because it would take at least a few years to get there, even if the connection gate was created at this moment. By then, everything would have ended. So for this time, Jinwoo would take action to deal with the Titans. In the west of the United States, the desert area, although the U.S. government had surrounded the entire surrounding area and invited all kinds of experts they could contact, but they could not come up with any feasible conclusion for this situation. Because the experts could not solve it, the U.S. military had to rely on themselves to solve it. Just then, a strong wind swept through, and then rocks, heavy tanks, cars, and even people were sucked into the air. Jinwoo stood in a corner and saw this scene and said to himself that the stage was ready and now it was time to fight. He could feel the burning desire of the enemy to swallow this land. He felt their breath getting closer and closer, but so what? Jinwoo had in his hand the strongest dark generals, plus years of combat experience. He confidently welcomed the Titans to this battle, a battle with a Dark King and also a hunter of S rank, the strongest in this world. They were sucked into the air and then dropped on top of the high rocks, making the group of people in the army very confused, not knowing what was going on. When they looked at the cracked sky, they saw it had cracked completely, and from the crack, the Stone Titans pulled each other out and surrounded Jinwoo on all sides. Seeing only Jinwoo, they showed contempt, because they thought Jinwoo could not resist them. But the Titans made a serious mistake. Don't look down on others in life. Because Jinwoo was not alone. He had the 10 strongest dark generals and a whole army of darkness. After the dark generals appeared, the army of darkness also gradually appeared and surrounded the Stone Titans. Everything was ready. Jinwoo gently shouted. On the U.S. government side, the U.S. president also received news of the large cracks in the sky. And from there, thousands of unidentified flying objects appeared. This was an unprecedented crisis. The U.S. president did not know how to solve this problem without affecting the people. To be clearer about this situation, the military leader Harry Sun summoned everyone. In a briefing that had just started, Harry Sun immediately played a short video of the battle at Jinwoo's place, recorded by a guard robot, for everyone to watch. Everyone was amazed to see a young Asian man standing among the strange objects. They wondered who he was and where their army was. How could they be so irresponsible to let a citizen get into the middle of those creatures? To explain this, Harry Sun did not know what to say because he did not know anything either. On Jinwoo's side, the battle was very fierce at this time. Jinwoo's generals constantly used their own power to destroy the Stone Titans, from using fire to burn them to using hand power to reduce their combat power. They helped Jinwoo leisurely walk behind and swing his sword. In no time, the army of Stone Titans was wiped out a lot. Because he had killed a lot of enemies, Jinwoo gathered his strength to kill the leader of the Titans. And the consequence of this would be becoming a third-rate athlete. Then, wouldn't Haein regret her rash decision at this moment? Haein listened and was confused. Then she smelled a very pleasant fragrance from Jinwoo. She thanked him and was about to say something else when her leg hurt. Jinwoo had no choice but to tell her to sit still and touch the wound. Haein blushed all over her face, but she quickly felt miraculous because the place where Jinwoo touched was completely painless. Jinwoo left behind a sentence that there was only one destination, and tried to run at full speed to the finish line. Then he intended to leave. Haein saw that and called him back, asking if they had met before. Jinwoo smiled and told her to run. As long as Haein ran with him and won even once, he would definitely answer her question. But Haein didn't dare to agree right away because she knew Jinwoo's running performance. So in the end, Haein said to change the condition to Jinwoo telling her when she could break the record for the first round, then she would agree to run with him. Jinwoo agreed. Time passed and Jinwon still went to school regularly. In the morning, he studied in class. In the afternoon, he ran with his seniors. After school, he played net with Ingyu. Some days after school, he met with Han. At night, he went home and was tutored by Belian to prepare for the graduation exam. In no time, it was Christmas, and like many other young people, Jin-woo also went out to play because he had a date with Han. On the way to the meeting place, he saw himself dressed too plainly, so he copied a very stylish outfit from a store on the street. The Peru group saw him change his clothes and praised him for being beautiful. He arrived at the meeting place, but Han hadn't arrived yet, so Jin-woo had to wait. Just as she was about to scare him, he immediately turned around and looked. Han couldn't scare him and said Jin-woo was like having eyes behind him. Then they both walked together. As they walked, they talked about the topic related to Jin-woo's graduation exam. Han wondered why Jin-woo's performance was good, but he insisted on going to that university. Jin-woo said it was because the school had a full scholarship and a chance to study abroad. And there was someone he wanted to meet there. When she knew that person might be a woman, Han pouted her cheeks. After a while, she asked Jin-woo if he remembered their promise. Seeing Jin-woo didn't remember, she reminded him that the promise was that Jin-woo would answer any question of hers if she beat him in a match. And right now, Han wanted to fulfill that promise. She and he would compete to see who would run to the Christmas tree first. The reason she wanted to compete was because Han really wanted to know everything from Jin-woo's occasional thoughts about the person he wanted to meet at the university, whether it was male or female. And finally, where they had met before. Jin-woo heard that and was stunned, then he agreed. Han heard that and took off her scarf and wrapped it around Jin-woo. As she wrapped the scarf, she told Jin-woo not to hesitate so much if he liked her. Before Jin-woo could understand her, she ran ahead. The Peru group immediately appeared and teased Jin-woo to chase after her or he would lose. Jin-woo also started running and remembered the past as he ran. From the first time he met Han to when she said they were just friends but still saved him with all her might. Then when she smiled brightly and said she liked him when they both looked at the starry sky. And when they both called and promised to meet each other, and finally Han won. She ran to the finish line first. Jin-woo admitted defeat and ordered the Peru group to close their eyes. Then he calmly walked up and hugged Han under the Christmas tree. The world of peace. Tusk and his subordinates were trading pears and cucumbers with each other. Just then Peru came and saw Peru coming. Tusk smiled excitedly and waited for the goods from Peru. Peru did not keep Tusk waiting. He immediately pulled out a cloak that was exactly like the cloak with a hood that the Dark Lord Sung Jin-woo had worn a few days ago. Tusk received the cloak and was overjoyed. He immediately put it on himself. To rate this cloak, Tusk boldly gave 1,000 points. The cloak was there, but to add more majesty, Peru suggested that Tusk should buy another staff. Seeing that this was reasonable, Tusk immediately ordered the bearded dwarf to use the sacred wood that the Lord had given him before to make a world staff. And Tusk and Peru were standing here. This was the world of peace. This place was very spacious, and because there were nearly 10 million soldiers stationed here, people lived here by supporting each other. The areas were divided into parts as follows. First, the castle of the system fund that develops players is the center of the architecture. Next to it is the upgrade area for players, then the training area for Belian soldiers. Down further, there is the colony of the war zone Opler, the production area of the bearded dwarf, the mine, and finally the resort area when practicing magic, and the commercial area. Here, the soldiers have a deep connection with the king's mind. When the king's power becomes stronger, they will start to resemble the king's current mind. Simply put, the soldiers who desire destruction and strive for it, are beginning to learn the emotional aspects of humans. Countless emotions that humans possess are new experiences that fill the empty hearts of these dark soldiers. The soldiers who fell asleep in class, the soldiers who were passionate about training, or the soldiers who stood chatting, and even the soldiers who wanted to fight. The personalities that never existed were gradually shaped, and they began to live in this world with their diversity. And this was thanks to the great merit of Lord Sung Jin-woo. Because he invited these soldiers into such a wonderful world. The soldiers were grateful and loved Sung Jinwoo very much. After a while, the staff of Tusk was finally completed. The cloak combined with the staff, everyone applauded it and praised Tusk for looking very handsome. Just then, a group of new soldiers assigned by Belian walked in leisurely. Tusk was talking to the new soldiers when a grumpy voice interrupted and asked what they were doing here. At first, he didn't recognize who it was, so Tusk angrily shouted and asked who it was. When he realized it was Idris, he changed his tone to gently say he loved Idris. Idris also just gently thanked Tusk's loyalty. Idris came here because Idris wanted the close soldiers under the Lord's command to cheer for the Lord. So Tusk and Idris turned on the touch window. Inside, the scene of Jinwoo and Haein meeting started to play. Everyone saw that and screamed with excitement. Unlike the noise of everyone else, Idris just watched silently. Then Idris began to recall the first time he met his beloved Lord Sung Jinwoo. The first meeting was in a strange space created by the king's power. Idris' mission was to challenge Jinwoo, the one who dared to enter this place. Idris' Lord wanted to meet Jinwoo because he was a human worthy of becoming a vessel for the Lord. It was also from that moment that Idris realized that this was the last mission that the Lord gave him. Then Idris imagined the farewell of the Lord. And the Lord had lost all interest in war. After forgiving the rulers, he would have enough reason to explain why he showed so much care for a mediocre human. For Idris, the Lord's order was absolute. There was no need to think or ask for the intention or stop. Idris' only answer was to follow the absolute order. That was all Idris could do. And so Idris stood alone in this strange space to test Jinwoo's level with most of his sealed primal power. And the strange space was called by humans by the dear name of dungeon. If you wait too long, what do you do to avoid leg fatigue? Of course, find a place to sit, and who is stupid enough to stand forever? Idris was the same. He waited too long, so Idris walked up the stairs and sat down on the throne, then displayed his majestic appearance to wait for Jinwoo to come. But after 3 seconds, Idris felt that this pose was too exaggerated, so he went down to find a less exaggerated place to wait for Jinwoo to come. And finally, after a period of waiting, Idris met him, the one chosen by the Lord. Even if this was not the last mission he was entrusted with, Idris had no intention of being negligent when fighting. If after testing, Jinwoo was not qualified, Idris would kill him. And so the battle with that human began, but the result disappointed Idris. Jinwoo was only struggling to dodge Idris' sword. There was no sign of innate talent or surpassing strength. But even though he only dodged, Jinwoo came up with a plan to defeat Idris with his bare hands. Idris of course saw it, but he did not believe that a lowly person like Jinwoo could do it. The more Idris fought, the more he realized that this body was not compatible with the Lord. But the Idris respected Jinwoo's will. From the beginning to now, Jinwoo was constantly beaten up. And Idris also confirmed that Jinwoo was not worthy of that position. So the Idris decided to take Jinwoo's head as an honorable death. This was the first and last time that Idris felt relieved. Because the Lord had lost, if this human was not strong enough, then Idris believed that the Lord would be able to hold the throne for a little longer. When Idris was about to give Jinwoo a painless death, something made Idris astonished. At that time, Jinwoo somehow got a huge source of power and used his hand to block Idris' sword. Moreover, his determination to never give up, even in the last moment, made Idris admire him. And so, Idris was defeated by a weaker human. In that helpless moment, Idris realized why he had lost. It was because Jinwoo had a look very similar to the current Lord. The match ended with a victory for Jinwoo. Idris did not know if he was happy or not, but what he received in the process of serving answered everything. Jinwoo loved Idris and had some moments that Idris was very grateful for his kindness to Idris. Jinwoo was the master, the friend, and the teammate who had fought side by side with him through hundreds of thousands of battles. Idris's loyalty to Jinwoo grew deeper every day. Along with that, Idris knew that the regret for the old master was also fading. And little by little, Idris accepted the new lord. Gradually, Jinwoo's force became stronger and stronger. After merging with the Dark Army waiting for the summoning between the cracks in space. Finally, Belian, a comrade of Idris, also joined. Those days, Belian and Idris cooperated with each other to tease Peru. Typically, they kissed Peru and made him hang the flag to be scolded by Jinwoo. But when Jinwoo shouted to kneel down, both Idris and Belian were scared and knelt down before Peru. Time passed like that. Idris's group put all their determination into the battle with the Dark Kingdom. Jinwoo became more and more good at fighting and the army became stronger and stronger. Even after reversing time with the Cup of Reincarnation, the battle continued. 3 decades later, all the enemies were wiped out. Only the extermination army remained. The leader of this army shouted and asked Idris if he was not ashamed to serve a king who was a mediocre human. Idris felt that this was true. He had forgotten. Because he was so immersed in the firelight throughout the time he lived with the new master. He had completely forgotten his old master. Idris did not know when it had become like that. The image of the previous master gradually faded in Idris's mind. When Jinwoo said that forgetting was the reward given, Idris realized that he did not need to think too far about it. Idris knew he had not forgotten his old master, although Idris and Iron had merged their souls with this timeline. They forgot everything and were living their own ordinary lives. Idris was still right next to his king. The feelings that Idris had for the old king were the same as the current king. Idris was a knight, a sword of the king. One of the wings leading the Dark Army. Not only that, when he returned to his normal life, Idris was the tutor for Jinwoo, saying that if the answer was 1, then it would definitely be 1. But sometimes the wrong answer would be 1 to 2. Then, to correct his mistake, Idris had to go back and learn more knowledge. For Idris, Jinwoo's battlefield was also Idris's front. Because now Jinwoo had moved to a new battlefield, Idris felt that his glorious life would continue in the near future. Not far away, a gate, a big hole appeared in the sky. Calling to the monsters. Once you kill the dungeon boss, you have to escape the dungeon within an hour. But then Sung Jinwoo's father failed to do that. And then he got stuck in the gap of the dimensions. The rulers contacted him in that situation. And they trusted him and gave him the power to stop the emperors. And finally, the greatest fragment of light was given to him. A new command was to protect the Dark Emperor, who was Sung Jinwoo's son. So he decided to do his best to help his son. He didn't want his son to see his miserable condition at all. He had a lot to say, but in the end he only managed to say 2 words of apology and burst into tears. It turned out that he always wanted to see his son Jinwoo. He always missed him, but unfortunately fate was over. He couldn't stay with him any longer, he had to leave first. When he left, Jinwoo's father kept apologizing to him for not being a good father. He woke up with a start and Sung Jinwoo was still young. He ran outside and saw his whole family gathered. He suddenly moved to tears and told his parents and sister that he had just had a nightmare. But Sung Jinwoo's father still had memories of his previous life. He saw his son crying and felt very uncomfortable. He had to use the newspaper to hide his emotions. The next day he made an appointment with the ruler of the world at a coffee shop. Here he learned that his son, the Dark Emperor, had decided to stay in this world to enjoy the precious moments. Because his son wanted everyone to forget that part of his memory, Sun Aelhuan, as a father, could not let his son down. So he asked the ruler to erase his memories of the past. Erasing the memory would help him not have difficulty in keeping those feelings with his son. Plus, only then would he be a normal person who loved his children very much. To him, Jinwoo was not the Dark Emperor, but his precious son. The ruler agreed immediately, and began to use his power to erase Sun Aelhuan's memory. As soon as he stepped out of the coffee shop, all his memories would be erased from his mind. Finally, before leaving, the ruler wished Sun Aelhuan a peaceful future. The scene changed to a barbecue restaurant near the university, where everyone was raising their glasses to congratulate the new students. Only Jinho couldn't drink because he was worried. Jinho felt something strange since he entered here. Although he was born in a wealthy family, the frozen pork belly restaurant made him feel familiar and strange. Just then, a senior sat down next to Jinho and told him to just let loose, but he also had to know the limit. He warned him of a scary person who studied the same major. This person was not strict with his juniors, but he had a crazy attraction. Hearing that, Jinho wondered if the senior could compare with his father. But then the senior also remembered one more detail, that the sports idol Cha-haen was the girlfriend of that senior. As soon as he finished speaking, that senior also appeared, and went straight to sit down in front of Jinho. And the other senior scared them both to death. The other senior took the excuse of inviting drinks to other tables and ran away, leaving Jinho pitifully alone facing the dark senior. The dark senior Jinwoo sat down and wanted Jinho to drink a full glass. Jinwoo made Jinho frown and wanted to refuse, because Jinho had never drunk alcohol before. But how could he refuse? Jinho had to close his eyes and drink the glass of alcohol. But when he drank it, Jinho was amazed that this was not strong alcohol but only cider, a fermented alcoholic drink from fruit juice. Seeing that Jinho had finished a glass, Jinwoo poured him another glass. As he poured the wine, he told Jinho not to call him a senior, just call him brother. Jinho was very embarrassed and uttered a word, brother. The call also surprised him because he didn't understand why it was so smooth. And there is one more thing Jinho is curious about, why Jinwoo knows his name. But this curiosity of Jinho was swept away by Jinwoo by continuously inviting him to drink both. Just like that, they became close to each other. One morning in the school grounds, Jinwoo called and asked Jinho to go to class instead of him, because today he was busy going to practice at the university hospital. Not letting Jinho wonder much, Jinwoo hung up directly. At this time, in front of him, there was a girl sighing. She was worried that her accent would make her look weird. As she passed by Jinwoo, she unconsciously called him back and asked if they knew each other. But Jinwoo just gently said no and turned away. And this girl is Lee Joo-hee. After being stunned for a while, Joo-hee was ashamed and blushed because she took the initiative to make friends with strangers. She also hurried away. But at this time in the hospital of the school, specifically in a private patient room, the doctor came in and helped Go Gun-hee, the chairman of the Hunter Association in the previous life, up. While helping, the doctor noticed a strange bottle of medicine on the table and asked Mr. Gun-hee what it was. Mr. Gun-hee weakly said that a young boy had just visited and gave it to him. Even though the guards outside were still guarding the room very strictly, this person could still leave a bottle without anyone knowing. When he left the bottle, Jinwoo explained to Mr. Gun-hee that in a timeline that had disappeared, Go Jun-hee had fought with the monster with him, and now to thank him, Jinwoo left the bottle as a thank you, after saying that Jinwoo also disappeared like magic. And Jinwoo also said that if he drank this bottle, the disease would heal immediately. Knowing that he was too weak, Go Gun-hee didn't have the strength to care. Is this true or false? He picked up the bottle and turned to ask the doctor how long he had left. The doctor was silent and did not say anything, seeing that Go Gun-hee weakly said that if he drank this thing and had any fate, remember to carve on the tombstone that Ms. Chairman Go Gun-hee bravely fought against the disease and rested here. After saying that, Go Jun-hee opened the bottle cap, then drank the bottle of red water. But because he was the leader, his power was also quite formidable. He could still resist Jinwoo's powerful attack. He was strong, but Jinwoo was not an ordinary person. He focused his power and turned his hand into a weapon of damage, then directly struck the leader, crushing him to the ground. Unfortunately, this blow could not immediately take his life, but instead helped him evolve to a higher level. The leader also acknowledged that Jinwoo was very good. But he also discovered a weakness. Jinwoo had to increase his body size to make the most of his own power. So this clearly showed that Jinwoo was still just like a normal person. On the contrary, the Titan race could reduce their body size every time they needed to exert their full combat power. But of course, this only applied to the bravest warriors of the Titan race, which of course included the leader. So the leader said that if Jinwoo wanted to ask for forgiveness, he should hurry up. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jinwoo's dark generals rushed to tear him apart. Because these Titans were too arrogant, Jinwoo instructed his generals to take good care of them. The king had ordered, so the dark generals eagerly took care of the four-limbed Titans more carefully. On the US government side, specifically in the briefing room, everyone was scared by the battle just now. The US president was confused and wondered who Jinwoo was and how he could deal with them like toys. He asked everyone if there was any way to know the identity of that guy. Someone spoke up and said they didn't know. In fact, it was probably impossible. But that was the reality, and if it was not the reality, there was another way. And the person who spoke was David Granda, the director of Syria. The way he suggested was to find Madame Noma Chanel for an accurate answer. As time passed, the final national school sports tournament finally took place. Jinwoo and his seniors all participated in the competition. As he was walking, Jinwoo was shocked to see a familiar person. This person also joined the running competition. The person, who was warming up before the match, also paused for a few seconds when he saw Jinwoo. His teammates saw that and shouted at Kim Cheol to hurry up and warm up. Kim Cheol was scolded and immediately turned back to warm up. The reason why Jinwoo was so surprised to see this person was because he thought it was Iron. Since it was a competition, there was no avoiding winning and losing. As soon as they arrived, Jinwoo's group was mocked by a guy from another group who knew them. He said they were pathetic for letting a freshman join them. The captain of all the upcoming matches, Taewon, was not angry at these taunts. He just smiled and said to the guy that he would be very surprised when he saw the level of this freshman. The guy also just smiled. Since they were standing together, the guy also wanted to introduce to Taewon a new soldier who was nicknamed the monster of the group. They exerted tremendous pressure. Kim Cheol did not understand why he wanted to kneel in front of a student who was the same age as Jinwoo. Kim Cheol thought that maybe he was scared, but this ridiculous reason made him scream out illogically. After stabilizing his emotions and calming down a bit, Kim Cheol came up to Jinwoo and asked what he was looking at. He said if he wanted to talk, he should go somewhere else. The seniors in the group saw this scene and were excited and curious. They thought they were about to fight. They also shouted at Jinwoo not to kill anyone. They told him to control himself. If he couldn't control himself, he should just think about the feeling of relief when he spared someone's life. Jinwoo was speechless. After telling his seniors not to worry too much, he went with Kim Cheol to another place. As soon as they got to a secluded place, Kim Cheol grabbed Jinwoo's collar and asked if he was looking down on him. Seeing Iron return to the Peru group, everyone was excited and crowded out. Only Bellion told Jinwoo to hand over this Iron to him so he could deal with his rudeness. Jinwoo was still in a state of not wanting to talk, so he didn't bother to say anything from before until now. But at this time, Kim Cheol did not understand why he suddenly shed tears and knelt down in front of Jinwoo. Jinwoo was holding a bag and was about to leave. Because right now, this Iron was just Kim Cheol, a human. And he was no longer one of his dark generals. So Jinwoo felt that he didn't need to get involved with each other. But he hadn't walked 2 steps when Jinwoo was called back by Kim Cheol. Then Kim Cheol blushed and asked if this was love. Jinwoo was stunned. He turned pale and told him not to talk nonsense. Then Jinwoo flicked his hand, and Kim Cheol entered a state of confusion and pain. Then Jinwoo transmitted into Kim Cheol's head a few sentences like he wanted to pick a fight with him. But when he found out that he was the son of his father's friend's friend, he didn't want to make enemies with him anymore, and from now on he would live more decently. After transmitting, he flicked his hand to wake Kim Cheol up. When Kim Cheol woke up, he completely forgot what had just happened. He was confused and didn't know why he was here. The qualifying round of the high school tournament was about to start. The organizers announced that the players should gather at the track. At this time, in the U.S., Mr. David had come to Mrs. Nolma's house. As soon as he entered the house, Mr. David smelled a lot of food in the house. Mrs. Nolma explained that a guest had come by before. Mr. David heard that and said he would talk quickly and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Mrs. Nolma smiled. She could not see anything after death came to her that time. However, Mrs. Nolma would still answer David's question. The first question was yes, the second question was no. David was amazed that he had not asked the question yet but had already received the answer. Nolma explained that she could not see the future, but she could look back at the past to speak. And so now she would continue to answer David's question. The person David was looking for was also the person Nolma knew. But the answer stopped here, and the identity of the other person would not be revealed anymore. David was angry and yelled at Mrs. Nolma for being irresponsible for not revealing information about the person who could become a great threat to the world. At that time, Mrs. Nolma's son also opened the door and came out. As soon as he got there, the boy heard his mother say to David that this was also the reason why she did not reveal anything. David was worried because he had watched the whole video. In the video, a boy fought alone against a bunch of fierce monsters and did not retreat. Although the power was terrifying, he really saved humanity. And when he learned that things like that day still happened in this world, Mrs. Nolma's words made David even more shocked. After hearing everything he could hear, David left. Before leaving, he asked Mrs. Nolma one more time if the boy in the video was really not a threat. After hearing Mrs. Nolma assure him with a smile, he would pretend not to hear her say that she knew that person. After they said goodbye, the person who had been hiding also appeared. As soon as he went outside, he complained to Mrs. Nolma that he did not like David and wanted to teach him a lesson. Mrs. Nolma smiled and reminded him. This person was Thomas, who did not meet the criteria to become a hunter. Thomas had no choice but to change the topic and ask Mrs. Nolma why she saved him when there were so many people who died in accidents, especially traffic accidents. The number was too many to count, but Thomas was lucky to survive thanks to Mrs. Nolma's prophecy. So Thomas wondered why Mrs. Nolma helped him. Mrs. Nolma answered gently that he had done a lot of good deeds in his previous life. Thomas was surprised that he, a fighting demon, could do good deeds. Finally, Thomas asked why David came here to ask about the person in the video. Mrs. Nolma said softly that he had saved the world. Although he did not understand what Mrs. Nolma was saying, Thomas still found it very interesting and took off his glasses and asked what the world-saving hero was doing. Mrs. Nolma did not know the answer to this question, but maybe the hero was enjoying his youth somewhere in this beautiful world. The match went from one round to another, and now it was the turn of a female top. Everyone was ready to run, and as soon as the gun started, all the contestants ran as fast as they could to the finish line. In this group, a blonde girl always tried her best to run ahead. Finally, her effort was rewarded, and she won first place. She was Cha-Han, who used to be the vice president of the Hunter Association and a female hunter rank S in her previous life. After winning, Han went to a tree to sit. Then she took off her socks to see her injury. Han was worried because she did not know if she could finish the race with this leg. She bowed her head and did not know what to do when a voice asked her how she was going to deal with that bruise and then compete. Han looked up and saw that it was Jin Woo. But of course she didn't remember anything about Jin Woo. In her eyes, he was just a normal student from the track and field club. And Jin Woo continued to remind Han that if she ignored the wound and kept running, she would be stuck in the physical therapy department for a year by herself. With just a bit of blood left there, Jin Woo quickly summoned the girl back. The girl was very panicked when Jin Woo called her back. Jin Woo had to calm her down, and after she settled down, Jin Woo asked her a few questions. It turned out that she had killed herself and the main reason was this and that. After hearing her story, Jin-woo changed his direction and went to another apartment building to find the owner of an apartment. As soon as he rang the bell, Jin-woo showed his police badge and told the person to open the door quickly. He wanted to ask some questions about the case of his daughter. The man opened the door immediately. As soon as he opened it, he asked anxiously about the investigation results of his daughter's case. Jin-woo calmly said that he hadn't found anything yet, but he had some things to ask, so he wanted to talk to the father of the suicidal girl. The father agreed to go with him. The two went to a coffee shop, and as soon as they sat down, Jin-woo asked the father what kind of student Seo Jin, his daughter, was. He asked if she had any conflicts with anyone, and the father immediately said no. His daughter was not the kind of person who did things that made others hate her. She was really a very kind and innocent child. As he said that, the father covered his face in pain, because his daughter had suddenly committed suicide. Then he burst into tears and said that he loved this daughter very much, even though she was not his biological daughter. But he always treated her like his own child. Sometimes he even loved her more than his own child. After hearing the man finish, Jin-woo took out a recording and played it for the other man. The man's face changed completely. This recording was the evidence for the terrible abuse that Seo Jin had to endure from her foster father. Since she was a child, she had run away to a faraway place, but her foster father kept sending her messages like, "Dad misses you." And then she finally sought death. After listening to the recording, the man returned to his true nature. He coldly asked Jin-woo what his purpose was, why he didn't arrest him right away and still played tricks. Jin-woo took back his phone and told the man that he had two choices. One was that he would admit all his crimes and surrender. If he did not choose to admit his crimes, he would have to pay a reasonable price. The man was angry and red-eyed, then suddenly laughed and asked Jin-woo how much was enough. Jin-woo smiled, then calmly said that was enough. Then Jin-woo changed his face, his sharp eyes telling the man that this world was not the world of humans. This was the world that he created to resemble the outside world. This was the land of the dead, where the living could not step in. Without the permission of the owner of this place, this was the territory of eternal rest. And it was also the place where the man's name would be imprisoned here forever. Hearing these words, the man realized that there was no one else in this cafe except for the two of them, even though the space was very nice. At this point, the man began to feel scared. He tried to run away, but it was too late. The darkness enveloped him and tore him apart into hundreds of pieces, blood splattered everywhere. Seo Jin's soul appeared and thanked Jin-woo and asked him to give her one more favor. The next morning at the police station, Jin-woo did as Seo Jin said and gave her friend a gift box. When he gave the gift, Jin-woo also said a few words to the girl about the case. He said it would end soon. He left after saying that, and the girl also opened the gift box. After seeing the gift inside, she cried bitterly. Before Jin-woo disappeared, she tried to thank him. And the gift that Seo Jin sent to her friend was a birthday gift. If she had not chosen suicide, maybe the two of them could have enjoyed the birthday party that day together. At the Pork Belly restaurant, Jin-ho announced to Jin-woo that he would propose to Jin-ah. This time it was serious because of the 50K diamond. Jin-ho had also prepared everything, because he really didn't know what Jin-ah liked, so Jin-ho also prepared a lot of backup gifts. Even when Jin-ah graduated from pharmacy school, Jin-ho would immediately have someone build a hospital for her to be the boss. Hearing this information made Jin-woo dizzy. Finally Jin-woo advised Jin-ho that he didn't need to give too many gifts, to prove his determination. Just be yourself. Jin-ho was touched by what he heard and jumped to hug Jin-woo. He didn't care that he resisted. After the party, Jin-woo went home, and as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by Hae-in holding a baby in her arms. The baby kept calling Jin-woo dad, and reached out to be held by him. Jin-woo couldn't hold the baby right away because he had to take off his shoes. As he took off his shoes, Jinwoo also told Han about Jinho's story earlier. After changing his shoes, he immediately hugged the baby in his arms and smiled and asked Han why Suho hadn't slept yet. Han explained that the baby had slept a lot this morning. But at this moment, Jinwoo suddenly saw two shadows arguing behind Han. Han saw him paying attention and just shook her head helplessly. It turned out that the two shadows arguing fiercely were Belian and Idris. Belian insisted on teaching Suho swordsmanship, but Idris strongly opposed it because in this world, knowledge and education were the measure of a person. Jinwoo listened to them and felt helpless like his wife. Then he told them to leave this matter for later. At least until Suho could walk. Hearing this, Han teased her husband why he didn't come home early until Suho could walk. Jinwoo couldn't argue anything and just laughed it off. The next morning, Chief Jin Chun called Jinwoo in. The meeting was first to remind Jinwoo not to go too far and make the other detectives feel self-conscious. Then he asked Jinwoo if he knew any information about the father of the female student who committed suicide a few days ago. Jinwoo of course said he didn't know. Jin Chun also guessed vaguely, but he didn't say anything more and went in. The more important thing was that the chairman of the association Go Gun-hee was in critical condition. In Go Gun-hee's hospital room, Jinwoo silently watched him lying weakly on the bed. After a long time, he opened his eyes. Seeing Jinwoo, he asked him to remove the ventilator for him. At this time, Go Gun-hee spoke weakly and said he was very happy that Jinwoo came to visit him. Actually, he had been looking for Jinwoo for a long time. Jinwoo then took out a bottle of medicine like before and intended to give it to Go Gun-hee, but Go Gun-hee didn't want it. Because 10 years of being granted by Jinwoo was enough. He had done everything he wanted to do in these 10 years. However, there was one thing that Go Gun-hee wanted to do but only Jinwoo could do. That was he wanted to admire the world that he and Jinwoo had fought side by side before he died. So that he could remember those moments and look at himself and see what he looked like and also see what Jinwoo looked like. Because of Go Gun-hee's determination, Jinwoo had no choice but to let him see that world. He held Go Gun-hee's hand and then transmitted those memories to him. Each piece of memory appeared like a slow-motion film when they first met. Jinwoo didn't bother to greet Go Gun-hee but said he wanted to fight. When they discussed the battle plan, when they confided in each other a little bit of personal matters. When Go Gun-hee was angry at the plans of the bad guys, when they killed the enemy together without fear. Until Go Gun-hee sacrificed himself in the mission. He didn't let Jinwoo take him to the hospital but stopped his last breath and begged him to continue to stand on the side of humanity. Everything had returned. Go Gun-hee was sad and shed tears. Then he shakily held Jinwoo's hand and smiled in tears and said he was really happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with a hero like Jinwoo. In this warm sunlight, even if he became a cold corpse, the glorious memories in Go Gun-hee would always last. And those memories were really warm. In the end, Mr. Gun-hee passed away peacefully with a smile on his lips. Jinwoo wiped away the tear that lingered on Mr. Gun-hee's eyelash and said goodbye. The sky had turned autumn, red leaves flew in the twilight, making people feel gloomy. On the way home, Jinwoo received a phone call from his beloved wife Han. As soon as she connected, she panicked and told him about their son Suho. Knowing that the kid was flying around the house, Jinwoo was not too surprised to hear that his son could fly. He gently told his wife that he would teach their son how to fly when he got home. The natural law was something that could not be denied. After autumn came winter and spring returned. Everything had a beginning and an end, and perhaps the end was also the place to sow the seeds for a new beginning. Today, Jinwoo would break the rule and come home early because it seemed that winter had not yet come to his family. Then at home, Han hung up the phone and painfully cleaned up the mess that their son had made. While secretly hoping that her husband would come back soon, Suho was still flying around in the air. Belian and Idris had another argument. They debated whether to let Suho learn air combat or pilot training. The Lord of the Ant Kingdom and his thousands of children appeared to choose the strongest leader. So the ant lord let his children bite each other. Finally, the strongest person in the ant kingdom appeared, and it was none other than Peru. From the time he was born until he became the strongest, Peru was not afraid of anyone. Only when he met Lord Sung Jinwoo did Peru understand what fear was. He thought that he would only meet Sung Jinwoo in his life. But now, after decades had passed, the second person who was not afraid of Peru appeared. It was Suho, Jinwoo's son. Every time Peru appeared, Suho looked at Peru with sparkling, bright eyes. His mouth always called him an ant. As long as Peru went somewhere, Suho immediately ran after him. Peru did not understand why this kid liked him so much. Seeing that, Idris appeared and explained Peru's question. Because Peru was a giant ant that was cute and could walk, talk, and fly, any child would like it. Peru understood the problem and scratched his face in confusion. He did not expect that the little king would like him because he could fly and was big. When he returned to the peaceful world, Peru called the dwarf with a beard. Seeing the dwarf come, he immediately told the dwarf to change the plan to start the construction of the statue of the Holy King, to commemorate the 32nd birthday of Lord Jinwoo. A little plan would be done like this, a little like that, a bit. The dwarf with a beard nodded in agreement. He was sure that when he finished, the result would be magnificent. But to complete this, he needed more manpower, so the dwarf with the beard wanted to borrow people from the demon castle that the architect created. Because of the plan, Peru agreed to everything he said. After delegating, Peru left to deal with some other things. Back at Jinwoo's villa, there was a suspicious car parked nearby. In the car were 4 men with their faces covered like dog thieves. The reason they were wandering here was to take revenge on Jinwoo. Because Jinwoo had made the organization they created disappear into thin air, they came here to kill Jinwoo's wife and son. The 4 men quickly got out of the car. Then they approached the wall and jumped in. But at that moment, only the leader and one of his men got in. The other 2 did not know where to hide. And behind them, there was a familiar shadow like Peru. Then Peru stretched one of its ant claws to cover the leader's mouth. The other one made a sign of silence, and Peru muttered to itself that the king was taking a nap, and it couldn't let him be disturbed by these guys. So Peru quietly took care of the whole bunch. The feeling of making others suffer and begging made Peru very satisfied. That's why Peru's ant claws increased a few more parts of strength when dealing with them. After many days of carrying out the plan, the giant statue of Jinwoo and his son was finally completed. Peru was very happy to see the result. Peru was sure that Jinwoo would also be very happy to see the statue. Not only that, but the kid Suho was also happy. As it was rejoicing, Peru heard the sound of a child behind it. Peru froze for 3 seconds, then slowly turned around and saw that Suho had been standing there since who knows when. Because it was so shocking, Peru screamed and ran away. Suho naturally chased after it and kept calling Aunt, Aunt. A few days later, Han was invited by Suho's teacher to see the paintings that Suho drew. The first one was about the topic of friends, and Suho drew an ant walking on 2 legs. When asked about other friends, Suho drew a red-faced monster. Next was the topic of family, and besides drawing his parents, he also drew a lot of black shadows around them. When they saw the paintings that Suho drew, the teachers thought that the kid was being bullied. But when they saw his enthusiastic attitude, they realized that Suho was not being bullied. But maybe Suho had a very unique artistic talent. On the police side, everyone congratulated Jinwoo for being promoted. After many years, he suddenly agreed to be promoted to deputy chief. This made everyone curious. But Jinwoo didn't explain anything, he just took his stuff and left. And he said he would invite the whole room for a meal tomorrow. When he got home, Jinwoo was given the paintings of his son by his wife. Looking at these paintings, Jinwoo exclaimed that Suho had a great talent for painting. After hearing his wife tell the details, Jinwoo could only laugh happily. But Haein was not happy at all because the other kids were afraid of her son, and whenever he came near, they changed their faces and even screamed. Hearing this, Jinwoo stopped laughing and thought seriously that maybe the kids were younger and had cleaner senses than adults. So they could feel the power of the emperor. The reason why the other kids avoided Suho was because they could feel the shadows of power, the strength of the Dark Emperor rising inside Suho. If he didn't do something, Suho would have a hard time living a normal life. At least until Suho could reach the age threshold to control his power perfectly, Jinwoo would seal his memories of the Dark Warriors and his power for a period of time. Before performing the seal, Jinwoo called Peru over and showed it the painting that Suho drew of it. Peru burst into tears after seeing it and begged Jinwoo to let it say goodbye to Suho. After Jinwoo agreed, Peru brought a glass of water and walked into Suho's room to say goodbye. It seemed that Suho felt Peru by his side, so even though he was asleep, his mouth kept saying "Aunt, Aunt." So after letting Peru say all the goodbye words, Jinwoo started the process of sealing his son's memory. Everything that happened from before until now was just a beautiful dream for Suho. Time flew by like a dog running in the field, and soon Suho grew up into a handsome, tall high school student. High school was a world where big fish ate small fish. New class, new friends, but all they needed was a glance to evaluate each other. To see who will become friends, and who will be the ones who have to obey. Because Suho and Leon Cheol also became friends through a glance. The order in this class seemed to have been clearly divided. But Leon Cheol saw that there was only one person who did not understand the problem, and that person was Suho. Seeing Suho looking without blinking, Leon Cheol felt insulted. He was angry and wanted to rush up and hit Suho. But his new acquaintance Yu Sung-ho stopped him. Leon Cheol was even more angry when he was stopped. He immediately dragged Yu Sung-ho to a secluded corner behind the school and beat him up. Then he asked him why he stopped him. Yu Sung-ho weakly said that Suho was the strongest person in grade 2 at his school. No one could touch the finger of Suho. He thought Yu Sung-ho was lying because if there was someone so strong, why wouldn't there be any rumors? So Leon Cheol rushed to beat Yu Sung-ho again. Just then Suho appeared not far away and told Yu Sung-ho to defend himself. Leon Cheol's group heard and looked at Suho in astonishment. Suho took advantage of their stunned faces and gave them a few kicks. They all lay on the ground with foam on their mouths. After solving the problem, Suho dusted his hands and left the rest to Yu Sung-ho. It turned out that Suho and Yu Sung-ho had made a deal with each other before about this. So the next few days, the news of Sung Suho single-handedly defeating 3 spread throughout the school. Everyone gradually became afraid of Suho. And Suho went through a peaceful school life without being bothered. But too peaceful, Suho felt bored. Because he always felt that he had known many more interesting and wonderful things. He was about to pack his bag and go to a Wi-Fi cafe to sit when Suho couldn't open the classroom door. Not only that, Suho also saw that the time outside was stopping in a strange way. Then, in front of his astonishment, a gate appeared. Suho witnessed it for the first time and didn't know what to do. But like father, like son. Just like Jinwoo in the past, Suho confidently carried his bag into the gate. As he stepped into the gate, it gradually closed. So Suho was trapped here, with no other way out. Suho had to hold a torch on the wall to light his way forward. After a while, the things hanging on the wall made Suho exclaim in amazement. Both sides of the wall were full of different types of weapons. Because he accidentally touched a weapon on the wall, the weapon information board appeared for Suho to see. Above it said Thunderous Level 20 Rank B-, belonging to the Axe class, attack power 160 when using mana will give the user the elemental attribute of Thunder. Then there was the Outer Bone of Z Desert Level 15, rank C+, belonging to the Shield class, physical damage received reduced by 10% durability and strength +3, and then countless weapon information boards appeared from swords to swords. And then as soon as Suho walked, they jumped out incessantly. But these weapons that only had the effect of stabbing and chopping did not interest Suho. What he was interested in was a pair of gloves in the corner. And so after examining all kinds of weapons, Suho decided to choose the combat gloves level 1, rank E, system attack power +4. And from then on, Suho's status window was opened. He was currently at level 1. He had no rank and no health points. His title was the Missing King. However, the remaining stats were relatively stable. Suho continued to move forward. This time he came to a corridor. After drinking, he lay down to rest. The doctor saw that and left. When the doctor had just left, Go-Junhee opened his eyes and looked up at the sky and then closed his eyes again. The sun rose higher and the warm rays of sunshine began to shine into the patient room. Mr. Gunny's hand also became more shaky. Then he grabbed the blanket tightly. And when he opened his eyes again, he looked at the warm rays of sunshine and whispered, "It seems that the sun is still warm, it can't catch the cold of winter yet." "Hello Sly, it's me again, I'm Angta, I'm the first king born from the darkness. And I'm also the strongest king. I am the king, the ruler of the dragon race, an entity that is considered the embodiment of horror and destruction. As a way to show respect and fear for me, everyone who knows me calls me the Dragon Emperor. However, on a normal day when I was preparing to invade the Earth with 10 million soldiers hiding in the gaps between the dimensions, I woke up to find myself in the body of a mortal, a weak and pitiful mortal. This mortal's name is Sung Jinwoo, a weak E-rank hunter. In a country called Korea, despite his terrible ability, Jinwoo often pushes himself to the brink of death. But Jinwoo is stubborn and refuses to give up hunting. The Dragon Emperor doesn't understand why he does that, and guesses that maybe it's because of his mother's illness. But with the power of the Dragon Emperor, these diseases are easy to cure. Back in the room, Jinwoo's phone rang. The Dragon Emperor in Jinwoo's body answered the phone and a furious female voice came from the other end, scolding Jinwoo for not coming quickly to prepare for the dungeon raid. As the almighty Dragon Emperor, he was yelled at by a common woman. The Dragon Emperor was stunned and then angry. After hearing her say that she was at the dungeon gate, the Dragon Emperor tried to calm down a bit and locate her exact position. When he found her, he hung up the phone. Then he suddenly appeared behind her and asked angrily, "Hey girl, tell me if I'm late." The girl was scared and stuttered, "No, no." Seeing that, Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor was satisfied. At that moment, a man not far away waved his hand and called Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor over to eat something. Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor just glanced at him and thought he must be Jinwoo's subordinate. The Dragon Emperor walked up to the salesperson and said he wanted coffee. The salesperson said sorry, the coffee was out, but as soon as he finished speaking, Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor snatched the cup of coffee in his hand. Then he drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he laughed like a madman. He shouted, "The strong will oppress the weak, that is the way of the kings." Jinwoo's teammates saw this and felt that Jinwoo was very strange today. Finally, the time to enter the dungeon came, and everyone followed the guide inside. Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor knew that these gates appearing on Earth must be part of the plan of those rulers. But even so, since then, Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor always felt the power of a king there. So Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor quickly followed everyone in. As soon as they arrived, they encountered countless huge monsters. But these were just shrimps for the Dragon Emperor, he could kill them all with a wave of his hand. After clearing the monsters blocking the way, Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor led everyone to a direction. The guide at first reminded them that they needed to vote before going anywhere. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was knocked out by Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor. Then everyone was afraid and followed Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor without saying anything. They had been in the dungeon for about 40 minutes, meaning they only had 20 minutes left to fight the boss and get out before the dungeon collapsed. But the road to the boss was blocked by a door. No one dared to approach, only Jinwoo went straight up and opened the door. Then he grabbed the collar of a person standing nearby and threw him inside. It turned out that Jinwoo the Dragon Emperor did that to make sure there was nothing inside, and then he felt relieved to lead everyone in. As soon as they entered, the lights inside were automatically turned on. This place is where Sung Jin-woo's previous life awakened his power. Everything was very familiar, from the giant stone statue to the mysterious ancient characters carved on the stone pedestal. Among the crowd, only Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor, could read these ancient characters. They talked about the rules of the Cardinal Temple. As Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor, was reading, someone pulled his hand and tried to say something, but he violently pushed that person away. Then he turned back and continued reading. The content said that first, one must worship the Lord, second, praise the Lord, third, prove one's faith, and finally, those who do not follow these commandments will not be able to survive and leave this place. As soon as Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor, finished reading, the giant stone statue also woke up. People ran away in fear, while Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor, was excited and used his destructive power to defeat the giant stone statue. This destructive blow also woke up the other stone statues in here. They rushed up together, but within 3 seconds, they were shattered by Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor's destructive power, and the pieces of stone fell everywhere. This made the people who came with him run away in fear of the stones falling on their heads. Seeing that everyone was dealt with, and no one was left, the stone statue with the ancient characters also woke up. But before it could do anything, it was sent to meet its ancestors by Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor. Having come here with great effort, Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor, did not want to waste his saliva talking to the stone statues. What he wanted was the final boss. To please Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor, the final boss also appeared. The two of them probably had a deep hatred in the past, so they met each other. They both glared at each other. And finally, they rushed up at the same time, wanting to kill each other. No one knew who would win. Then, at that moment, Sung Jin-woo woke up with a start, realizing that everything about Jin-woo, the Dragon Emperor, just now was a dream. Luckily, it was just a dream, or else the story about him would probably change to destroying the spirit level. The scene changed to the police station, where Lee Se-hin had been working on Earth since he started hearing rumors from the police. After the detectives started helping him, the rumors said that there was a detective with the name of Ghost in the Central Violent Crime Unit of the police station. Because this Ghost investigated crimes from unsolved cases and also the cases that were assigned. Therefore, the arrest rate of this Ghost was 200%. Because of that, all kinds of criminals, no matter how violent, became obedient when they stood in front of the Ghost. This rumor became a legend, and all the police in the area even had rumors that this Ghost refused to be promoted because he wanted to personally devote himself to catching criminals. As he was thinking, a senior came and gave Lee Se-hin a cup of coffee to refresh himself. At this time, the two also started chatting casually. The senior also revealed to Se-hin that from now on, he would move to work with Detective Sung Jin-woo, who was nicknamed the Ghost. Hearing this, Se-hin choked on his coffee and then shivered. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he appears. As soon as the seniors finished speaking, Jin-woo also appeared. After greeting the senior for a few words, Jin-woo put his arm around Se-hin's shoulder and dragged him to learn how to catch criminals with him. Being dragged like that, Se-hin stuttered and asked Jin-woo where they were going. Jin-woo stopped and asked Se-hin why he became a police officer. Se-hin answered blankly because he wanted to catch the bad guys. Jin-woo smiled happily with this answer. This was also what they were about to do. So the two of them walked out of the police station together, looking for criminals to put them in jail. A few days later, at the detective team, Se-hin was now completely lifeless. He became like this as a result of following Jin-woo to catch criminals for the past few days. And Jin-woo was very satisfied with this new training. Jin-woo was looking at some documents of the cases when suddenly a voice rang out and caught his attention. Not far from there, a girl was trying to tell the police that her friend was not the type of person who would commit suicide. She even showed them the text messages they had exchanged before the murder. Jin-woo was curious about what had happened, so he went over and took the file of the case to look at. Inside, it said that a woman had been found dead in the bathtub with a large wound on her wrist and severe blood loss. The knife that was used to slit her throat was found in the bathroom, and the only fingerprint found there was of the victim herself. Although the victim usually showed a cheerful personality to everyone, she actually suffered from depression. After reading the file, it could be concluded that this was a normal case, but Jin-woo still decided to go there and check it out himself. He ignored the others and dragged the girl out of the police station. At night, at the room of the suicidal girl, Jin-woo started to examine every corner from the sink to the toilet and finally the bathtub. Since he couldn't find anything, Jin-woo decided to call the soul of the girl back. In the past, he had to have a corpse to do that, but now Jin-woo was in a different state of mind. And both sides were full of knight armor. He was walking very normally when suddenly Suho was attacked by a knight in armor nearby. Luckily, you reacted quickly and used the combat gloves to block it. Otherwise, you would have been dead. Suho was furious when he was attacked for no reason. He unleashed a series of punches and kicks to destroy the armored knight. After destroying him, a message appeared announcing that Suho had leveled up. Leveling up was not fun for Suho. He knew that there were a bunch of armored knights waiting for him outside. Although he was surrounded by the armored knights, he was very scared. But Suho chose to face them like his father did in the past. After a few minutes of fighting with the armored knights, Suho kept getting messages of leveling up. But when he defeated this layer, another layer came up. Suho chose to face the armored knights again. Since he had increased his level, dealing with these bulky monsters became easier for him. Finally, after defeating the armored knights, Suho reached level 19. Suho felt it was amazing how it was like playing Free Fire. He got to level up by fighting monsters and became stronger. Although he had won against the monsters, Suho still did not understand how he, who was only level 1, could defeat them all. In the end, he thought it was probably the power of the gloves. The gloves also changed dramatically and their stats increased to 28. Suho wanted to be stronger, so he decided to move on. He opened a new door confidently and the person waiting for him inside was Idris. Idris sat on a high chair at the top like a king. He saw Suho and stood up with his sword and walked towards him. Suho started to shiver when he saw the aura emanating from Idris. He was still thinking about how to attack when he was cut in half and died without a chance to gasp. He woke up and felt lucky that he had escaped death after that slash. He did not know why he had returned to the original corridor. Although he was very afraid of facing the Idris, Suho still wanted to conquer the corridor one more time. The flame on the wall had also gone out a bit when Suho came back. He understood that this was not a coincidence. But he left it for later. What he needed to do now was change his weapon. He was stronger than before, so the combat gloves had changed to spiked gloves, level 15, rank C, attack power 27 and critical rate 10%. Although he was strong, Suho knew he had to be careful. Only God knew what would happen to him. When all three flames went out like before, Suho was killed by Idris again. The second flame on the wall also went out and he saw only one flame left. Suho rolled on the ground, not knowing how to defeat Idris. Just when he was stuck, a weapon caught his eye. It was the great sword replica of the Demon King, level 60, rank A, attack power 170. After attacking, the sword activated the effect of the stormy white fire and caught Suho's attention. It was the same sword that Idris was using, but how could the replica compare to the original? So in the end, Suho equipped his body from top to bottom, everywhere with weapons. With so many weapons, he defeated the armored knight in a minute. With the main techniques such as stabbing, poking, and slashing, he finished them and reached the required level. And then the leveling up quest appeared. Suho did not hesitate to choose it. Then two gates appeared in front of and behind Suho. For this quest, Suho only had to endure longer to get more points. To receive a high class, and the mission this time also has another interesting thing, which is the countdown clock. In the two gates, the higher-level knights stepped out one by one. Looking at this scene, Suho felt very excited. To destroy these high-level knights, Suho had to use up all the weapons on his body. From the mirror to the sword and then to the crossbow, each thing was used by Suho thoroughly to defeat the knights. When the weapons ran out, Suho decided to play boxing with them. Now he didn't need anything, he just wanted to talk with his fists. In the process of fighting, Suho's level increased continuously. He finally could advance to a higher profession based on the score he collected. This profession would be based on the achievements that Suho had achieved. They were the fighting spirit to overcome all adversities, the spirit of not backing down before the challenges with absolute confidence in his own strength. With these achievements, the profession that Suho was assigned was the fighter. Then, thanks to continuously creating achievements to level up, Suho upgraded his fighter profession to the soul stimulator. These things were not enough for Suho. To be able to defeat Idris, Suho had to be stronger. So Suho stood still and let the system send enemies to him to level up. Indeed, the more he fought, the more he leveled up. Now he had a necklace of the rank A guard, a high-class ring of the rank A mage, and a fiery fighting glove of the rank S demon. The opportunity was ripe. Suho opened the door and stepped in to challenge Idris. Unlike the first time full of fear, now with level 70, Suho was much more confident. Suho thought he would attack first, but Idris was faster and swung his sword towards him. Suho was attacked suddenly and lost a few seconds. Then he was lucky to dodge and not be at a disadvantage. Suho continuously attacked Idris, but these attacks were blocked by Idris. The two fought fiercely to the point of shaking the ground under their feet. Suho's speed now could be said to be hidden and visible. Thanks to that, he could both dodge and attack Idris. But this was not enough. Suho felt that he needed to speed up more. But unfortunately, Suho was still beaten by Idris' attacks. But so what? Suho still chose to face and fight back fiercely with Idris. Idris, through the process of fighting, also guessed the strength of the young king in front of him. Idris knew that this strength had not reached 100% of his power. But after fighting for a long time, Suho finally realized why Idris became stronger and stronger. Because Idris' stats belonged to a completely different level than the normal soldiers, who could regenerate infinitely. In other words, Idris surpassed the normal standards. But if so, Suho could also level up to that level. Because he didn't know the rules of the game. However, he was given some basic stats points and he could also easily defeat the high-level soldiers. If he looked back at the stats he received for each stat every time he leveled up. With the accumulated stats, Suho's stats were not level 70 but level 110. That's why Suho, with the nickname of the Young King, and thanks to inheriting the skills from the Dark King, all stats were increased by 40 points. Suho's strength increased as well. He punched Idris and sent him flying into the wall. Then he approached him and threw a series of punches without letting Idris fight back. The wall behind Idris also broke because of the powerful punches. Idris was beaten, but he was secretly happy because Suho was indeed an amazing seed. He inherited the abundant mana energy and the innate talent of the king. He became a being of the level of a holy spirit, a true S-rank hunter. He awakened from the forgotten pages of history and became this strong. Even though he still didn't know how to use or control his power. And finally, Idris admitted defeat before this young king. After defeating Idris, Suho quickly leveled up a few times. Then he jumped up and down happily on the spot. At that moment, a gate appeared and Suho immediately entered it. It led him to the S building in the Ba River district. But Suho didn't understand why this place was burning so brightly. Then a three-headed monster appeared and bared its teeth and claws at Suho. Suho stared at them for 3 seconds, then calmly walked past them. He thought the monster was just a symbolic decoration. The monster felt insulted and didn't bother to chase him anymore. Suho went to the next door, which led him to a city that was being attacked by giant monsters. He was stunned by the sight of these monsters. From the 10th to the 30th floor, Suho just stood still and looked straight. Then he used his fist to punch in all directions and defeated the monsters. In a few hours, he even punched the boss of the 50th floor. He easily fought like this and started to feel bored. But he couldn't escape, so he decided to go around and kill monsters to rank up. Finally, Suho reached the 100th floor. He thought it would be the same as the lower floors, boring and dull. But when he got there, he was surprised to see only 3 people. And there was a girl among them. He was going to finish them quickly and leave. But he was stopped by the girl. After she praised Suho's skills, she introduced herself as Isen, the eldest daughter of the first-ranked Demon Lord Rouge. And she also welcomed Suho to the final stage. There should have been another challenge called the Demon Lord, but since Isen's clan became first rank, the Demon Lord left. And to welcome Suho to the Demon Castle, Isen prepared a small party and wanted Suho to stay and eat. But Suho didn't care much about food. After he learned that the thing that led him back and forth was called the gate, he wanted to leave and asked for another time. Isen was confused and saw Suho off. But suddenly she remembered that this was also what the king said. But after he said that, he didn't come back for 60 years. The demon castle had no one to care about. And when she built the stone statue, Isen made a hole in her face. So she decided to keep Suho. But before she could, Suho turned back and smiled and said goodbye. He promised to see her again because he remembered her name. Isen was dumbfounded by that smile. Then she didn't hold Suho anymore and waved her hand to say goodbye. Suho entered the gate thinking he would get out. But he ended up in an ant nest. The ant saw the intruder and rushed to attack him. Suho had no choice but to fight them and find a way out. During the fight with the ants, Suho's level also increased to 94. After he defeated all the ants, he moved on to open the door in front. As he entered, he silently evaluated that this place was very spacious. Perhaps the owner of this place must be very impressed. But looking around the room, Suho only saw one thing, and that thing was Peru. But Suho didn't remember who Peru was. He only knew that in front of him was a two-legged ant crying profusely. And this Peru was crying and attacking Suho. Suho was quick to dodge the attack. Then he counterattacked by kicking the ant's claws. Peru was a strong general, but he was affected by that kick. He was about to use his claws to grab Suho's head. But his personal feelings made him hesitate, afraid of hurting Suho. It was at this moment that Suho gave him a straight punch in the face. He was punched in the face, but Peru quickly regained his balance. Time after time, Peru simply approached Suho, without intending to hurt him. But Suho didn't understand this behavior. He only knew that whenever Peru came close, he would swing his fist at him. In the end, because he was too busy crying and remembering the past, he didn't attack actively. Moving, he was full of holes. Peru was completely defeated by Suho. At this time, Suho sighed and relaxed. He dragged his body to the gate, hoping to go home. But life was not as he dreamed. The gate led Suho into another battle. Waiting for Suho were huge opponents of various kinds. Suho understood that this was a never-ending loop. He was always at level 99, no matter how much he fought. Fighting alone with the giants, Suho was not shaken. He stepped forward to face all kinds of enemies. Just then, a blue giant tried to play dirty and hit Suho from behind. He discovered this, and used his hand to break the sword of the man. Then he rushed up and gave him a knee to the head, very painful. After the monsters on the ground, there were flying monsters. A group of bears riding white bears flew towards Suho. But Suho only needed to punch and kick a few basic moves to defeat them. After dealing with this group, another group jumped from the sky to join them and caught Suho. Luckily, he was quick to dodge, but he couldn't dodge all of them. The more he fought, the more they appeared, surrounding him on all sides. Then a pink villain riding a flying dinosaur flew down to attack him. Suho looked at his face, then used one hand to throw him to the ground and took the flying beast. He flew through the monsters. And just then, a beam of light shone. The Titan clan that fought with Jingwu a year ago appeared. The leader of the Titan clan came out and transformed. It had been 30 years since he had participated in a battle in this territory. The reason why he transformed as soon as he came out was because Suho was a very skilled warrior and also a confidant of the king. But even so, the Titan leader believed that Suho was just a small and weak prince. So he was sure he couldn't withstand a blow from him. He was mumbling to himself when he was punched by Suho. He didn't care about the words he had mumbled earlier. Suho defeated many strong people and seemed to have won and returned home. But no, Tusk appeared. He had just appeared, but Suho felt the power that Tuzzle brought was very strong. Because he could crush him down at any time. And as Suho thought, he was really crushed by Tusk under the layer of rocks. Suho looked helplessly at the 3 fire-breathing dragons, spitting fire at him. Although Suho quickly escaped and defeated the 3 fire-breathing dragons, he took a dragon maw that was riding. He intended to control it to rush to Tusk, but Tusk's action made Suho astonished. At this moment, Tusk used his power to summon a huge fireball and threw it at the mountain behind Suho. The collision created a huge explosion like a nuclear bomb, making Suho gasp in astonishment. Because he was stunned by the explosion, the monsters quickly rushed to attack Suho from behind. But he was still as before, using one move to defeat them. However, no matter how much he fought, this bunch still grew like wild mushrooms. Anyway, the leader of Titan also recovered, and as he was boasting a few words, he was kicked straight in the mouth by Suho, making him shut up. Another one saw that and bravely stepped forward. This one was very confident in his own talent. Because since he joined here, he had been training hard. This one also had the same fate as the leader of Titan. He was talking nonsense when he was cut in half by Suho's sword. Feeling that he was about to run out of strength, Suho encouraged himself to endure a little more. As long as he could control this power a little more, this power would become more skillful. And he could destroy thousands of enemies. Or even an army with just these hands of his. His spirit and will increased, and Suho's power also increased from that. He killed all the dark generals. Then, ignoring Tusk's fierce attack, he kicked straight back. Under Tusk's astonishment, he aimed at a convenient position and eliminated the Dark General. Tusk disappeared. The terrifying sources of power that continuously emanated from Suho created a strong pressure that no one dared to approach him. Although his power level did not change at all, Suho now controlled this power more proficiently, through many battles. He thought he was going home when the General Belian appeared and joined the battle. Belian just appeared, but Suho felt that this was a strong opponent, an opponent stronger than Tusk whom he had just defeated. Knowing that Belian could talk, before fighting, Suho wanted to ask a few things. That was how much of Belian's total force he had defeated. Belian arrogantly answered that except for the Demon Castle, it was about 1 in 30,000 of the total force that was mobilized here. Suho was amazed. He had been fighting fiercely like a dog from just now until now, but only got that much. But no matter what, Suho still chose to fight. Before the match, Bell had a little ceremony for Suho, because after all, he was the young king. Then he quickly slashed many lines at Suho. Suho was quick and agile to dodge, but when he heard the word young king, he was very angry. He shouted, "What the hell is the young king? Why does everyone call him that?" Suho also vaguely guessed that because of this name, he was dragged here to be beaten up. He attacked and asked Belian questions. But before he could hear the answer, Suho was slashed by Belian on the side. Then Belian's sword turned into a leather whip and whipped Suho all over, making him struggle to dodge. But dodging was not a good way. Suho managed to approach Belian and grab the sword whip. Suho believed that no matter how flexible this weapon was, when it was grabbed, it would become useless. Losing his weapon, Belian became passive. Suho took the opportunity to punch him. Suho's attack seemed to be stronger than before. When he hit, he could make Bellin fly a few meters. Not only that, Suho's body also became very agile in attacking and his eyes became sharper. But no matter how strong he attacked, Suho could not defeat Bellin. He felt that if he dragged on like this, he would fight all night. And he also realized that Bellin was not the owner of this place. The owner of this place was actually the person riding the dragon flying in the sky. Seeing that Suho had discovered him, the owner also jumped down from the dragon and revealed himself in front of him. Suho jumped down from above and the mysterious owner created a violent tremor across the ground. Seeing that, Suho immediately went into a defensive stance. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Suho still observed the shape of the other person. The other person had a tall and slender figure like a human. He held two familiar daggers in his hands. At this point, everyone must have recognized who he was. But in Suho's eyes, he was still just a strange enemy. The two didn't say a word to each other and immediately rushed into a fight. As soon as they hit the first blow, they created a huge explosion that shook the surrounding rocks. Then the man kept attacking, making Suho struggle to dodge. Realizing that the opponent had a human shape, Suho decided to try to negotiate, hoping that he would let him go home. Suho kindly said hello, but the other person was silent and didn't answer. But the gate appeared right behind the other person. Suho looked and realized that this was the final level. He only needed to defeat this man and he could go home and sleep under the blanket. Since he had determined the target he needed to take down, Suho immediately rushed to attack the man with a series of punches. But the more he fought, the more he realized that the other person was both fast and strong. Moreover, this person not only had physical strength, but also had very subtle attacks. Each blow had a very special technique. Suho wondered how hard this person had to train and how many times he had gone through life and death to achieve this level. He admired him, but he was not willing to admit defeat. His stats had increased dramatically and his fighting ability had also improved enough to match those stats. Even if the other person's stats overwhelmed him, he still had hope of winning. As long as he was breathing, he could still fight. But no matter how strong he was, when he faced someone who was both strong and experienced, the result he received was only defeat. Although he had taken the initiative to attack, Suho's gloves had cracked into hundreds of pieces from the punch. He still followed the principle of fighting as long as he was breathing. He only had his bare hands left, but Suho still insisted on throwing a full-force punch at the other man. Unfortunately, this blow also didn't touch the other man. Suho collapsed helplessly at this moment. A warm hand was placed on his head. Then the person asked him if he had fun playing, son. Suho heard the familiar voice and was shocked. He looked up and realized that the other man was his father, Jin-woo. He was impressed by this performance of his son. But he thought it was too early to reveal the secret to his son. So instead of keeping Suho here, Jin-woo pushed his son into the gate to take him home. Suho woke up in a panic and realized that he had fallen asleep in class. Moreover, he had dreamed of playing a game of killing monsters. Just then, a classmate opened the door and told Suho to hurry home so she could lock the classroom door. Suho saw that and thought of helping her. Then the two went home together. But at this time, on the rooftop of the school, Jin-woo was standing with his dark generals, discussing Suho's earlier situation. The generals told Jin-woo that the young king had reached that level but still didn't tell the truth. Through this test, the generals also saw that the young king had fully met the standard. But Jin-woo felt it was too early. How could he dare to start a war with the Dragon Emperor when he had just landed on Earth? And even if he was strong enough, he still needed to consider the percentage of winning. Going into battle hastily and challenging was just foolish recklessness. Jin-woo wanted to wait until the day his son realized what he should consider before using his power. But Jin-woo also understood that this son of his would rush into that door hundreds of times even without knowing anything, just because he wanted to challenge himself. And at that moment, somewhere in Peru, he hugged the painting Suho drew when he was little and sobbed. The sunset covered the city and people walked around the streets together. After hours of stressful work, the news was broadcasted continuously, such as the pair of scamming brothers who were caught, or the forest fire that was stopped by the firefighters. Perhaps no one knew that these firefighters were also rank S hunters in their previous lives. No matter how many times they were reborn, these people would always do good deeds to save others. The scene changed to a famous game development company in the city. While the employees were eagerly thinking of the name of the game to be released, the chairman of this company, Jin Ho, did not seem to care much. Because now he only cared about one thing: his wife was pregnant. Knowing that Jin Ho was about to become a father, everyone congratulated him. With the mindset of becoming a father, Jin Ho happily told the employees to just name the game The Beautiful World. The employees all objected because the name was too rustic. But Jin Ho told them to rest assured because the investor was very reliable. The employees accepted it after hearing that. And at that time, at Jin Ho's father's house, he kept telling the newspaperman to bring him the papers that talked about his son. The papers were full of praises for the billionaire Jin Ho. The father also smiled happily in the warm sunset. At a corner of the sky, cracks began to appear and opened a gate that no one knew. After stepping through it, there would be something waiting. Perhaps this was the reason why people were always afraid of the gates and always prayed that they would never appear. But on the contrary, there were still people who defied their fear and rushed into them. We call these people hunters. In those days, if you randomly grabbed a student walking on the street and asked them what they wanted to do, the answer would be one of the following three: 1. To become a famous hunter, 2. To become a member of a big guild, and 3. To become an employee in the Hunter Association. As an employee in the Hunter Association, it was very hard to always receive unreasonable requests from the hunters. And at that time, it was also the time when Sung Jinwoo had not awakened yet. His ability was always recorded at the bottom of the list. Although he did not have any great skills, Sung Jinwoo still insisted on being a hunter. Because his mother was lying in a special care room and his sister was going to school. He needed money, so he kept doing that. The employee of the association who had seen Sung Jinwoo's profile came to tell his boss that he should advise Jinwoo to quit hunting. But the boss just smiled and shook his head and gave the employee a list of people with God-given power. He told the employee that instead of advising Jinwoo to quit, he should go and persuade these people to become hunters under their command. The list that the employee received was a rank B healer named Lee Yohee, who refused to be a hunter. Because she was afraid, unlike Jinwoo who was weak but still overcame his fear to enter the gate. If someone could turn fear into courage, then they could also become a source of strength to support the weaker ones. And so, with the humble wish to help the expeditions after the gate, even a little bit, the employee agreed to try to persuade Lee Yohee to become a hunter. And that was the past. Back to the present, Suho was having fun with his classmate, when he suddenly looked up at the sky. When his friend asked him, Suho just said it was nothing. But his eyes still looked up at the sky. On a corner of the sky, a dark dragon was carrying Suho's parents to watch the sunset. Because today was their 16th wedding anniversary. And under the romantic sunset, Jinwoo gave Han a necklace. He gently put it on her neck, and they hugged each other tightly. Then Jinwoo let his beloved wife Han go home first. Having been used to this, Han smiled and said she would wait for Jinwoo at home, then rode the dark dragon back. But at that moment, Jinwoo coldly looked at the sky that was cracking. Jinwoo didn't know what would be on the other side of the gate, but whatever it was, he would accept it. Because now he was not alone, he had the loyal dark generals, and in the future, perhaps someone as strong as Sung Jinwoo would appear. Or maybe even stronger, like his father Sung Suho, who always challenged himself to become stronger. No matter what was waiting behind that door, Suho would always choose to face it.